February 21st, 2026 was the 40th anniversary of the Legend of Zelda gaming series created by Nintendo. In celebration of the very first video game I ever played, I decided that I was gonna make a video about the Zelda timeline. Please do not look at the release date on this video, okay? I tried to get it out on time. Anyway, in my pursuit of making a full and comprehensive timeline of the series, I realized something. This doesn't make any sense. Actually, the way the current timeline is generally accepted by everyone, including Nintendo, is so full of holes, I was really taken aback at how widely accepted it still is to begin with, and why I myself had just blindly subscribed to it for so long. I did some digging into the origins of the timeline, and it seemed like the first official source of the theory was the Hyrule Historia, and I actually own a hardcover of the Zelda Encyclopedia edition, which is pretty much the exact same thing as the Historia, but with a few added details, some original theories, and updated graphics. You'll find that most people's biggest issue with the Historia is that it wasn't really written by people who work for Nintendo or involved in making The Legend of Zelda specifically. It doesn't actually have any editing or writing in the main contents of it from these people, this is true. But just because someone doesn't work for Nintendo doesn't mean they're just making stuff up to put in this book. So I started taking notes and reading through for some neat details to put into my own timeline. And then I got to this page. It's a page on Stalfos. On this page, it claims that the hero's shade from Twilight Princess is a Stalfos. And I'll get to this in the theory, but isn't that a ghost? The hero's shade doesn't look anything like any of the other Stalfos in any of the other games, including the other Stalfos in Twilight Princess. You can see this on its own info page. It's clearly a ghost. It's not the same thing. It oscillates in its flesh the same way the Zora Queen does and all the other ghosts in the series do. My immediate reaction to this information was to find something else that can't possibly be true in this book. If this is wrong, what else is wrong? What I found was in the Kokiri section, they claimed that the Kokiri were once Hylians who ended up being turned into Kokiri. If you're a fan of this series, you know that's patently false. The Deku tree calls them the spirits of the forest and his children, and they legitimately disappear when you aren't near them in Ocarina of Time. They change into little trees later. They are not magically evolved Hylians, they're forest spirits. It's very clear on this fact. And this is no hate to the authors of the Hyrule Historia or Zelda Encyclopedia. It is super fun to read. It is very well done. The presentation is phenomenal, and the organizing of all the locations and items and characters across the series is a valuable resource. I really enjoy reading the book, and even when I was only reading it to get mad at it, I still enjoyed reading it. In fact, the reason this video ended up being a theory video instead of just that basic timeline I said is because I noticed the mistakes in the book. So if anything, you could view this entire project as because of the encyclopedia authors for sparking my imagination and inspiring big lore heads to try and compile our own information and prove or disprove the timeline in the book. And also, just because it has a few details wrong, it doesn't mean the entire timeline is wrong. Enuma is on the writing credits of the original Historia, so at least some part of this book came directly from the mouth of the guy who made the Legend of Zelda series. And speaking on Enuma, he did say sometime before the printing of this book, around the time of Wind Waker's production, that he had a document on his computer that outlined the Legend of Zelda timeline how he imagined it. And I can only assume that he was asked for this timeline when they were making the book, and that's where his writing credit comes from in the original Historia. That makes the timeline really hard to argue with. I mean, this guy produced and directed a ton of the 3D games that the timeline is really based around, including Ocarina of Time. But I'm still gonna argue with it. And you know why? Because I think that's the spirit of Zelda. The spirit of the franchise is to argue over all these events in the history and the games, and it's what makes the fandom so fun to be a part of for me. The hard truth of it all is I don't think The Legend of Zelda was ever meant to be in a timeline, at least not a clear and continuous one from the very beginning. That is, until 1998 and the release of Ocarina of Time. Enuma's first game in the series was Ocarina of Time, as I said, so it only makes sense that the timeline he wanted to explore, and the one in the book he helped create, starts with his first game. Ocarina of Time is the reason people started making these timeline theories to begin with. It's got a very clearly stated lore and legend in it, the world building is concrete, and time travel shenanigans makes the mapping of events even more fun to do. It also makes sense that all the games he didn't work on, or that follow the lore of the games that he didn't work on, all are pushed aside into the Hero Died timeline in the Historia. I've always been of the opinion that the Hero Died timeline was just the delegation given to games that aren't canon to the lore at all. It explains how some of these games just don't fit into any kind of order at all that makes sense no matter how hard you try, and some games seem to be completely alternate universe level. It's because they weren't ever really meant to fit into a timeline like this. It's easiest to think of the hero died timeline as a pre-retcon timeline, and both the adult and child timelines as a post-retcon timeline. The retcon being when Enuma took over and decided that his timeline is the one that matters. This video's focus is going to be solely on the post-retcon timelines in that case, and that means it's only going to be talking about the ones where the hero lived, not the hero died. Specifically, I'm only going to be talking about the major 3D titles, because I feel that those are the games where the lore really meant to connect to each other the entire time. Lucky for us, the post-retcon games really do only contain the major 3D titles, and of course one or two spin-offs related directly to those releases and those games in the timeline. The only game I talk about that wasn't produced or directed by Enuma and therefore falls outside of the definition is going to be Breath of the Wild, and its direct sequel, Tears of the Kingdom, is actually produced by him, so I guess they both count. That's only 6 games we'll ever have to worry about, and it really shouldn't be too hard. Please do not look at the video runtime or what it has turned into. You'd think I'd make this video as simple as playing all the games, getting some B-roll, and then talking about them in chronological order, but even that limited scope runs into a lot of problems and a lot of plot holes, especially getting to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Like, what's going on with Koroks and Ruto? Or who or what are the ancient dragons? Also, is this 10,000 year span before or after the other games? Where is the Triforce? What's going on with the sages? Where did the Zonai come from? And how did the Sheik come back from what seems like extinction several times? Also, what the heck is going on with Demise? How do time loops and split timelines work in all this? And on and on and on. It feels impossible to make sense of it all, even with just these 6 games. Well, I did think it was possible, and in fact, I thought I could do it pretty easily. Oh, how wrong I was. The first thing that needs to be talked about the series is the release order versus chronological order. Most every person I've seen try to explain the timeline starts with Ocarina of Time, then goes forwards before getting to Skyward Sword and then trying to fit Skyward Sword into the assumptions of lore made from Ocarina of Time onward. But that's just the thing. Skyward Sword, while it was released after these other games, comes before them chronologically. As in, anything said and done in Skyward Sword overrides those assumptions that may have been made in the later games. With this in mind, I replayed Skyward Sword first, and there was a moment when I realized exactly what Nintendo had done. Nearly every word that comes from the mouth of Zelda or Fi in that game are the direct words of the goddess Hylia. Hylia, who is the cause of all this, the immortal goddess who bore witness to it all, who created and creates the tools we used and continue to use, who commands the sages we awaken, who works directly alongside the 3 golden goddesses. There was a moment during my playthrough when I realized Nintendo didn't just throw together some explanation while trying to fill in the holes left by previous releases. They were recontextualizing them. They were clarifying things for us. The answer to what we all thought were plot holes, nonsensical canon, and bad writing, or whatever our excuse was staring us in the face the entire time. In order to uncover the truth of the timeline, we have to go back to the beginning in the order that the story is meant to be told in, drawing our conclusions from the ground up, allowing the narrative that we've come to know over the last 28 years since the release of Ocarina of Time to fall away and reveal what is really happening. The truth of the Zelda timeline is that the story of the very first Zelda is the one that changes everything. Let me lay down what I want y'all to pick up. Here is the original Zelda timeline. I'm gonna call my theory the unified timeline theory, because I'm gonna be combining the child and adult timelines into one. It's not gonna be combining the hero died timeline. Like I said, I don't think that one is supposed to be canon, and even if it was, the excuse for it is that the hero dies at the time of the time split. What am I gonna do? Say he didn't die? If there's any split at all in these timelines, it's gonna be when he dies. That's just the facts. Now listen. The Zelda franchise is literally insane and convoluted as hell, and there's so much going on outside of the actual gameplay that people make conjecture about. This video cannot be 6,000 hours long. Look how long it is already. Certain things, unfortunately, will never be proven beyond a doubt, and certain things are gonna have to be dismissed as gameplay. What's an example of this? Well, poor Blupeesandrupees went out of her way to screenshot and send me half of the armor sets in Tears of the Kingdom after her 100% run, only for me to decide 2 months later I'm not gonna use them because everything in there is so inconsistent. So here's me saying that Blupeesandrupees did this for me, and thank you so much, Blupees. I'm sorry I didn't include it. I'm sorry you did all that work. I also won't be citing the encyclopedia for obvious reasons I just explained. Everything I'm pulling from is going to be from the games, except for, again, Easter eggs, like the armor sets. Many of them are clear Easter eggs. If we're gonna use Easter eggs over the canon information about the lore, that means Mario, Bowser, and Luigi are modern-day plumbers and big turtle men famous across Hyrule during Ocarina of Time. If I ever do make any full-blown assumptions about the world or the lore, I'll point out myself that I don't really have solid proof for my argument, but I'll always have some kind of support and relation I lean on when I do this. You can probably tell, just from the runtime, the amount of intersecting information in the video is pretty insane, and I have done my very best to lay everything out in a way as so it's easily digestible as possible, and the details are given in the proper order to build the theory from the ground up and reverse expectations rather than me jumping all over the place and expecting you to keep track of it. So here's the Zelda timeline as I see it, combining the child and adult split to leave us with only a dead hero and a living hero timeline. Again, we're only following the living timeline for the video. Each section of the video is dedicated to a game where we'll start by summarizing the canon events inside. I got a little bit carried away while making this video and decided I would keep recruiting voice actor after voice actor and person after person to help me recreate these games in a sort of director's commentary style. For the majority of the gameplay and plot points, I will be narrating, but we will have some lovely cutscenes play out fully voice acted in a movie style for you guys, just as a little celebration of the series. Afterwards, I'll go through with my fine-tooth comb and try to examine the important parts, the subtle parts of each story that matter to the theory, and try to connect them reasonably back to the games before them. Along the way, I'll try to plug every plot hole that I can find and attempt to make a solid, unified timeline that not only makes sense, but potentially allows for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom to not only exist without disrupting the canon, but fit into it in a way that aids in filling some of those plot holes. At this point, you're either completely skeptical about the rest of the runtime, or pretty confused or pretty excited, especially if you aren't familiar with all these games. But no worries, I promise I'm gonna walk you through as clearly as possible, even if you're only vaguely familiar with the series. And if you're very familiar, I hope to make it entertaining enough for you to keep following along instead of skipping ahead for large sections. Okay, so that was a lot for just my intro segment. If you need to take a break and get a snack, whatever, go ahead, we're gonna be here for a while. And when you're back, go on ahead and get comfortable, sit back, hit the play button, and we'll start with the first game in our new imagined timeline. It tells of a war of unmatched scale and ferocity, the likes of which would never be seen again. One dark, fateful day, the earth cracked wide, and malevolent forces rushed forth from the fissure. They mounted a brutal assault upon the surface people, driving the land into a deep despair. They burned forests to ash, choked the land's sweet springs, and murdered without any hesitation. They did all this in their lust to take the ultimate power protected by her grace, the goddess. The power she guarded was without equal. Handed down by the gods of old, this power gave its holder the means to make any desire a reality. Such was the might of the ultimate power that the Old Ones placed it in the care of the goddess. To prevent this great power from falling into the hands of evil swarming the lands, the goddess gathered the surviving humans on an outcropping of the earth. She then sent it skyward, beyond the reach of those demonic hordes, beyond even the clouds. With the humans safe, the goddess joined forces with the land dwellers and fought the evil forces, sealing them away. At last, peace was restored to the surface. This is a tale that you humans have told for many ages, generation to generation. But there are other legends, long hidden away from memory, that are intertwined with this tale. Now, a new legend bound to this great story stands ready to be revealed. A legend that will be forged by your own hand.
Rise, Link. The time has come for you to awaken.
After a super spooky nightmare where a strange voice tells him to awaken, Link is woken by a big-ass bird. The bird is Zelda's bird, and it's delivering us a letter she wrote, asking us to meet her,
Hey, sleepyhead.
and calling us kind of a lazy bum.
I know how much you like to sleep in.
Well, that's harsh. Waking up inside the Knights Academy, we walk around a little bit, do a lengthy chore, find lost cats for our headmaster, and meet up with Zelda.
Hey, good morning, Link. I'm glad to see my loveling got you out of bed.
She shows us a sick-ass harp she was given and the outfit she made so she can play the goddess in the upcoming wing ceremony.
So, how do I look?
You look great.
Ah, there you are, Zelda.
Her dad, the headmaster of the Knights Academy that we're enrolled in, comes to greet us, and she outs us as being lazy as hell directly in front of him.
Father, I don't know if he can do it.
That's pretty harsh. But Headmaster Gaepora assures her that we're super special,
No need to worry yourself, Zelda.
and describes how the birds, they're called loftwings, are gifts from the goddess and are essentially soul-bound to the respective Skyloft resident. Apparently, we have a sick, rare super bird, a la How to Train Your Dragon style, that we also did sicko moves on instantaneously, a la Harry Potter learning to fly on a broomstick, book 1. In retaliation to being told she's wrong about us, Zelda pushes us off a cliff.
Off you go.
In her defense, we were supposed to have a super special giant bird come catch us.
This bird sure is taking a long time.
Turns out though, our bird is nowhere to be found, and she just almost murdered us. It's okay though, because it was an accident.
Hang in there, Link.
And she saves us, we're totally fine. The headmaster immediately recognizes that this is some shenanigans and postpones the ceremony on our behalf so we can go find our bird. Well, it turns out this goofy-ass guy who's way too into Zelda took it.
Do you think his tiny bird brain got confused by all the clouds?
Nice hair.
You lay off my due right now.
And we have to watch ourselves get bullied by him for a second. Zelda shows up to save the day by rolling both nat 20 on intimidation and charisma to get us out of it.
Don't even try it, Groose.
The group leaves, and she decides she's gonna search the sky, while we're stuck just asking for information on the ground because we have no bird. Turns out, this kid saw it happen. We go to where he said he saw something and confirmed Bird's location. Zelda meets us on her way over, but hears a weird voice calling her name.
Huh? Who's calling for me?
Suspicious. Bird located. Bird rescued. So, now that we have our bird, what is the wing ceremony? Well, the Knights Academy students have a little contest to see who gets to graduate to the next year of Knights training. These are the people you can see flying around in various colors of identical garb, which represents their year. It also decides who gets to play the part of the goddess's chosen hero in the reenactment of the goddess's blessing. And since everyone knows Zelda is playing the goddess this year, and she's a big ol' cutie, there's serious competition. Unfortunately, we are super special, like the headmaster said, and Link wins by miles. Zelda jumps off a cliff again? I don't know, it seems to be her thing.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
And we have a romantic flight back to the statue with her. She bestows the goddess's blessing onto us as part of the ceremony. We get a traditional sailcloth as part of the reenactment. Then she pushes us off a cliff again. Is this like her MO or something? God damn. The two of us fly around on our loft wings to celebrate Link's victory. Zelda is just about to discuss something that's been on her mind.
You know, Link?
When she's suddenly taken from the sky by a weird dark tornado, and she's thrown below the cloud barrier that's separating Skyloft and the surface. Link loses consciousness and has another freaky dream about awakening, this time featuring what seems like a ghost, and Zelda being eaten.
Ah, you're awake.
There's a quick interrogation by Gaepora about where his daughter is.
But Link, where's Zelda? What's happened to my daughter?
So there I was, flying around on my sick-ass bird, right? And out of nowhere.
After which, Gaepora is unusually calm about it all, considering his daughter was just attacked by a tornado and lost to the surface he's only heard about in legends. Link is told to rest until morning, but instead, we follow a mysterious voice in our head. That turns out to be a mysterious ghost in the hallway, leading us to the goddess statue. Here, the spirit Fi arises and says that he has been chosen by the actual, real goddess Hylia to be her hero
I have been waiting for you.
and must embark on a quest to save the world from evil. Fi was specifically designed to assist him on this journey. Zelda is also a chosen part of this mission as the Spirit Maiden, though her true role is yet to be revealed to us. We draw the sword of the goddess as instructed. Zelda's father, Headmaster Gaepora, appears to reveal that this is all in line with the secret prophecy that was foretold about the goddess and the hero.
Link! I had my suspicions, but I wasn't sure. When the light of the goddess's sword shines bright, the great apocalypse will wake from its slumber.
This chamber, the Chamber of the Sword, has long since been guarded by a select few every generation, who watch the sword and wait for the prophecy to come true. Fee clarifies the legend's missing parts, a clear instruction to the hero to abolish the shadow of the apocalypse, meet with the maiden, and resurrect the land below. This is the only way he will be able to meet Zelda again. Gaepora pleads with Link to find his daughter, and Link decides if Zelda's still alive, he's gonna go get her. We're given a stone slab to insert into a recess in the wall, which in turn opens up a pathway below the clouds. This is when we get our sick-ass green outfit. Like I said, each year of graduating knights got their own color, and this year is green. It suits us. The adventure starts now. Reaching the surface, we find the Sealed Grounds, home to both the Sealing Spike and the Sealed Temple. Link has another very spooky vision where a monster eats him. We make our way down this annoyingly long spiral. Link hears another haunting distant voice and uses his special move to hit the spike, and the scary stuff coming out of it disappears. Inside the temple, back at the top of the spiral, a strange old lady introduces herself as a servant of the goddess.
The traveler from the clouds above.
She cryptically tells us about how and where Zelda arrived, and where to find her now. It's the Faron Woods. As we go, we find a Goron intellectual that teaches us how to save on the surface. Then, we discover these absolute cuties called Kikwis. We have to chase it around a mushroom for a little bit to earn its trust. And eventually we get some information.
I'm Machi. I'm a Kikwi.
Fee shows us how we can use our sword to send Zelda in a very suspicious manner, which leads us to find a big booty cheek Kikwi who Machi called the Elder.
I am Bucha, the Kikwi Elder.
We have to play hide and seek with a few other of the missing Kikwi to earn this one's trust too. Finally, after all of that, we get to learn the location of the first temple and where Zelda apparently is. As we walk towards it, we get some epic foreshadowing. Getting inside the temple is easy enough. Inside, it's absolutely full of spiders. It has an unfortunately pretty disappointing mini-boss. Gives us a sick beetle drone, some dizzy eyeballs to mess with, and this Resident Evil-ass puzzle at the end. When we get to the end, where Zelda's supposed to be, she's not there, but there is some weirdo freak named Girahim. He tells Link he's the one who took Zelda in the tornado. Jerk. But she was saved by someone sent to protect her, who took her behind the locked door. Okay, sounds like this is the bad guy, right? So let's get him.
Did you really just draw your sword, foolish boy?
So we fight him, he's the boss for the temple, and admittedly, the motion controls, even when remapped to the button controls, make this game considerably harder than the other titles in my opinion. Something I'm actually pretty fond of, since generally, these games don't really give you much of a challenge outside of the environmental puzzles in them. After we win, because we're cooler than he'll ever be, Girahim realizes Zelda's presence has disappeared and runs away to try and find her again. Link enters the door to find a magic spring. Bee tells him that she has a message left in the language of the old gods about Zelda purifying herself at 2 other springs. With this message, we're told to head to the Earth Spring to find her, and given another tablet to open the sky. Leaving, we run into our Kiwi friend.
Hey, it's me! Gui!
I opt to bully him just a little bit.
Who are you?
What? Don't tell me you forgot about Machi! Now I'm sad. Gui.
Next stop is Eldin, Volcano Land. Tablet in the wall, hole in the sky. Rather than finding Gorons here as you usually do in the other games, at this time, Eldin is inhabited by mole people. They're actually pretty nice. We fight off some baddies for the mole people, and they teach us how to use bombs, which we use to move around lava, fall in a hole, beat more baddies, and are eventually given digging hands so that Link can achieve his true calling of becoming a mole man. Approaching this temple, we see a mysterious person dressed in black.
Zelda is ahead. Hurry.
They know Zelda. Strange. Unfortunately, this temple is locked as we learn from eavesdropping on our mole friends. We collect the key parts by using our questionable sword ability and make our way inside. This temple is just as easygoing as the last. Roll around on a ball for a little bit, fight these Ultra Chad gym-maxing lizards, run up a hill, escape a rock Indiana Jones style, and solve another Resident Evil-ass puzzle. Girahim appears once again, having been tailing Zelda himself.
Oh, it's you.
He says he almost had her, but he was stopped by the same stranger that Girahim was pissed off about earlier in the last temple.
That goddess-serving dog escaped with the girl! I must have the Spirit Maiden. I must have her!
He seems upset. He summons a giant flaming bug in an attempt to get rid of us. I know what you're thinking. It's not a spider. Spiders have 8 legs, this bug has 6. The fire is unique though. Defeating the flaming bug, we actually managed to see Zelda at this spring, but when she goes to us, she's stopped by the stranger.
Link!
You cannot go to him, Your Grace. Remember what we discussed.
I have to go. I'm sorry, Link.
Zelda goes through the portal in front of her, and the strange lady is rude as hell to Link for some reason.
It took you way too long to get here. I fear the goddess was mistaken in her choice of agents.
Telling him basically he's a loser and really bad at being the hero if he couldn't even make it to Zelda in time before Girahim's henchmen.
The truth of it is you were late. You were late, and you failed.
Well, that's pretty harsh. Fee translates another message from the gods, telling him to head to Lanayru Desert, and we get another tablet. Seemingly, Link is given a vision of Zelda to motivate us. Oh, he's so cute. Next stop, Lanayru Mine. In the desert, we find cute little robots and stones that reverse time for selected areas, bringing ancient tech back to life. Moving through, we meet our Goron friend at the Temple of Time. No, not that one. It's blocked off, so we have to go around the back to open another entrance by solving puzzles so we can use our sword as a flathead screwdriver on these weird locks. That wasn't so bad. This temple blows, get it? And I don't even want to talk about it. You get the gameplay loop by now anyway. We get an item, we use the item to beat the temple, lots of sand, lots of electricity, puzzle key, beat the boss. At the third location, we actually make it to Zelda before she's even done praying. Unfortunately, Girahim is no longer playing around. He blocks Link off and meets forces with the stranger.
Impa!
Your Grace, quickly, to the gate.
Link! Link, here! You'll need this where you're going.
Go! Now! Link.
Am I late?
No, you're right on time. Link. Hey! Return to the old woman at the sealed temple. She will know where you must go. And know that we will...
I'll see you again. This isn't goodbye, Link. I promise.
Now you've done it. Link, I blame myself. I should have reprimanded you. I'd punish you, but I have no time. Next time, I'll do more than beat you senseless. I'll make it so excruciating, you deafen yourself with screams.
Well, they both managed to get away, that's good. So we have Zelda's harp. Impa told Link to return to the old woman at the sealed grounds and relay what's happened. Zelda tells us we will definitely meet again. Impa broke their magic portal in order to prevent them being followed. Girahim was pissed again, but he didn't care to fight us, that was nice. At least we're not feeling around in the dark anymore. Fee says where Zelda went, she no longer is able to be sniffed out by our weird sword. So the only option is to follow Impa's advice. Oh hey, there's the Goron.
What? You made it inside?
On our way back, that jerk who stole our bird, Groose, almost murders us by falling on top of us as we reach the surface.
Link, help! Oh, rough landing.
Did anyone teach you how to land without crash?
Whoa!
But how? What?
Where am I?
After a bit of shock and awe, he insists we fill him in. Well, he sucks, but he does seem to genuinely be invested in helping Zelda. Plus, the birds seem to like him, so we let him in on what's happening.
Okay, so basically I was flying around on my bird, right? And then all of a sudden, this tornado came out of nowhere.
Let me see.
Unfortunately, he's still just really stupid and bullies us again before running off.
Catch you later.
Catching up, the old lady was busy putting him in his place.
I speak only the truth. You are not the one who will save her.
He's not really taking it too well. Link has done as Impa asked, and we've taken the heart back to the sacred temple. We learned from the old lady that the strange younger lady is, in fact, named Impa. It's also explained that the portal being used by Impa to travel is one that goes between periods of time, not space. And since she broke that one last time we saw her, there is only one left. This is why Zelda gave us that harp. We play The Ballad of the Goddess, and a similar portal to the one Impa was using appears behind us. It's called the Gate of Time. The process of doing this, though, wakes up a scary monster that's underneath the ceiling spike. Groose pisses his pants. And this time, instead of just goo, it is actually a big-ass monster appearing out of the ground. Unfortunately for the monster, he has toes. Unfortunately for us, this monster can surf uphill. You know, all of a sudden this obnoxiously long spiral descent into the pit seems a lot more practical. We make quick work of him, despite of it all, and, using the goddess sword, re-establish the seal, at least temporarily. The old lady takes us back to the Gate of Time and says that our sword is neat but needs to be way cooler to actually activate the gate we've just summoned, so Link and Fi must remedy that. The way to do so is by finding sacred flames, things that were left by the 3 golden goddesses. These are the gods of old that were mentioned in the introduction, who gave Ilia her crazy awesome artifact. The locations of the flames are hidden within the lyrics of the Ballad of the Goddess, which is the song Zelda has been singing while playing it on the harp. Groose apparently gives up and leaves after we mocked him so hard, despite the old woman trying to tell him he has a purpose.
You sell yourself short, my friend.
You can find him outside, crying in the corner. We head back to Zelda's dad to get the deets on those flames. It turns out the song low-key kinda sucks. The lyrics, obviously. They're just another set of instructions for Link by Ilia, but come on, they're pretty lame. She could have at least made them rhyme. We go on another ridiculous fetch quest involving a robot with the hots for Fi.
Who are you?
Play a song to open up another section of sky. Solve some puzzles. And we get the location of one of the flames and a new song to go with it. We use the song to open up a scavenger hunt, get an item from the scavenger hunt, then we have to go see a dragon. We do a little bit of arts and crafts to get to the dragon, learn that the item we got turns us into a dolphin, and then it turns out the dragon is sick. Apparently, the only fix is magic water, so we go all the way back to the first temple to get some. The dragon, recovered, shows us that the flame is inside another temple. Go figure. We fight a mini-boss, get a cool item, fight some zombies, beat the temple, and beat the boss. As we retrieve our well-deserved sacred flame, the corresponding section of a glowing triangle appears on the back of our hand. Suspicious. Time to rinse and repeat. We go back for the second song, and then we perform another scavenger hunt. The second area isn't really a temple. We ride a boat, we ride the most terrifying minecart ever, and end up on a pirate ship where we fight a robot pirate and a sea monster. The third one is the same thing again, but it involves this fuck-ass robot escort quest where he likes to just float in one place and die over and over and over again. Truly, these trials are the greatest challenge our hero has ever faced.
Malfunction.
At the end of the third area, Girahim shows up to give a lengthy, dramatic monologue about how we're bound together by the thread of fate.
Oh, hello there. Fancy meeting you here.
He's discovered, through some old depictions, there's another Gate of Time.
This news has just filled my heart with rainbows.
He knows that's what Impa used to escape, and plans to use Zelda to revive his master. He offers Link an escape with his life if he tells him the exact location of the other gate.
That's not too much to ask, is it?
Link won't give up that information so easily, though, even if Girahim is absolutely slaying in his fit at the moment.
Behold, such beauty, such a pure form, such an exquisite physique, such stunning features.
Link, as we know, isn't the type to lose at a looks-maxing contest, and we promptly beat his ass.
You filthy scamp!
After the final flame is retrieved, completing all the symbols appearing on her hand, Fi announces we've unlocked the Master Sword. Link heads back to the sacred temple to use the sword on the gate, but just before he opens it, the imprisoned awakens once again.
Whoa!
This time, though, Groose isn't pissing.
Hey, Link!
We head outside, and it turns out the big goofball is smarter than he looks. He's created a mobile, bomb-launching trebuchet.
Leaves you speechless, doesn't it?
And you know what? I'm glad we let him stay, despite being a little bit of a creep earlier. The imprisoned learned last time from our toe attacks and has now grown arms. Those big fat fingies, though, are no match for the bombs. Thanks, Groose. We beat its ass. Returning to the sealed temple, we can finally open the Gate of Time. Groose uncharacteristically decides to stay behind.
Don't worry about me.
He's like a whole new person, Granny. What did you say to him? Truly the most emotional moment in all of gaming. It turns out, when the Gate of Time leads is right after Hylia
I've been expecting you, Link.
sent Skyloft into the sky and disappeared to reincarnate after sealing away the super evil goo terrorizing the surface in the legend we were told during the introduction. At this point, the sealed temple is still named the Temple of Hylia. The super evil goo, and what we've been resealing as the imprisoned, is known as the Demon King Demise. Demise is the literal and physical incarnation of malice. Impa directs us behind the giant door, saying that's where we'll find Zelda. This is where things start to get confusing and convoluted with all the shenanigans in this game, so I'm gonna keep it super simple. But first, let's listen to what Zelda has to say to us.
You've come so far, Link. I'm glad you made it. I imagine Impa filled you in on everything. In this era, the wounds inflicted on the land by the battle between the goddess and Demise have yet to heal. All the fairy tales we heard growing up in Skyloft, they appear to all be too real. I think it's time you learn the whole story. The old gods created a supreme power
called the Triforce. Demise's pure evil drove him to try and take this Triforce for himself. This is why Hylia, the goddess who's been guiding us, sent both the artifact and her people into the sky. Basically, Hylia knew after she had sealed Demise that her power was not up to snuff. She was able to weaken him, enough to keep him from appearing in his true form, to keep him outside the temple in the sealed grounds and keep him in that place. This wouldn't last forever though, and she can't kill him on her own. Malice is a form of evil that will never truly go away or weaken. Hylia, despite her power, was injured too severely to continue to fight Demise if he were to escape. Even in his imprisoned form, he likely would bring about the end times. So, knowing this, Hylia, who has so far displayed both gifts of prophecy and the manipulation of time, came up with a plan.
First, she created Fi, the spirit that resides in your sword to assist the chosen hero. Her second plan was to abandon her divine form and transfer her soul to a mortal.
The supreme power given to her by the gods has some rules, one being that not just anyone can use it, you have to be worthy of it. The second rule, and the most annoying for Hylia, is that only mortals are allowed to be worthy. Turns out her holy gift was a white elephant all along, huh? She literally goes sicko mode on herself as a way to be reborn again as a mortal in the time of the hero so that she can actually use the power to save the world. This mortal she became wasn't born for a very long time, so long in fact that it was only very recently.
Probably figured it out by now, haven't you, Link? You are the chosen hero, and I am the goddess reborn as a mortal.
Now who could have seen that coming? Zelda has awakened all the memories of Hylia up until her death inside herself by praying at those springs that she was visiting. Then, she says the final part of Hylia's plan is to stay in the past while holding Demise in the sealed form until he's killed in the future by Link. All this to maybe, finally, defeat Demise. The purpose of Link's trials, it turns out, wasn't just to create the Master Sword, but also to make him worthy of using the Triforce. Link is understandably confused as hell, but Zelda upgrades his sword with her blessing to its final super awesome ultimate version, making it the true Master Sword.
Valiant hero, you have endured many hardships and journeyed far in your quest. Along your travels, you have found wisdom, power, and courage. May it give you and your sword the strength to drive back the abomination.
She describes the mark on his hand to be proof he is the hero, and calls it the mark of the Triforce. This is what allows him to wield both the Triforce and the Master Sword.
Link, before I say another word, I owe you an apology.
She apologizes because, as Hylia, she knew that Link would do anything in order to save Zelda. He was chosen as the hero due to his unbreakable spirit, but also her ability to manipulate him into awakening to that destiny.
And so Hylia, and so I used you. I can't begin to tell you how sorry I am, but I'm ready to pay the price for what I've done. Link, I can't say it enough how sorry I am. Until my memories of things before my life returned, I had no idea of our heavy destiny. Before all this, I was happy just spending my days around you in Skyloft. I wanted it to last forever. While it's true I am Hylia reborn, I'm still my father's daughter and your friend. I am your Zelda. So, I'm going to ask you a favor, Sleepyhead. Ever since we were kids, I'd wake you up when you slept in. But this time, when it's all over, will you come wake me up?
I promise. I promise.
Zelda has entered a crystallized state, in stasis for the next unknown thousands of years. Talk about whiplash.
I see you've said goodbye.
We're then ushered by Impa back to the present day through the Gate of Time, while she stays behind in order to guard Zelda. The strange old lady greets us and lets us in that she knew Zelda was inside the temple, stuck in stasis the entire game, and obviously we couldn't be told that until now, or else we might fuck up the timeline. A well-known fun fact at this point is if you peek through the small crack in the door at any point in the game, you can see Zelda's crystal, hinting at the time loop existing. Here's some footage of me looking at her as the imprisoned made its first escape. Also, it turns out Zelda nor Impa actually knows where the Triforce ended up in modern times. It was sent up with Skyloft and the first Hylians, and whoever was meant to guard it, but after that its whereabouts weren't known to either of them. Even though at first glance this game has time mechanics that don't make much sense, it is canonically considered a closed loop. I'll break down why the loop does actually make sense after the summary is over. As long as we understand the lore that was just given during that section, it will all come together later, I promise.
Whoa! Hold up!
Groose, if you care to keep up with him, realizes that his destiny was always to be the sidekick.
Link, I've made up my mind.
I'm not going back.
and resolves to stay on the surface and do his part in all this. He's starting to become my favorite, I admit. Again, we go back to Skyloft and ask Zelda's dad, Gaepora, if Hylia had another trick up her sleeve. We learn from him that we need to go learn from a big whale where the location of the Triforce might be. The whale is sick with a case of evil possession though, so we gotta bring him some hot soup and kill the snot bug in his blowhole.
Tell me, boy, was it you who brought me this most delectable cauldron of pumpkin soup? I must apologize for my earlier behavior. A most peculiar and irksome pest possessed me. I was not myself.
From the whale, we learn there's 2 other ancient dragons named after the 3 goddesses, other than the one we already met, and that they hold clues to the locations we're gonna need to find the Triforce. As usual, this is gonna take a lot of errand running for Link, because it's never just that simple, is it? What a bummer. Before you start your new fetch quest, Groose alerts you that it's once again time you seal away that big scary ooze in the ground, that we now know is just the weakened form of Demise being kept that way by Rock Candy Zelda. You know, it feels like this guy seems he's breaking out faster and faster every time, huh? It's super convenient that the hero and the reincarnation of the goddess just so happen to be born and come of age right when Demise starts acting up and freeing himself, right? That's so weird. You know, who could have guessed? Anyway, the hints meant for the hero, in classic Zelda fashion, are scattered across the world in the form of a song called the Song of the Hero. Very creative of you, Hylia. We find Faron back in the Faron Woods, appropriately, and she has flooded the entire place because she was tired of all the bokoblins. Groose will give us a ride, since the door isn't working due to all the water.
Let me guess. You swam all the way here for the Song of the Hero?
Faron decides that somehow we haven't done enough for her yet, and also makes us collect these stupid-ass tadpoles because she sucks. But she does sing to us for our efforts, so that's cool, I guess. On our way to Eldin, the second dragon, we get knocked out of the sky from an eruption and kidnapped by some of the bokoblins and lose all of our crap. Our solution to this is just to run an advanced stealth mission, and then we get to see the dragon. He is thankfully much less particular than Faron and forks it over right away.
Listen well, human child. I will sing you my part of the Song of the Hero.
The final dragon is Lanayru, fittingly inside Lanayru Desert. We get there, and bro is fucking dead. Serious? We use a time stone to bring him back and see he's really sick in the past, and that's why he died. Lucky for us, Groose is a botanist now for some reason, and shows us a spot where we can plant a tree of life, which we go do in the past so we can heal the dragon in the future, but also in the past at the same time because of the time stone. It's complicated.
Oh, is that what I think it is?
He then also sings his song for us.
I should warn you, I've got a mean set of pipes.
Going back to the Levias, which is the sky whale, he sings the final section. Then we get a neat little dragon concert. The final trial is somewhere in the sky, the obvious location being in Skyloft. We play a song on our harp and do more trials to prove we're worthy of the Triforce, because somehow we haven't proved that already. Then we do another temple, which will allow us to locate the Triforce using puzzle blocks, putting all the pieces together, and wish that Demise would be defeated once and for all while standing atop the goddess statue in Skyloft.
Master, I believe a prayer is required. Focus now, and wish with all your might for the destruction of Demise.
The entire Isle of the Goddess fits perfectly on top of where Demise once sat, destroying him instantly. It is a perfect fit. Next stop, let's wake up Zelda. She breaks out right on time, just as promised. Zelda appears to be in perfect health despite her long sleep, and the fact that she woke up does mean Demise is done for good. Guess that means we won, right? So we didn't even need to use this crazy sword we spent so long getting either. What a waste of time that was. Seemed like a big deal over pretty much nothing. I mean, it's not like we used it to fight anybody really that important or anything. Oh no. Nope, weirdo freaky man is back, and he's mad about his demon lord Daddy-O being killed off.
This is all very touching, really, but I'm afraid I have to cut it short. It's best for everyone. If you forget about your friend, the little goddess is mine. My master may have perished in this age, but he lives in the past. I'm taking the girl through the gate. You know, boy, you've really pushed me too far. I don't have a time for a worm like you. Not now. Stand down. You're in my way. You've done a fine job of spoiling my plans. I see no point in dawdling here.
So he kidnapped the now awakened Zelda and takes her back again to the place where Demise is still technically alive and just trapped. Guess we're gonna have to polish off that sword, huh? Just in case we get lost, the old woman tells us where to go.
Quickly now, open the gate.
We find Impa again.
Scare him. He got the drop on me.
She's down, but not out, thank God. Outside, Girahim is busy performing some kind of weird ritual dancing spell on Zelda. What the hell is with this guy?
Hear me, hordes, the spell is nearly complete. The Demon King will rise. I don't care if the whole lot of you die. You will buy me the time I need.
The way down the obnoxious spiral is now filled with an infinite horde of bokoblins of all types, with regular interruptions by Girahim placing a wall before us to force us to fight at least a few of them. Getting to the bottom is easy though, especially since you can really just run past the last few enemies. Well, the last few before he did that, I guess.
You're far too quick, boy. I realize a child like you knows nothing of magic, but spells take time. Can't you wait like a good boy? You petulant brat. I've waited my whole existence for this. You know what? Fine. You're so intent on hurrying to your grave. This time, there will be no heroic escape. That I promise! For you, boy, I've prepared a most appropriate and humiliating death.
Fight ensues, we fight. This time, Girahim is basically a giant suit of armor, so the way to win is pushing him off the ledge and stabbing his big diamond chest. After we get him to the ground, we get round 2, which is pretty quick work as well.
This is preposterous. Driven to my knees by a child. You think I can't defeat you? You think I can't win? Boy, what are you? But never mind. Victory is still mine to savor. At last, it's complete. The Demon King shall resurrect. Don't you see? It's all over. You and your kind have lost.
Girahim's plan worked. While we fought, Demise was able to rise from his place underneath the seal and consume Hylia's soul from within Zelda's body.
Welcome back, Master.
Demise is reborn.
So you are the chosen knight of the goddess. Intriguing.
Don't worry, Link. Groose has got this.
You and that other human would stand before obliteration to aid the goddess, would you? When last I walked this world, they did little more than scream, mewling and praying. How amusing to think those cowards begot someone like you. You grow more fascinating by the second human. I never imagined I would meet one of you who wished to battle against me. Very well then, I will prepare a place for us where we won't be bothered by distraction.
While Link is preparing for the final encounter and to vanquish the Demon King once and for all, Groose yells some really out-of-place tutorial about how Zelda and Hylia's soul isn't really absorbed just yet, and according to the old lady, if Link takes just a bit too long, Demise will become unbeatable. Great, now I'm gonna have to be late for dinner because this jerk decided he has a deadline.
If you fear for your life, do not follow me.
Holy cutscene. I promise the rest of the games will not be like this. Something about Skyward Sword just made Nintendo really want us to watch 4 20-minute long dialogue sequences all in a row. You don't actually have to follow Demise right away either. You're welcome to just walk around and talk, even return to your own time and do a little shopping in Skyloft if you need. Before you enter the portal Demise retreated into though, Fee will warn you that entering is the point of no return.
Once you enter this portal, there is a 0% chance of return unless you vanquish your foe.
Following after him, Demise ended up choosing to fight us in that one level from Tekken 7, a very cultured choice if you ask me.
So you've decided to meet your end in battle after all. It pleases me greatly to see such misplaced valor, human. Take a moment to appreciate your surroundings, for where we stand shall serve as your tomb for eternity. When I finish with you, you can take solace in knowing your friend and kin will soon follow.
Link, now holding the ultra-powered-up Master Sword, fights Demise until he is Dunzo Super Dunzo once and for all. I admit, this fight is actually very, very hard, way harder than anything else in the whole game. Demise is just as much of a baddie as he looks. We defeat him, as goes the legends, and in his last words, Demise says the most important part of the entire series lore, and a piece of the theory I'm going to rely on very, very heavily for the video. Demise's curse.
You fight like no man or demon I've ever known. Though this is not the end. My hate never perishes. It is born anew in a cycle with no end. I will rise again. Those like you, those who share the blood of the goddess and the spirit of the hero, they are eternally bound to this curse. An incarnation of my hatred shall ever follow your kind, dooming them to wander a blood-soaked sea of darkness for all time.
Once these words are spoken, he evaporates. Fi explains that what is left of his consciousness has been absorbed into the Master Sword in order to contain it.
I have confirmed the eradication of the Demon King.
Zelda is okay, somehow she has her soul back. I don't know, it's not really explained, but everyone is super stoked that they saved the world.
You have done well, Link.
Link, thank you. I think it's over. Finally, it's all over.
Unfortunately, it is a heartfelt goodbye for Fi as her mission is completed and her existence has come to its end. The purpose of the sealed temple is not only to hold Zelda while she sleeps still behind the door awaiting her time again, but it's also a safe place to keep the Master Sword, so that Demise won't accidentally escape. Fi must permanently re-enter the sword and enter her own infinite deep sleep. Impa leads them back to the time portal and explains that she cannot return with them to the future.
Impa, why? Come with us.
Your Grace, you must understand why that's not possible. I am a being of this age. My place is here.
It is her duty to watch over the sacred temple and to watch over the past form of Zelda, again still crystallized there. And now Demise, though sealed again, must be watched over as well inside the sword.
Please, Impa, come back with us.
Zelda gives Impa one of her bracelets as a memento to keep with her. We walk without her through the gate, returning to the present one last time as Impa ensures it is finally destroyed for good behind us. Back now in our own time, Link and Groose run to meet the old woman. Zelda, though, realizes through seeing the bracelet once again, this woman's true identity is Impa, who has sat at the temple for thousands of years, kept alive by her duty to the goddess.
See? I told you we'd meet again.
The duty fulfilled, she disappears. The Master Sword in its place, still after being guarded by Impa all this time, is revealed again. Credits roll and give insight into Zelda's first arrival on the surface. An epilogue showing all is well in the world, and Link and Zelda stay together down on the surface, while all of their friends fly away to do other stuff.
Look around us. As a child, I always dreamed of a world below. I wanted to see the surface with my own eyes. I think I want to live here. I always want to feel the solid ground, see the clouds above, and watch over the Triforce. What about you, Link?
Oh, it's a happy ending. How cute. Some quick details on Demise's death. He's not actually dead when we kill him in the past. His consciousness is sealed away within the Master Sword along with Fi. Like I explained before, Demise doesn't seem to be like a godlike being in the same sense that Hylia or the goddesses are. He more popped into existence sometime after the world was created and is the conscious amalgamation of malice. He's hatred and spite personified, thickening in his own weird, twisted, primordial ooze from which he was born. Demise, when he revives, tells you that he has already at some point in time waited eons to return. An eon is anywhere from 1 million to multiple billions of years. At first you might be thinking, well, he's just exaggerating. He's referring to the thousands of years that have passed in-game. But remember, this is taking place in the past, where Impa tells you when you first go back, Hylia has only just sealed him. I take this to mean weeks or months, or to be honest, it could be even only days, depending on how you want to take that. Demise likely was something that existed long before Hylia ever did, and had been vanquished originally at some point by the 3 goddesses when they created the earth. The beginning of the game seems to imply that he had long been trapped beneath the earth, and that's where he had been when the great fissure he came from opened up. I skipped this moment when I summarized the game at first, but the opening cutscene actually ends showing Demise rising from this fissure in his imprisoned form. This is shown before the official title screen, before we see the dream Link has at the beginning, all that leading me to believe this is a literal depiction of his first appearance as told in the introductory, rather than some kind of vision about what's going to happen in-game. The ceiling spike that Hylia used on Demise is engraved with the symbols of the 3 goddesses, also implying that the weakened form he's in, both when rising from the fissure and later on in the game, are both the result of sealing power that comes from the 3 goddesses' influence, the first time being their own best effort, and the second being in aid of Hylia and her own best efforts. Think of it like this. The Triforce was created in order to give a mortal power comparable to the goddesses. We can assume that the goddesses were using a similar level of power trying to destroy Demise the first time, and this failed to stop him for more than, let's say, a few billion years. It leads me to believe that the reason Hylia decided Demise had to be sealed within the Master Sword and not just obliterated by the Triforce at the end is because she already knows of his first return, knows that he's capable of consciously possessing any form, and he will eventually reincarnate no matter what, causing massive suffering in pursuit of ultimate power, and then burn down the entire world. Essentially, by his nature, by being the amalgamation of malice, he is unkillable, so sealing him away somewhere he's unable to reincarnate kind of becomes the only logical way you can stop him. Moving on to that explanation on time travel that I promised, the ending of the game is heavily reasserting the whole game is a closed time loop. There's a multitude of what are thought of as plot holes that disrupt a simple and clean closed loop, but in terms of what is intended by Nintendo, based on every other story where they've tried to do something like this, I'm inclined to say the writers simply don't care about how stupid and convoluted their time travel stories are. If there's a plot hole or two, we're just supposed to ignore that because it makes for fun puzzles and a good story. Of course, I reject this idea. I will not be ignoring it, and I'm gonna spend way too much either trying to justify the necessity of a plot hole or fill it in. The number one reason people complain about why the loop doesn't make sense is if you go back in time to kill Demise, why are you killing the sealed version of him again in the future with the Triforce? I already explained why I think that's kind of part of Hylia's plan to kill him twice, but how this all makes sense in terms of a loop is a different issue, and it's a requirement for this whole video to work. After mulling over potential grandfather paradoxes, maybe ways they would split and then reform the timeline, how Zelda would be immune to a paradox because she's the reincarnation of Hylia and has time abilities, I landed on a much simpler and sensible explanation. Demise is the literal formation of malice, right? My theory is that he'll always have a potential return, not even because of the curse he says at the end, but because the intention to do evil will always exist. We've already gone over how his sealed form came out of the fissure, which implies he was already sealed in the fissure before, but Impa actually even says herself that she's meant to watch over the temple, not just to protect protect Zelda, but specifically to ensure Demise doesn't escape his seal before his consciousness decays. As in, he's probably going to, or at least she expects he's able to do that. Once his consciousness gets out, he'll be able to control the imprisoned form again, or possess another form, or reform a whole body over time, or whatever he needs to do to return to that full power. The game tells us that Demise, as he's sealed by Hylia, is being separated from his true form, and Zelda needs to stay in the past in order to uphold the seal. Sealing him away, even within the sword, was never going to be enough. Zelda tells us that Hylia knew the seal wouldn't last very long, and that's why the plan was put into motion. But how long is not very long? Because remember, Hylia made this plan to span thousands of years, but at the end of the game, we go back in the past, again, days, weeks after Hylia has sealed Demise, and he's leaving his seal in order to consume Hylia's soul from Zelda's body. That's not very long at all. Why is this plan thousands of years long? Another question, if Hylia was so confident that sealing Demise in the Master Sword would just let him sit there and decay forever, why is a second Zelda still asleep in the temple? She's supposed to wake up when he's killed. Shouldn't she wake up and meet her double in the past after we just fully killed him and sealed him in the sword? No, because the sword was never meant to vanquish him. I'll stop beating around the bush. The imprisoned we kill with the Triforce in the present contains the slowly escaping consciousness of Demise, which we have already sealed within the Master Sword. This is what activates him, this is what causes Link's dreams, and this is what signaled Fi to awaken. When Link uses the Triforce, it destroys what remains of his form trapped underneath the spike, ensuring his consciousness no longer has a proper vessel. With nowhere else to go, his consciousness can be fully and finally permanently contained inside the sword. Unlike his first sealing that took him eons to reform, and unlike his second sealing where he was simply weakened and put in the ground, if Demise were to return now, the only way would be if his consciousness is released from the Master Sword by some kind of outside force. That is, again, assuming that the imprisoned form was where the consciousness was trying to go, and the reason it was capable of escaping is because there was a form outside of it to go to. We can debate all day on how long it would actually take for him to fully decay, but clearly the multiple thousand years the game spans is not enough time, since he was still in the Master Sword, escaping, and then we kill him with the Triforce and yada yada yada. So how long is this gonna take? Who knows? But a long time. Potentially eons. Another detail that kind of supports the idea the imprisoned in the present and the imprisoned in the past are just two different times that Demise tries to escape and be reborn is Demise never actually leaves the spot he was sealed in. The portal to where we fight him is literally right on top of the sealing spike, meaning whatever remains when we seal his brains in the sword must be there as well. And don't tell me it looks like all of him is in the sword, because Fi is very clear saying it's his residual consciousness, not the entire being. It's just what's left of his brains in the sword. When we kill him, he evaporates, very similar to the way the imprisoned evaporates. And the imprisoned automatically is sent back to the sigil under the sealing spike every single time. I see no reason why Demise, after he dies, is suddenly immune to whatever spell is pulling him back to the location under the spike. He never destroyed it or anything. Like I said, the pocket world is right there on top of it. And we can't pretend it's an unconnected, inaccessible place either, because, well, Fi says we can't leave until we defeat him. We do leave once we defeat him, and the idea that Demise would trap himself inside his little pocket world and then sit there for eternity after killing Link, well, hilarious, is a little bit dumb. The villain of this story is essentially a lesser god made of magic hate juice, so assuming he's just gonna follow the same rules of death as others is kind of silly. For example, Hylia literally dies on purpose in order to forever pass her soul onto mortals uniquely gifted with her powers. Pretending Demise couldn't possibly achieve even a similar level of moving around, storing, or prolonging life after death, despite being explicitly described as more resilient than Hylia, really does seem far-fetched, especially after we realize he may have been sealed below the earth before, slowly gaining enough power to break free over the course of potentially billions of years. The killing of the imprisoned with the Triforce also happens chronologically after Demise promises to return and haunt Zelda and Link and all of their predecessor. The reading of the timeline without any of the time travel is important because it explains why Link is having nightmares about awakening Demise, especially later on when he has nightmares of the imprisoned eating Zelda. That's because it's already happened. Demise knows who Link is, and in my opinion, is effectively threatening him with his return. His consciousness is finally escaping the seal, finally escaping the Master Sword, and he's getting ready to take his revenge. Fi awakening and calling out to Link is at the exact same time as Demise is haunting his dreams. It only makes sense, since her purpose was to appear and call to the hero when the time is right. The time would be pretty much right when Demise is escaping. All that said, I don't actually think this is a plot hole. A plot hole is something that is absolutely unexplainable, and in trying to explain, breaks the rules of the entire universe. I just don't think Demise's death is one of these things. While the reason he dies twice and whether or not it affects a timeline in one way or another is confusing, and a lot of people might think I'm stupid and totally wrong about my explanation, it's still an explanation that I can conclude from the things in the story that don't break the universe. There is, though, a plot hole that kind of completely contradicts how the closed loop works and everything proving it's a closed loop within the game, and it's the Master Sword. If we put it in the pedestal in the past, why do we not see it in the future for the entire game the way we see Zelda the whole game, even though she hasn't gone into the past yet to become a crystal in the past? It's clearly a case of the timeline splitting, right? This proves Demise's death does that. Well, unfortunately, no, this is actually a plot hole, and attempting to explain it does break everything else in the game, and it's gotta be chalked up to Nintendo not caring about how perfect the timeline looks because this is better for narrative reasons. Another example of the same type of thing happening is the Tree of Life in Nabooru the Dragon. Link goes to the past to plant the tree, and Groose reacts in the future to it being planted as if it just got there right before his eyes. You could maybe excuse this from Link's perspective, since he's the one who planted the tree and I guess changed the timeline. He could hold memories of what it was like both before and after the tree was planted. He's aware of two separate universes or whatever. But Groose has never interacted with the time portal at all by this point. He's never gone through it. There's absolutely no reason or explanation why he would be aware of the tree having not been there before he got there. For him, it's always been there now. The thing about this kind of puzzle is that if they were to put the tree there already, there would be no point for the puzzle. Why go back and plant the Tree of Life if the Tree of Life is already there? They could do something like the Song of Storms in Ocarina of Time, where you learn it in the future and that's how the well is drained, and then you get told that, and so you go back into the past when you need the well drained and you're the reason the song exists to begin with, and blah 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 blah. But the only reason that time loop can exist is because the player, in solving a puzzle, already has a separate reason to go to the past. They would have to build an entire new narrative line for you to follow for this to kind of make any sense at all as a gameplay mechanic. So what's a better way to do it? Just not put the tree there and make you figure it out that way. Does it break the universe a little bit? Sure, but it makes for a good game. And you might be thinking, well, if I saw the tree there, I would have realized I planted it because I had the seed. But you're also someone who clicked on a 6-hour Zelda timeline deep dive, so it's safe to assume you might be the kind of person looking for those kinds of puzzles. The average gamer is the kind of person who needs yellow paint on every surface in order to know what direction they're going in. The same can be said, of course, for Nabooru himself and how he appears as a skeleton even though, by time loop rules, he'd already be alive again. Everything to do with Nabooru and wisdom in the game is its own mini paradox, honestly, and the time stones as a concept absolutely do not help. The Master Sword follows the same rules as the tree does. It's simply not there until after you put it there when you beat Demise. In fact, the place where it goes, the pedestal, isn't there either, unlike the tree that does have a place you can see. So what is this game trying to say? Impa and Groose handcrafted a custom engraved stone and gold pedestal in the short time we were in battle? Likely not. Likely, Nintendo was just hiding the pedestal and the Master Sword for the same reasons they were hiding the tree. If you have played Legend of Zelda before, you would know what the Master Sword is. You'd recognize it. You'd know how it works. surface, your first question when you see it would be, hey, why can't I pick that up? If they tell you that you put it there in the past and still have to make it, that entirely spoils the time loop aspect of the second half of the game. Impa could just tell you that you can only wield it once you've earned the goddess's blessing. But then after we learn about time travel and manage to make our Master Sword, we're just waiting for the moment when we go back in time to leave it there, which would ruin the surprise twist where Girahim shows up to kidnap Zelda after she's awakened. The whole point is you're supposed to think that's the end of the game. Nobody's gonna think that's the end of the game if you had this big moment explaining the Master Sword that you have yet to put in a pedestal and you know that you do in the past. Maybe you could come up with a good way to excuse this from the player for both people who have and haven't played Zelda without spoiling the story. I would love to hear it. That sounds really fun. But Nintendo probably decided it's more work than it's worth. The tree, the Master Sword, and their behavior makes people feel like there's a really good case for the split timeline, a paradoxical timeline, and not a perfect loop. And they would be if they were the only examples of time travel loops in the game. Outside of those two cases, something left in the past doesn't just appear when you put it there like it's rewriting reality. Impa is seen with Zelda's bracelet since the very beginning of the game, showing that she has had it since it was given to her, despite Zelda from the present not going back to do so yet. Zelda can be seen in her crystal from the moment you land on their surface. She didn't just appear there after she goes to the past. Through the entire game, anything Zelda has yet to do is already affecting the present, because she will eventually go to the past to do them. It really sucks, especially in a theory video, to hear this is clearly for gameplay reasons or this is just for narrative reasons, but it's gonna have to be an explanation for certain things in all of the games. I can't justify a claim that the Master Sword suddenly appears after killing Demise, which means the timeline split, when Zelda giving Impa her bracelet is an example of something that only gets to happen after she was kidnapped and Demise is vanquished for a second time. That's a canon loop event that happens under the same circumstances. There's very few things in the game that I have to relent and say it's a narrative or gameplay tool, but it's always a little bit of a bummer when I do have to sigh and admit there's a detail that doesn't make any sense, especially because half the point is to fill as many of these plot holes as possible. Unfortunately, to consider certain things will cause issues that are impossible to properly resolve without simultaneously ripping holes in the rest of the game. So yeah, the game has some moments that kind of screw up the time travel rules a bit, but the key moments, again, like Zelda's crystal and Impa's bracelet, they work as a closed loop, so we're gonna surrender ourselves to a good story and ignore that one. With all that in mind, how Demise's death fits in the closed loop, and establishing despite the Master Sword being a huge plot hole, it's probably just there as an example of gameplay and storytelling caveats. I want to lay out the timeline of what happened in Skyward Sword in a proper chronological order. No mention of time travel, no adding anything new. I'm just stripping it down to bare bones so it's easier to understand how everything lines up into the loop now that I've established what I think was going on underneath the surface. Demise is born into the world somehow as the amalgamation of malice. He gains consciousness, making him a living, breathing manifestation of evil intention. The goddesses think this is not cool and seal Demise below the earth. After a couple of eons, Demise rises from the earth again through a fissure as a weakened form of himself. He brings death, destruction, chaos, despair, all of these things which give him power, and his true form is his once again. Demise learns of an all-powerful artifact given to Hylia by the goddesses, and he creates more monsters and launches a war against the surface in an effort to take it. Hylia, who doesn't want him and his monsters to scourge the earth and her people upon it, sends her people into the sky and creates a barrier for them in the clouds. Hylia then pulls together all of the surface races left and fight and defeat Demise. Hylia realizes the best she's capable of doing is only sealing away Demise in a weakened form once again. She's unable to fully destroy him due to his nature. Hylia is also far too weak. Even in his weakened form, he is capable of wreaking havoc, but she would die if they fought again. She knows it's only a matter of time before he realizes this and tries to escape, so this prompts her to create a plan to use the Triforce in the time she expects Demise to return. Very shortly after Hylia sacrifices herself and puts the final seal on Demise, Zelda uses a portal to entered the sacred grounds to reinforce the seal on Demise in the absence of Hylia. Zelda has all the knowledge and memories of the goddess before her death and retains some amount of her limited powers. Link arrives shortly after Zelda. She uses her powers to bless Link's sword that was left to him by Hylia, and then enters a stasis to uphold the seal that's on Demise right now. Link leaves. Immediately afterwards, a second Zelda appears through a portal again with Girahim due to her abduction. Link, the same Link, returns because he followed them through the portal, and Zelda's soul is consumed by Demise's sealed form, and he returns to his true form. Link defeats Demise, Fi seals Demise's consciousness away into the Master Sword, and his physical form dissipates into the arena they fought in. Zelda and Link leave, while Impa remains to watch over the crystallized Zelda and ensure that the consciousness of Demise doesn't escape the Master Sword too soon. Thousands of years pass. Impa kept Zelda and the Master Sword safe the whole time, but just like we learned before, Hylia, and therefore Zelda's, power is not strong enough to keep Demise sealed forever. Zelda and Link are born and grown to young adults in Skyloft. Demise escapes the Master Sword and begins to regain his consciousness in his imprisoned form. He's still limited in his power and limited in his ability to escape due to Zelda's crystallized presence in the sealed temple, giving the spike extra power. Demise, now aware of his situation as his consciousness reattaches to the remains left behind where he was bested, starts to torment and threaten Link through dreams, sending him nightmares about his plans to once again rise and consume Zelda to regain his form and take revenge. At the same time, Demise's awakening triggers Fi's awakening inside of the goddess statue, and Fi begins to call out to Link and Zelda in a response to Demise's awakening, as was planned by Hylia. Zelda is kidnapped in a tornado by Girahim. Link is guided by Fi to the Master Sword and told his own prophecy. Zelda is guided by Impa to visit Springs. Link goes on an adventure to prove himself as the hero and find the Triforce. Link uses the Triforce to once and for all destroy the form of Demise so that he may never return. Zelda wakes up from her crystal. Girahim attacks them and leaves with her through a portal. Moments later, everyone comes back again through the portal. The Master Sword is revealed, Impa disappears, Zelda and Link stay on the surface together. So either I cleared it up a lot for you, or I just made it really confusing. That's okay, it's kind of a confusing story. So why did I summarize the game twice in a row 2 different ways? For one, Skyward Sword is the most detailed explanation of how time travel, the Triforce, and Hylia and Zelda's abilities work in the entire series. All things reoccurring in the series, and the source of the most confusion. It's also meant to be, as per the creative team, the official and canon lore for every single game thereafter in the timeline. Everything in this game was written and created after the rest of the games we're going over, despite chronologically being first. That means that everything said and done in those games now should be re-examined through the framework of this game, down to little details and clarifications. So let's go over some things in this game that it establishes about the universe that we'll be calling back to regularly throughout the other games in order to connect them properly. The first thing I want to go over is the quote from Enuma that I might have said I'd include in the intro if I didn't rewrite the intro. During the E3 showing of Skyward Sword, Enuma very heavily implies that the curse at the end of Skyward Sword is what causes the events of Ocarina of Time. In an aside, I spent around 2 hours looking fruitlessly for the original interview where he said this, until eventually the Google AI got fed up with my searches and told me that the citation is impossible because it's from 1UP, which was bought out by UGO, and for some reason, UGO decided deleting exclusive interviews with the producer of one of the most beloved franchises in history was a really good idea. So the only way to find this quote is through other citations made by other people, the most recent of these citations being from the Zelda wiki for Demise. Man, I just hate corporate media, don't you? Those guys stink. Anyway, when he said why Ganondorf shows up, it's pretty clear he's telling us the exact origin story of Ganondorf in Ocarina of Time, which is the same Ganondorf in both Twilight Princess and Wind Waker. Come back to haunt the descendants of Zelda and the hero, as Demise said he would. This means that Ocarina of Time, Link, and Zelda are the descendants or the spiritual continuation of Link and Zelda from Skyward Sword. This also means that any explicitly stated lore about Zelda or Link in Ocarina of Time is equally as canon as Skyward Sword. So the leader of the sages, being the Sage of Time, being Zelda, being the holder of the Triforce of Wisdom, being Hylia, are all interconnected. That's the only extrapolation I'm going to do from a quote outside of actually inside the video games. So moving on, the second point, Zelda and the incarnations of Hylia don't actually have the memories or powers of the goddess by default. They're earned by praying at the springs of the three goddesses. This does not mean Zelda doesn't have any innate magical abilities. We can see she has some gifts of prophecy and she has some attunement to magic before this happens, but she has to pray to the goddess and get those prayers answered in order to have the memories and have the powers or whatever that she gets in Skyward Sword after she did that praying. Which again, the powers aren't really defined, but something to do with magic and something to do with sealing evil and something to do with time, considering Hylia made the time gates. Also, on the idea that Zelda had to pray and then get those prayers answered in order to get the memories, we can kind of assume that Zelda's technically not the only instance of Hylia in the world. She's the mortal vessel for her soul, sure, but Zelda's not the only thing giving Hylia's blessing. Her statues are doing that again in Skyward Sword already, but in later games, which we'll get to, there are statues of Hylia literally capable of talking to you and then giving you blessings all around the map. There's also the matter of Fi's notes that you get at all of these springs. Fi doesn't say she found them. She doesn't tell you they're stored in her memory and she's uncovered them. She just has them. She just says, I have a message. And she always gets started by saying that I'm guiding you from the edge of time. Well, who's outside of time giving us this guidance? Well, I'm guessing Hylia. I'm taking this to mean Hylia literally exists outside of time as a sort of omnipresence, delivering messages as appropriate through her statues at the springs in order to keep things on track. This is a huge assumption and it's just based on a dialogue pattern, so you might not agree with that. Though in later games, the statues do talk to you and they are operating within the power of the goddess, so she's gotta be out there in some type of way. The third major point we get from Skyward Sword is the hero doesn't need to be blood related to his previous counterparts in the same way Zelda is always a descendant of the first Zelda. In Demise's curse, or promise, or whatever you want to call it, he names the blood of the goddess, but the spirit of the hero. And sure, the hero can very well be a blood descendant of another, and there's an example that we'll go over, but the hero is just defined by someone being courageous enough to complete whatever challenge the goddess decides he must in order to defeat evil. It's also established that because of her ability to see the future or whatever, Hylia knows who the hero will be before he's born. Before any of the time loop happens while setting up her master plan, Hylia says she knew Link would exist at the time as Zelda did, and he would be willing to do anything to save her. That courage, that unbreakable spirit, is what made him worthy. The sentiment of Link being known as a child of destiny or hero chosen by the gods well before he goes on the quest is a repeated reveal in other games as well. So the dialogue confirms Link is pre-selected by Hylia and doesn't have to be a blood-related person, but you still need to complete trials in the game in order to get your weapon and get the Triforce, so what's going on with that? Well, the first 3 temples, just barely missing Zelda and all that, seem to be a way of goading Link into action. He entirely misses her the first time, the second time she leaves him and Impa reminds her what they've discussed, and then Impa insults him and essentially dares him to be a better hero. What they discussed, based on Zelda's explanation of Hylia using Link for his determination to save Zelda, was probably the fact that Zelda is not allowed to see Link until he's been convinced enough to go through with the task. I feel that these first 3 temples is just Hylia double-checking her work. In her defense, things need to go according to plan. If a lesser person is accessing the golden artifact, she's really doing a shit job of protecting the power, isn't she? I don't think it's that Link needs to prove he's worthy to Hylia. I think he needs to prove to the Triforce that he's the hero. Hylia knows he's intended to be there. In my opinion, he was worthy of her blessing the moment he dove through the clouds to save Zelda. As for the later trials and the creation of the Master Sword, you need the 3 other goddesses for that, and I'm assuming what gives the magic sealing away of evil power and the hero the ability to wield it are these blessings. They double, of course, as the goddesses' test for worthiness of the Triforce as well. A side note, also, to all of this, is I've seen a lot of people on Reddit point out the more accurate Japanese translation of Demise's curse curse is more him saying that the curse of his hatred and his grudges against them will follow them forever, not him literally, so he can't actually be Ganondorf or whatever. Well, I hate to break it to you, but the game itself literally says Demise is the physical formation of hatred and grudges. He is malice incarnate, the physical representation of wanting to harm somebody. He may not mean him in his current body, in current form, but he absolutely means him, and all he stands for will reappear to follow their predecessors with purpose. And if we want to be real pedantic like this and really take into account the context from the game in Japanese, can we not pretend Japanese lore and culture doesn't exist when we do that? There's a word for this, I can't pronounce it well, an onryo. It's a haunting spirit that is of someone who died with a large amount of hatred, jealousy, or a grudge. This is such a commonly understood and known part of Japanese spiritual lore. There's even a super famous movie about it, whose title directly translates to Curse Grudge. I would stand to say the implication would be considered obvious to the Japanese player, considering this is supernatural beings declaring they're explicitly going to have his grudge and hatred follow them. I'm gonna say the curse is supposed to work exactly as stated in the English translation, which, just so we're clear, was done by Nintendo's own localization team, who I'm fairly sure aren't just making frivolous translation mistakes on some of the most important lines in the entire series. That third point also leads directly into my fourth point, which is a very important point for the theory. When the Triforce symbol is introduced in the game, it shows the sections of it appearing on Link's hand before he actually locates or attempts to grab the Triforce. Each section is gotten by unlocking the related blessing of the 3 golden goddesses while creating the Master Sword. You can also see, when he gets them, the other 2 sections, both before and after they've been gotten. They're all on the hand, but not actually glowing. So we can gather that the appearance of the mark as just an outline means you have another blessing somewhere present. The mark fully appearing but neutral means you have the blessing but aren't using it. And when the mark is glowing, it means that corresponding goddess's blessing is active. We can also safely say that the mark on your hand just in general is only an indication of worthiness of the appearing section of the Triforce, not that you physically possess its piece. Zelda, acting as the direct continuation of Hylia's consciousness, tells Link the mark on his hand means 2 things. First, it means he's the chosen hero and has proven that, and secondly, it means that within him now dwells a sacred power. That sacred power cannot be referring to the Triforce yet because we haven't discovered it when she says this. It insinuates that the power we hold is separate from the artifact. The goddess's blessings are what's giving us that sacred power and the power we have to defeat Demise. We do defeat Demise with the Triforce, but afterwards, when we go back and we use the Master Sword to fully slay him, we are not using the Triforce. We do not have it. It is left in the present. That means, unless we're told in-game explicitly that Link is in physical possession of a piece of the artifact or the entire thing, we can assume the Triforce on his hand is only a showing of him being blessed or empowered by one of or all of the 3 golden goddesses. The fifth thing that I really want to talk about here is something I've already touched on a little bit, is Hylia being able to see the future, up to multiple thousands of years, if not more, into the future. Like I said before, Zelda apologizes to Link that he was the one used to become the hero, citing that Hylia knew he would never abandon Zelda. Something the game never answers is how in the hell did Hylia know that? She is dead at all points where Zelda and Link exist. Zelda might technically have the soul of Hylia, but she isn't actually Hylia, just the reincarnation. Her memories from Hylia stop at Hylia's point of death. She has to be able to see into the future in detail. More evidence, she not only left stones within the temple with specific instructions on how to get to each spring addressed to the hero, but Vi actually seems to have literal memories of future events. After Zelda runs away with Impa, Vi tells you that Impa's instructions to go back to the sacred temple in the sealed grounds aligns with her memories. Now, Vi speaks like a robot, so memory, when being used by her, seems to just mean something stored in her databanks, as she refers to generic information or prophecies as memories as well. That means she knew this would happen and is confirming to Link that everything is going according according to the plan she was told. This same scene is also important because Zelda assures Link within it they will definitely meet again, which means she also knows what is going to happen next, as per her awakened memories and Impa's instructions from Hylia. Even more evidence is Fi's previous note before you get to Lanayru, about how the Chosen One will pass through the Gate of Time. Zelda, who is one of the two Chosens, does in fact do that at Lanayru. She also specifies that Lanayru is a desert in Fi's note, which means either Hylia, again, is an omnipresent force aware of everything in the world, or Hylia, when she left Fi this note in the past, if that's how you want to read it, knew Lanayru will become a desert. Just based on the game's dialogue, the only thing in the entire timeline not exactly according to the plan Hylia made would be Girahim kidnapping Zelda and bringing her to the surface. But considering Link was meant to awaken as the hero literally at the exact same time, this is a non-issue that very well could have been foreseen by Hylia, and honestly, Impa, as an old woman, knows exactly where Zelda is going to land and retrieves her, so even this is probably just a lie meant to motivate Link. She says that Hylia was manipulating his feelings, so what's a better way to manipulate than stage a kidnapping? Earlier I said Hylia probably still exists as some kind of consciousness outside of reality the way we know it, alongside the other goddesses in the series. These messages, again, do start with how Link's being guided from outside of time or the edge of time. Demise does just fine existing separately from his soul during the first half of the game, and Zelda is literally robbed of hers temporarily, making a quick and full recovery. Hylia's consciousness being around and granting blessings and manipulating events alongside her soul also existing in Zelda is by no means a stretch based on the rest of the game. The fact that she designed such a complex, fragile time loop plan to begin with, as well as literally constructing gates of time, is enough support in my opinion for that interpretation. I have a small aside for this one too, and it's about the time that passes between the past and future. Most people accept it to be like 7,000 years, and I really mean it when I said everything I say will be supported somehow, so I'm gonna take nothing for granted and prove this one too, or at least prove it to myself and make you listen to me doing that. So let's try and make it convincing. Zelda herself says it's been thousands of years, as in plural, multiple thousands. At least 2,000. It's also been long enough for a desert to form from what used to be an oasis, what used to be a whole ocean, for a large part of the legends left for Skyloft to be forgotten, as well as for the people of Skyloft to entirely forget there's a surface altogether. Now, history can be lost pretty quickly. 2,000 years is more than reasonable for that to happen. A desert formation, though, takes significantly longer. The fastest desert we have on the books in the real world is the Sahara, and while you can't really put a stamp on exact dates for a desert oasis, a quick Google search tells me the full cycle is anywhere from 13 to 20,000 years. So let's cut that in half and be a little generous, with Lanayru being a fairly small area of land, and I think 7,000 is pretty much on the money. And if anything, it would have been longer than 7,000. So rather than extend this to a solid 10,000 years, I'm just gonna keep it 7,000 like most people already assume, and will refer to this time skip as the 7,000 year time skip for the rest of the video. The sixth thing I want to talk about that this game establishes for the universe is when you time travel through the Gate of Time in the Sacred Temple, you just travel as if through a physical space, a door, a gate. At the end of the game, the gate is destroyed, meaning this version of time travel is no longer possible for anyone outside of Hylia or Zelda when exercising goddess powers or time sage abilities, which we'll see later in the series. The only exception to this, as far as I know, being able to traverse the Sacred Realm. This is a place we'll cover in the next game, which seems to exist separate from our own reality and gives one character the ability to exit and enter over massive periods of time without them dying. The seventh thing I want to talk about is the game doesn't mention sages at all, but we do know that Hylia brought together all of the surface races and that she had people who worked with her to seal away Demise. We can deduce just from how every other game in the series more or less works with this, is the ones who helped her fight Demise and his minions were probably sages. Of course, again, this is not confirmed, but I am just going to assume, based on Hylia's propensity to have sages, that she did in fact have sages, or at the very least, people who were serving her and worshipping her and close enough to her from the other races to help her in this task. The eighth thing, and the final thing for this game, I promise, I know it's a lot, Hylia and Zelda, whatever you want to call her, at the end of the game is the one in full possession of the entire United Triforce. That was a lot, lot, but we want to try to remember these details and implied rules of the universe set up in Skyward Sword because it really reframes pretty much everything that happens in the games released before it that take place after it in the timeline. Speaking of timelines and what got us into this mess to begin with, we can move on to the second portion of the video. Some time ago, before the King of Hyrule unified this country, there was a fierce war in our world. One day, to escape from the fires of the war, a Hylian mother and her baby boy entered the Forbidden Forest. The mother was gravely injured. Her only choice was to entrust the child to the Deku Tree, the guardian spirit of the forest. The Deku Tree could sense that this was a child of destiny, whose fate would affect the entire world. So he took him into the forest, and after the mother passed away, the baby was raised as a Kokiri. And now, finally, the day of destiny has come. Ocarina of Time was a defining game for the Zelda series, touted as one of the best of all time by many, and for our purposes, it is the true start of one of the most convoluted scripts I've ever written. If you thought it was already confusing, it's about to get much, much worse. In the game Ocarina of Time, there's also time travel, hint, time being in the title. Fortunately for us, it's actually significantly less convoluted along the way than it was in Skyward Sword. I'm gonna summarize the game in the same way, and then we'll go back and reframe those key events that occur, taking into account the rules of the universe established in the last section, while once again simultaneously pointing out events that will be relevant in future games. Upon naming our character, we open with some dialogue from the aforementioned Great Deku Tree.
Each Kokiri has his or her own guardian fairy. However, there is one boy who does not have a fairy.
A young boy is sleeping restlessly. A nightmare of a young princess being chased out of her castle by a strange man in dark clothes. He points at the boy, who looks back up at him in horror.
Navi, where art thou? Come hither. Oh, Navi the fairy, listen to my words.
The Great Deku Tree calls out to Navi the fairy, explaining that great evil has invaded Hyrule, a great evil even he can't keep at bay. He instructs her to find the boy without a fairy, whose destiny it is to save Hyrule and to bring him back to the Deku Tree.
Fly, Navi, the fate of the forest, nay, the world depends upon thee.
We then get an adorable scene of Navi flying her way to the boy. Link, I'll be calling him Link for the sake of the narrative, even though in-game my name is Audie, is woken up in his little wooden house in the Kokiri Forest by Navi. As you probably guessed from what the Deku Tree said, Link, though he'd been raised as a child of the forest, never had a fairy like his peers.
Hello? Audie? Wake up! Can Hyrule's destiny really depend on such a lazy boy?
He is told by his visitor he's meant to go see the Deku Tree, a big yawn and a stretch, and we set off into the world. Just outside our house, we're met by our friend Saria, another one of the Kokiri.
Yahoo! Hi, Audie! Wow, a fairy? That's great news! I'm so happy for you. Now you're a true Kokiri.
The line is subtle, but this game spares no opportunities to shove in how Link does not fit in with the others. We're stopped pretty much immediately in our quest to get to the Deku Tree by this jerk named Mido.
Hey you, Mr. No Fairy. What's your business with the Great Deku Tree?
Everybody hates Mido, but if you ask around the village, he's considered a pretty brave and well-meaning person. He's just a bit of a huge jerk about it, is all. We stunt on him with our fancy new fairy and a personal invite.
What?
But he still won't let us pass without some gear. So after a little shenanigans and world building in order to get a sword and shield,
Good grief!
We meet the Deku tree.
Audie, welcome.
He explains to Link that the time has come to test his courage and instructs us to enter the Deku tree to defeat a curse put upon him. In doing so, he also is revealing that the evil that's invading Hyrule is what was causing Link's nightmares, citing that those sensitive to it will experience these dreams the most.
Dost thou have the courage enough to undertake this task?
Yeah, sure.
Then enter, brave Audie.
We enter as requested and do our thing. This temple mostly serves as tutorial. You get your first puzzle-solving item, there is very few enemies, and Navi interrupts you before you do literally anything to point out key environmental cues that serve as a guide to the player throughout the game.
You can open a door by standing in front of it.
Whoa.
We kill a spider, and we're teleported back outside.
Well done, Audie.
After we defeat the evil, we get a massive lore dump from the Deku tree.
Now, I have more to tell ye. Wouldst thou listen?
Okay.
He tells us that the curse was put upon him by an evil man from the desert who is searching for the Sacred Realm, which is the current resting place of the Triforce. He tells of the 3 golden goddesses, reciting the legend of how they created the earth and what each of them represents in practice.
Din, the goddess of power. Nabooru, the goddess of wisdom. Faron, the goddess of courage.
Din, power, made the earth. Nabooru, wisdom, put the laws of the earth in place. Faron, courage, created all life, which are meant to uphold the law. We already know about the Triforce from the last game, but now we have a bit more context on its point of origin and reason for existence, outside of simply being a gift for Hylia to watch over. The Deku tree tells us we can never let the man in black armor into the Sacred Realm, or anywhere near the Triforce at all for that matter, lest he bring about the apocalypse. Unfortunately, this is the last help we get from him.
Because of that curse, my end is nigh. Though your efforts were successful, I was doomed before you started.
The Deku tree gives us the spiritual stone of the forest, which was the item the evil man was after when he cursed him. Link is told to find the Princess of Destiny, and the Deku tree dies.
The future depends on thee, Audie. I entreat thee, Navi. Goodbye.
Goodbye, great Deku tree.
Mido, who mind you is still standing just outside, saw us walk into the Deku tree's mouth, teleport back out, and then witness the death of his deity.
Did the great Deku tree die? How could you do a thing like that?
Needless to say, he's still not a very big fan of us. On the way out, our friend Saria catches us leaving.
Oh, you're leaving. I knew that you would leave the forest someday, Audie. Because you are different. But that's okay, because we'll be friends forever. Won't we? I want you to have this ocarina. When you play, I hope you'll think of me and come back to visit.
Immediately, we're stopped again by a strange talking owl.
Hoot, Audie, look up here. Go straight this way and you'll see Hyrule Castle. You will meet a princess there.
The owl can be annoying, but apart from constantly switching what option is yes and what option is no on the menus, he's fairly helpful sometimes.
I'll see you around. Hoot, 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 ho.
And so we head to Hyrule Castle to find this princess everyone's talking about. Head through the gate, through Castletown, we get stopped by the owl again, and we wake up a guy with a chicken.
What in tarnation?
Then we go on a super sick stealth mission. There, we meet Princess Zelda in the castle, and we kind of scare the hell out of her because we sneak up on her from behind in her personal garden.
Who are you? Is that a fairy? Then you're from the forest? Then you wouldn't happen to have the spiritual stone of the forest, would you? Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it.
Just as I thought.
She reveals she's been having similar nightmares to Link, but they turned prophetic, showing her that he would emerge from the woods with his fairy and the spiritual stone. And of course, here we are, with the fairy and a magic green stone. Then she shares with us knowledge that's hidden away for many years by the royal family pertaining to the Triforce.
The legend goes like this. The three goddesses hid the Triforce somewhere in Hyrule. If someone with a righteous heart makes a wish, it will lead to a golden age. If someone with an evil mind has his wish, the world will be consumed by evil.
As the Deku Tree told us, the Triforce is hidden within the Sacred Realm. The Sacred Realm is hidden within the Temple of Time. The entrance to the Temple of Time is sealed once again behind a Door of Time, which requires 3 Spirit Stones and the royal artifact called the Ocarina of Time to open it. We only have 1 stone, but Zelda already holds the Ocarina, so the plan is pretty clear. Then, she tells us what she was doing here, spying. A man named Ganondorf, who she claims is what the evil in her nightmare represented, stands in the hall bowing to the king. He's the man from our nightmare as well. He spots us.
What happened? Did he see you? Don't worry.
But Zelda says not to worry, since he can't know what we're possibly planning. She feels her dreams are a prophecy telling her that Ganondorf is after the Triforce, and her and Link must be the ones to protect it. Our plan is to open the door, and then use the Triforce to defeat Ganondorf before he's able to use it for evil. Zelda says her father refuses to accept her dreams were prophecy, because he decided she's lying, I guess? I don't know. Turns out we're her last hope. She repeats just how super evil, bad, nasty she believes Ganondorf is, and then urges us to collect the other 2 stones for her.
Audie, now we are the only ones who can protect Hyrule.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're given her letter for plot progression purposes, and are sent on our way. But on the way out, we meet Impa,
Everything is as the princess foretold.
who teaches us a secret and magical song passed down by the royal family she's been using as Zelda's lullaby.
There is mysterious power in these notes.
Seems easy enough, I'm sure we'll remember that all game. Totally nailed that. Link is sent off with a letter from Zelda to help him get around the kingdom and a quest to find the other 2 spiritual stones and open the Door of Time. Our first location is Death Mountain, home to the Gorons.
Alright, we're counting on you.
Ignore the fancy shield I got along the way there. The letter we got from Zelda comes in handy here, since otherwise the guard won't let you pass. Just show him the note from the princess, and he's convinced.
Oh, this is surely Princess Zelda's handwriting.
Well, he's almost convinced.
Okay, you can go. Just be careful, Mr. Hero.
We meet Darunia, who is really grumpy.
Hey, what the heck? Who are you? This is a Goron problem. We don't need any help from strangers.
The solution to his grumpiness is to go and see Saria back in the woods. Navi will ping you constantly asking if you think we should visit her over and over and over again until you take this hint. And considering there's literally no other hint for this, it's one of those moments where you learn to appreciate Navi despite how annoying she can be. Since we have to go over in that direction anyway, I took this time to also get a lot of side stuff out of the way you have to do for main quests later, like getting the horse, since I'm a pro gamer and I've beaten the game before. You'll also notice in my footage, anytime you do anything of note, you can see the giant owl shown on screen stalking you. We go and see Saria, she's hiding in the Lost Woods, which are pretty easy to not get lost in if you know the trick. The owl once again interrupts your adventures, but this time for good reason, since, you know, he's the one who teaches you that trick. We find Saria sitting on a stump, playing her own ocarina, very similar to the one she gave us.
I've been waiting for you, Audie. This is the Sacred Forest Meadow. It's my secret place. I feel this place will be very important for both of us someday.
She teaches us her song, which allows you to play it and have a conversation with her at any time. I pretty much never do this, but it's very cute and sweet if you ever try it. Go back to Darunia, forget the song a few times. After epically jogging your pro gamer memory, play it correctly for him, and he can't help but feel the beat.
Oh! Ooh, hot! What a hot beat! Whoa! Yeah! Yahoo! Hey, what a nice tune!
That was a bit of a weird moment. Also, my camera broke and I'm just staring at Link, but I promise Darunia is still there while he explains that he has the stone we're looking for. But not so easily. In order to get it from him, we gotta fix the Gorons' problem. What's the Gorons' problem, you ask? You have to talk to all of them to really figure it out, but basically, Gorons eat rocks, and because they have this cave they found that has really good rocks in it, their sensibilities are too, well, sensitive, and they can't seem to stomach just any old regular rock anymore. This big lizard you see me fighting has been terrorizing the Gorons, keeping them from entering the cave, and the low nutritional value of what's available to them is slowly starving them to death. So we beat up this big lizard, and get our thanks and are told that Ganondorf actually was the guy who originally blocked the cave and filled it with monsters. Ganondorf seems to have already known the location and holders of all of these spiritual stones. That's pretty ominous, so I thought Zelda said he couldn't possibly know what we were planning. It's fine though, because we get the stone ourselves for our good deeds, and the Gorons attempt to hug Link to death, and we run away in terror. Next stop, Zora River. Again, we get some commentary from the owl.
Hoo-hoo! Looks like you're getting bigger and stronger already, Audie.
Who tells us how to get into Zora's domain. You're meant to play Zelda's Lullaby in front of this waterfall. It's pretty simple. Going into Zora's domain, there's a few things you can do, but what we're concerned about is the King Zora and his problem.
Oh my dear sweet Princess Ruto. I'm so worried.
His little girl is missing. You have to go get a special item, and then you're able to swim through the passage in Zora's domain into Lake Hylia. Here, we'll find an empty bottle. But, hey wait, this bottle isn't empty!
Huh? It looks like there's something already inside this bottle. It's a letter.
Help me! I'm waiting for you inside Lord Jabu's belly!
What a weirdly informal letter for a princess, and also very weird for it to be all the way out here instead of Zora's domain where she would be. We go and show it to her dad.
Oh, this letter. Let's see. She's inside Jabu. Our guardian god would never eat my dear princess.
And he says that since Ganondorf came around, Jabu hasn't been acting himself lately. So he moves aside so that we can get into Jabu. This is undeniably peak male physique. We enter Jabu Jabu by feeding him fish. Side note, maybe it's just me, but the inside of Jabu Jabu's mouth has always absolutely terrified me. It's just horrifying visuals, really. Deeper in the dungeon we find Princess Ruto. She seems surprised that we're here.
Letter in a bottle? I have no idea what you're talking about.
She's indignant about her father sending us to save her, and then she turns around and falls down a hole.
Oh no!
Going in after her, she repeats that Jabu Jabu has been really weird lately, and also he stole her precious stone. If you pester her enough, she comes with you.
You're that worried about me? Then I give you the honor of carrying me.
And this is how you have to traverse pretty much the whole dungeon. We beat the boss. Leaving out the magic teleporter with Ruto, she puts the moves on us pretty much immediately.
What do you wish? Just tell me.
I want that spear stone.
The stone is some kind of Zora's marriage thing? I don't know, but she does give it to us, whatever that means. That's 3 stones of 3. Returning to Hyrule Castle, we relive our nightmare in real time.
Ah! I lost her! You. Over there! Kid! You must have seen the white horse. Which way did it go? Answer me! So, you think you can protect them. You've got guts, kid. You want a piece of me? Very funny. I like your attitude. Pathetic fool. Do you realize who you're dealing with? I am Ganondorf, and soon I will rule the world!
Ganondorf has attacked, killing most of the royal family, and is trying to hunt down Zelda in pursuit of the Ocarina of Time. As the princess passes by with Impa, she tosses the ocarina into the castle moat for Link to retrieve and fled for her life. Well, shit. The plan might have hit a little snag here, I think. When picking up the ocarina, Link receives a vision from Zelda.
Audie, can you hear me? It's me.
She tells him that she just couldn't wait for him any longer, and in the vision, she teaches Link the Song of Time, which opens the Door of Time, which opens the Sacred Realm. We're still sticking to the plan, even if Zelda isn't around to help us anymore. If you go around back of Castletown before entering the Temple of Time at this point, you can find this guard, who is apparently looking for you.
I've finally met you. I have something to tell you. Ganondorf betrayed our king. I tried to stop Ganondorf's men, but the princess was waiting for a boy from the forest. Hurry to the Temple of Time.
He's not moving anymore. Well, that was the confirmation that Ganondorf has in fact murdered the rest of the royal family, I guess. What a dark and foreboding Easter egg to put in this children's game. Doing what was asked of us, we enter the Temple of Time, put the stones in the altar, and play the song Zelda telepathically sent us with the Ocarina. The door opens and reveals the Master Sword! Well, heck, that's sure to come in handy. Let's go grab it! Oh, shit.
Excellent work. As I thought. You held the keys. You have led me to the sacred realm. I owe it all to you, kid.
A twist of fate. Ganondorf has been watching you the entire time, waiting for his chance. Damn!
Audie. Wake up, Audie, the chosen one.
We reawaken in a strange place and receive exposition from some old guy.
I am Rauru, one of the ancient sages. Ages ago, we ancient sages built the Temple of Time to protect the entrance to the sacred realm. This is the Chamber of Sages inside the Light Temple, situated in the center of the sacred realm. This temple is the last stronghold against Ganondorf's evil forces. The Master Sword that you pulled off the pedestal of time was the final key. Audie, don't be alarmed. Look at yourself.
Look, Audie, you're big now. You've grown up.
Holy shit, we've become a grown man. The old guy continues to tell us that the Master Sword was used in the creation of the temple as the final key to the sacred realm long ago, and in however way it was done, the sword could only be pulled from the pedestal by the Hero of Time. Link, though the hero, was too young at the time to complete his role in the prophecies or whatever the heck is going on here. So, our spirit was sealed away for 7 years while our body grew, and now, as an adult, we are fully ready to fulfill our destiny. Unfortunately, there's still the problem that Ganondorf managed to enter the realm behind Link. He got the Triforce and used its power to turn Hyrule into an evil kingdom, which has also started spreading through other regions and the rest of the world. Rauru has one last hope though, the Chamber of Sages. The chamber in which you currently reside has 7 seals, one for each of the 7 sages needed to once again seal away the evil Ganondorf has summoned. Rauru grants his Sage's Medallion, and so our quest to save the world from evil truly begins.
Find the other sages and save Hyrule. Oh.
Before even leaving the temple, we get interrupted again by a strange masked figure in Sheik garb.
I've been waiting for you, Hero of Time.
Sheik recites the legend of the sages and how they'll come to be when evil rules over the land. Each sage currently resides in a temple, and those temples need to be beaten in order to awaken the sages.
One in a deep forest, one on a high mountain, one under a vast lake, one within the House of the Dead, one inside a goddess of the sand. This is the legend of the temples passed down by my people. I am Sheik, survivor of the Sheikas.
Sheik is going to serve as our guide for most of the second half of the game, generally telling us where the temples are and what we need to do. So, in order to gather the 7 sages for Rauru, we must complete these temples. We're told very plainly that the first place to go is the forest, and that a girl we know is the sage. So, it's gotta be Saria. Wow, that was like so easy. I'm kind of a genius, aren't I? First, we have to go to Kakariko and get a hook shot. Just pretend you watched me accomplish that. On the way to where Saria was in the past, where we're hoping to find her in the future, we're stopped again by Mido.
I promised Saria I would never let anybody go through here.
We forget Saria's song maybe for 5, 6 times.
That melody! Saria plays that song all the time.
And then he'll finally let us through. Every time you arrive at a new temple, Sheik will appear out of nowhere and tell us some deep poetic proverb, using a golden harp to teach us the song that allows us to return to the entrance of the temples.
The flow of time is always cruel. Its speed seems different for each person, but no one can change it. In order to come back here again, play the minuet of Forest.
In many of these scenes, the strange owl we saw as a child is shown still watching us, even as an adult 7 years later. Then, Sheik will do a super cool ninja exit before we can ask any questions.
Audie, I'll see you again.
We beat the temple boss, which is Phantom Ganon, a phantom version of Ganon. Pretty crazy. Then Saria reveals herself as the sage, something we pretty much already figured out.
Thank you. Because of you, I could awaken as a sage. I always believed that you would come, because I know you.
She and all the sages, awaken after her, are meant to stay in the Temple of Light until the time comes to seal away Ganondorf. We get our medallion, and we move on. This is also when we meet the Deku tree Sprout, the one who will grow into the new Deku tree.
Hi there, I'm the Deku tree Sprout. Because you and Saria broke the curse in the temple, I can grow big and strong. Thanks a lot.
From him, we hear of our character's true origins as a Hylian brought to the forest by civil war. The story he tells is the narration that I had read at the beginning of this.
Now, Audie, break the curses on all the temples and return peace to Hyrule.
We then move on to the Fire Temple, back at Death Mountain. Again, we get some deep introspective lines from Sheik, a song, and a sick ninja exit. Inside Death Mountain, we re-encounter Darunia.
Who's there? Is that you, Audie? Oh, you've grown so big since the last time I've seen you.
Who ends up being the Sage of Fire. This temple involves freeing Gorons and a sick hammer that we used to beat up a dragon. Visiting Zora's domain, everything is iced up now. We go through this area and find some snazzy boots before being jump scared by Sheik. He tells us the only Zora that was capable of being saved from Ganondorf's freezing of their home was the princess. So Sheik had taken Princess Ruto, and Ruto has gone to the Water Temple, which is in Lake Hylia. Just to be nice though, we should unfreeze King Zora first.
Oh, I've come back to life.
What a silly dude. When we get to Lake Hylia, it's not very lake-like. It's pretty dry here, actually. Inside the temple, we once again meet with Princess Ruto, who is at this point very obviously the Sage of Water.
Are you, if I'm right, Audie?
I'm pretty much skipping over all the temples at this point, but even though the Water Temple in this game is the most frustrating thing ever, it does have one of the most iconic mini-bosses of all time. In one room is this big infinite space. You turn around and suddenly there's a guy there. It's so creepy, and then you realize it's an exact shadow copy of yourself. So cool, so fun, he mirrors all your moves, and you can beat him just by spamming Din's Fire over and over again with the full magic bar. The Water Temple's actual boss is much lamer, but it does have a super cool cinematic attack. Then we get our heartfelt goodbye and Ruto's medallion, where for some reason she gives Sheik all of the credit for saving her.
If you see Sheik, give him my thanks, okay?
And Sheik extremely unfairly gives her equal credit for saving Lake Hylia when it was very obviously all us. Then he makes his most extra ninja getaway yet. It's arguable if the high dive was really necessary. Next stop is the Shadow Temple, which is inside Kakariko Village. Does it seem a little hotter here to you? No? Just me? Here we meet Sheik again. Both Link and Sheik are attacked by an invisible spirit that exists within the well in the center of the village. This evil was once sealed away by Princess Zelda's aide, Impa, and we're told by Sheik that Impa is in fact one of the sages who will be awakened, and that she's right now inside the Shadow Temple attempting to reseal that spirit. This is when we see our first real instance of time travel. If you try to go to the temple with the song right away, it doesn't work out. There's trick walls, impossible puzzles, and unless you've memorized the whole thing, it's not happening. To progress, we have to now head back to the Temple of Time and return to ourselves as a child. We'll meet Sheik again, where they explain how it works. Unlike in Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time is not a whole and perfect loop, but rather contains its own collection of smaller time loops as you travel back in time to set things in motion for you to take advantage of in the future. Certain puzzles require you to go back into the past and change something for yourself, akin to the Tree of Life in Skyward Sword, while others are a matter of seeing the future that's already happening and then going back in time to ensure it happened. Either way, the timeline is set in stone in the same way it is in Skyward Sword for all major and required events. The way the actual time travel works in this game is not walking through a portal or gate, but rather returning the Master Sword to the pedestal. When you do so, you're transported back into your childhood body, and therefore the time just after you originally pulled the sword. We're told that as long as we're in possession of both the Ocarina of Time and the Master Sword, we'll be able to pull and replace it in order to travel through time as needed. Using this ability, we defeat the scariest monster of all time and then collect an item needed to see the evil spirits inside the Shadow Temple. The child version of the Shadow Temple is in the well, and actually, once you get to the point where you get that item you need, you can just leave. There's actually nothing to make you do the entire thing. The item we get lets us see through certain walls and containers, and also see invisible things. Here's an example of how it works, which is me cheating at gambling, like a true hero. We travel back to the future to defeat the monster in the Shadow Temple and awaken Impa. And by defeat, I mean I try to beat Bongo Bongo with no fairies and no practice and immediately get disoriented and lose within 30 seconds. But it's okay, because I won round 2.
The boy with the noble Zelda's ocarina. As I expected, you have come.
Impa tells us here that Ganondorf was indeed after the Ocarina of Time when he attacked the castle.
There is nothing to worry about. The princess is safe now.
Well, at least we can cross potentially having to rescue the princess off our list for this game.
Please look out for the princess.
Wait, but I thought... whatever. Next stop is Gerudo Valley, the Spirit Temple. After we arrive, the temple tells us through the stone signs that we need to return as a child. Sheik will show up to let us know the exact same thing just in case we don't know how to read. The owl is also much more obvious this time while watching us. Coming back as a child, you meet Nabooru, a thief who isn't very fond of Ganondorf due to his vast capacity for evil.
I haven't seen you around, kid. What do you want?
Nothing really.
You wouldn't happen to be one of Ganondorf's followers, would you?
I hate Ganondorf.
She asks us to get to a treasure for her that will allow her to sneak into Ganondorf's lair in the Spirit Temple and steal all his shit. She says if we do, she'll give us something good. Sick! I bet it's gonna be Legos. We agree. Here, we'll face the iconic enemy, the Dark Nut, hilariously named. He looks scary, but since you're so small and an agile little boy, you can kinda just smack the shit out of him. While retrieving the treasure, we once again meet the owl.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Surprised to see me?
He laments a little bit about how he thought the tales of a boy moving through time were only a legend. And then he lets you know that you have fully matured as an adult, despite you currently being a child. He tells you how to beat the boss, and then he dips.
I will continue to watch you.
Hey, where are you taking me?
Nabooru gets kidnapped by witches just as we grab the treasure.
Ah! Let me go! Audie, get out of here, now!
This honestly kind of sucks because she was innocent. She only knew us as a little kid, and the last thing she tried to do before being taken away by Ganondorf's lackeys was warn us. Back into the future to complete the temple, the treasure Nabooru wanted us to get lets us move this big rock and get into the temple just as she had planned. At the very end of the temple, we finally find and rescue, or try to rescue, Nabooru.
Where am I?
Well, looks like she's back to normal, Kome.
Even after 7 years, she seems to be okay, as she wasn't just killed, but brainwashed into fighting on behalf of Ganondorf. Well, now we know who the boss is. This one isn't really hard, it just involves a lot of waiting and orienting yourself properly. For some reason, during the second half of the fight...
Okay, let's get serious, Kotake. Okay, Kome. Kotake and Kome's double dynamite attack!
They decide to become sexy? I don't know. After defeating the Twitches, we get a moment of comedic relief.
Shoot, what a fresh kid. This time, we'll get serious. What? Hey, Kome, what's that above your head? I don't know, but you have one over your head too. But I'm only 400 years old, and I'm only 380. We're twins. Don't lie about your age. I'll come back to haunt you!
Then we discover, unsurprisingly, Nabooru is the Sage of Spirit.
If only I knew you'd become such a handsome man. I should have kept my promise.
Audie, the hero! Finally, all of us, the 6 sages, have awakened! The time for the final showdown has come! Before that, though, meet the one that is waiting for you at the Temple of Time.
Okay, easy enough. Let's play the Song of Time.
I have been waiting for you, Audie. Audie, the hero of time. You have overcome many hardships, and now you have a final challenge. Before that, I have things I want to tell you. Another legend passed down by the Sheikah.
The resting place of the sacred triangle is a mirror that reflects the heart. If an evil heart enters it, it will fill with evil. If a pure heart enters, it becomes paradise. The Triforce is a balance of wisdom, power, and courage. If the one who holds it has a balance of all these things, they gain the true force to govern all with. But if one is not in balance, it separates. The part that remains with who touched it is the part they most believe in. The other two parts will be held within those chosen by destiny, those who will bear the mark of the Triforce on the back of their hand.
7 years ago, Ganondorf used the door you opened to enter the Sacred Realm. When he laid his hands on it, the legend came true. The Triforce separated into 3 parts. Only the Triforce of Power remained with him. The one who holds the Triforce of Courage is you, Audie. And the one who holds the Triforce of Wisdom is the 7th Sage, destined to lead the other sages. It is I, the Princess of Hyrule, Zelda.
Wait a second, Sheik is Princess Zelda? Who could have seen that coming? She's been hiding as Sheik this whole time in disguise to keep Ganondorf from finding her. We get another flashback of Zelda running away with Impa, and she explains that her intentions were only that the person who held the Ocarina would be able to enter the Sacred Realm, not realizing that once the Master Sword was pulled, the door was now open to anyone, including Ganondorf. Then, she calls it an unfortunate coincidence, which, I mean, sure, but I'd actually just call it a dumb mistake. Dramatic irony, maybe? It really sounds like she's trying to shift the blame here with that phrasing. Anyway, she plans to have the 6 sages you collected lure Ganondorf into the Sacred Realm and then contain him. And then, she'll seal the entrance to it from the outside and ensure he can never escape. She gives Link arrows of light, which she says is a weapon meant to be given to the chosen ones.
That rumbling, it can't be.
Princess Zelda, you foolish traitor. I commend you for avoiding my pursuit for 7 long years. But you let your guard down. I knew you'd appear if I let this kid wander around. My only mistake was underestimating the power of this kid. No, it wasn't the kid's power I misjudged. It was the Triforce of Courage. But with the Triforce that Zelda has, when I obtain these 2 Triforces, then I will become the true ruler of the world. If you want to rescue Zelda, come to my castle.
Well, shit. I guess I can't say Impa didn't foreshadow this. As you head to the castle to try and rescue Zelda, something we were promised we wouldn't have to do, Rauru speaks to you inside your head. Him and the sages will aid you in breaking down the evil barriers that keep you from Zelda, and they build you a magic rainbow bridge to get inside. I like how Link tests it with his foot a little bit before you get to go. Using the arrows of light, you one by one dismantle the castle's defenses so that the sages may remove the barriers keeping them from using their powers.
The shadow barrier's dispelled. Please save the princess.
Rinse and repeat 5 more times. Finally, we reach Ganondorf, who is playing a sick-ass tune on his church organ. Above him sits Zelda, suspended inside of a magic dark crystal, scared but alive. Suddenly, the Triforce begins to glow, and Ganondorf explains that this is them preparing to combine back into one.
The Triforce parts are resonating. They are combining into one again. The 2 parts I could not capture on that day years ago. I didn't expect them to be hidden within you two. These toys are too much for you. I command you return them to me.
Audie! I can't help you because of the waves of darkness. I'm sorry, Audie.
He disables Navi and our ability to target as the battle begins. The best way you can log a Ganondorf here is to deflect the magic with a tiny glass bottle before whipping him with some epic spin moves. I don't do this because I'm bad at the game. Once he's properly demoralized, he brings down the house.
The great evil King Ganondorf, beaten by this kid.
Cool, we win! Well, that was... Wait, he's not getting up, is he? He's not? Okay, good. Well, that was pretty easy. Zelda tells us he died because he tried to go a little too sicko mode, but he's immortal and not chosen like the gods like we are, so he just couldn't handle the heat. I guess there really wasn't any need for that whole Sacred Realm plan, huh? Probably could have just pissed him off enough to Alt F4 as a kid, to be honest.
Ganondorf. Pitiful man. Without a strong, righteous mind, he couldn't control the power of the gods.
Unfortunately, the heat he failed to bring did literally start to bring down the house, as I said, and we have to make a great escape.
Audie, listen. This tower will collapse soon. With his last breath, Ganondorf is trying to crush us in the ruins. We need to hurry. Follow me. It's over. It's finally over.
We make it out, but there's a strange noise coming from the rubble. It's Bro, and he's back. And he's dropped the title and the suffix. Now he's just Ganon. And he morphs into some freak-ass monster guy with 2 swords. Then he knocks our sword out of a ring of fire. This dude has the literal Triforce of power, and he still has to nerf us to give himself a chance.
There's no way he's gonna hold me back again.
You tell him, Navi. Anyway, we can just beat his ass with our other weapons until he lets down his fire, and then we grab the Sword of Destiny and really beat his ass.
Audie, the Master Sword is here.
Once he's down, Zelda comes out of nowhere blasting, and she holds him still while we deliver the final extremely epic blow.
I'm using my power to hold the evil king. Use your sword and deliver the final blow. Six sages, now!
Ancient creators of Hyrule! Now open the sealed door and send the evil incarnation back into the void of the evil realm.
The sages appear, and it turns out the plan to seal him was a good idea after all.
You. Curse you, Zelda. Curse you, sages. Curse you, Artie. Someday, when this seal is broken, that is when I will exterminate your descendants. As long as the Triforce of Power is in my hand.
Zelda laments her mistake of allowing Ganondorf to enter the Sacred Realm while celebrating the fact that he's at least finally sealed away now.
All the tragedy that has befallen Hyrule was my doing.
Her guilt for involving Link, who was also just a child, consumes her. She tells him he must lay down the Master Sword to rest once more and seal the Door of Time forever.
Audie, give the Ocarina to me.
If he gives her the Ocarina of Time, as the Sage of Time, she can use it to transport Link back to his child form once again. She states what sounds like another one of her prophecies.
When peace returns to Hyrule, it will be time for us to say goodbye. Now go home, Audie. Regain your lost time. Home, where you're supposed to be. The way you're supposed to be.
One more time playing Zelda's lullaby, and Link disappears into the sky.
Thank you, Audie. Goodbye.
We get our credits, which show the aftermath of a healing world as the sages travel across the land. We get some details here that aren't important until the end of the video really, but they are important nonetheless. Firstly, all of the Kokiri are seen outside of the woods celebrating, and they're totally fine. Second, the celebrations we're seeing are after adult Link defeats Ganondorf, not only because we're shown the Deku Sprout, but because Malon is shown in her adult body in the celebrations. Keeping all that in mind, we also get an end credit scene. Link appears standing in front of the unpulled Master Sword. Without a word, Navi drifts off through the open window. Link takes his leave, and we get an official, presented by Nintendo, ending screen for the game. Before we get a second, alternative after-credits scene, approaching a childhood Zelda in the same place she was when they first met. Freeze frame, game over. Now let's rewind. The The goal with this game is to essentially redefine what happened at the supposed split in the timeline by using our newfound base rules of the universe established through Skyward Sword. Ocarina of Time opens with Link getting nightmares of Zelda being chased away from the castle by Ganondorf. We aren't told exactly who is giving him these visions, and while in Skyward Sword it was pretty easy to just say it's either Demise threatening him or Hylia warning him with the future, the Deku Tree does tell us that it's simply due to Link being sensitive to evil, and that kind of makes it much easier to lean towards it being some blanket precognition he possesses due to his destiny or whatever. Essentially, Hylia is giving him these visions. We can assume at the time Link started getting the nightmares is around the time the Deku Tree had become cursed. Every character who cites having these nightmares are all experiencing some form of precognition as well, supporting the idea that these are explicitly warnings for what is to come, rather than some kind of Lovecraftian artist's Cthulhu type sensitivity to evil. The Deku Tree's scrub pretty clearly tells Link that he knew he was a child of destiny upon Link's first arrival at the forest, and when the Deku Tree himself is talking to Link, he says the time has come to test your courage. And I do take this to mean that the Deku Tree didn't vaguely know Link was someone important, but rather he knew exactly who he was and the purpose he was meant to serve as the hero of time or a chosen hero. He has a temple inside of himself, literally meant to test the courage of the hero, it seems, and after you're done he gives you the Spirit Stone, which is meant only to be given to those chosen by the goddesses or trusted by the goddesses. These stones, as we learn from Rauru later, were given to the deities of each region thousands of years ago at the time of the door's initial sealing, which is when the Master Sword was put away only to be wielded again by the Hero of Time. While I don't think the Deku Tree was privy to every event and how it would all unfold, I do think he generally knew what was meant to happen, when and how the hero would arrive, and that he would be left in the Deku Tree's care. The Deku Tree also seems to know what the signs would be to know when the hero was meant to be called upon, when evil would invade and what it would look like. We also, again, have Rauru, who comes to find Link as he exits the forest in the form of an owl. Rauru clearly knows who Link is and where he is, because he's been watching him. Due to the nature of the Master Sword and Link being stored there and blah blah blah, I think in some way the Sacred Realm exists parallel to time rather than being affected by time, which is how Rauru is maintaining his immortality or whatever. I don't think that just being in the Sacred Realm gives you the ability to see the future though, which means Rauru knew who and when the Hero of Time would be appearing to save Hyrule, which means he knew when to exit the Sacred Realm to look for him. Moving forward in the story, when we first meet Zelda, she discusses with us how she's been having symbolic dreams about things to come. This, I feel, is not Zelda actually seeing the future herself, but is Hylia or the goddesses giving her visions in order to keep the plans that they've laid on track. Zelda knows Link will exit the forest with a stone, and because Hyrule is only a day's walk away from the Kokiri forest, and Impa describing the princess foretelling these events and also preparing for them beforehand, she didn't have this dream after the fact of him leaving, but likely weeks before his journey even began. So what does this all mean? Well, someone had to have told the Deku Tree and Rauru thousands of years ago, all the way back when the Triforce had been sealed, everything that was going to happen. When the hero would arrive, how he would arrive, when he would come of age, what evil would look like when invades, who the evil would be. Everything. Everything has to have been told beforehand or none of this would be possible. And even though Hylia has long been since reincarnated multiple times through her bloodline, there is still some kind of time future knowing power going on here with Zelda's dreams. In the game, later on, Zelda is revealed to be the Sage of Time. The origins of the sages aren't really clear in the series at all. We're kind of just told that they did exist at some point, then we don't know when this happened. But in Skyward Sword, we kind of have a little proof of their existence in the fact that Hylia had members of the surface races she knew were powerful enough to help her defeat Demise, and that she led them. And we know that Zelda, the descendant of Hylia, who has time powers and created Gates of Time, is the Sage of Time and leads the sages. So Rauru is alone in the Chamber of Sages, but all the other sage elements are there pre-existing. Their medallions, we assume, are also pre-existing. So the sages only awaken when they're needed, and they're pre-chosen in the distant past by Hylia for the job they'll need to do in the future. They're chosen the same way the hero is pre-chosen. We also know, because Rauru is there, whatever caused the Triforce to need to be sealed in the first place happened at a time where there were 7 sages. We also know that consistently the Sage of Time is meant to lead the sages, and that Zelda or Hylia will always be the Sage of Time, assumedly. So, at the time of the sealing of the Triforce, there was an incarnation of Hylia who existed awakened as Hylia and was acting as a sage, possessing the full Triforce. This would explain how everyone knows everything about Link before it happens. It would explain why everything is set up specifically for him to enter the Sacred Realm when he does, and it would also explain how the Ocarina of Time came into existence to begin with. Knowing all of these things really just answers every question you could possibly have, in my opinion, about the story and what's going on. And the game really just tells you straight up that it's a fact when you talk to Rauru the first time. You don't even really have to dig deep or make many assumptions. So all the consistency with Skyward Sword we really needed is there. The hero is predetermined thousands of years before his birth, and Zelda herself is a vessel for Hylia and her precognition powers. Also, the return of evil is seemingly very predictable, as well as the sages existing in general for a very long time. Again, we don't see them in Skyward Sword or even hear of them, but we know that they're just seemingly a normal thing by the time the Triforce was sealed, and we do know that Hylia has had people follow her to do her bidding for a long time, and even if they weren't called sages, we can assume that something sage-like existed before Skyward Sword happened. Again, we know from our unfortunately lost media quote that Ocarina of Time's plot is directly because of the events of Skyward Sword, which solidifies Ganondorf as either a reincarnation or a vessel for Demise. We also know that somehow Ganondorf has knowledge of the Ocarina of Time, who holds it, the royal family's connection to the spiritual stones, where the stones are, how to open the Temple of Time, and that the true location of the Triforce is within the Temple of Time, which can only be opened by the hero. Knowledge like that, we can only assume, was unknown to most people. We're given a little bit of backstory from Zelda that the Gerudo aren't necessarily on good terms with the royal family by any means at the start of the game. So how did he get close enough to them to get this knowledge? It's really odd. The only other peoples we think maybe might know of these legends are the Sheikah, but the Sheikah are royal servants and have been for thousands and thousands of years themselves. And why would Impa, one of the last Sheikah, betray Zelda and the royal family by going and telling Ganondorf this? Does this prove that he's connected directly to Demise, or is literally him coming back to life somehow? Not exactly, but it does hold some kind of evidence that Ganondorf's plan to take over Hyrule certainly didn't start recently, or at the very least, he's getting intimate knowledge like this from somewhere that he can't have normal access to. We can't really answer these questions right now, so we'll move on. Something Zelda also confirms for us from Skyward Sword through her choice of words in Ocarina of Time is the idea that the Triforce on your hand does not mean you physically possess it. In the game, she very clearly states that when the Triforce split, it was split and went to the people who are already marked by the goddesses, as in, the mark must already be there for the Triforce to seek you out. Zelda has wisdom because of her goddess soul, and likely due to her ability to dream of the future and foresee Ganondorf's evil, I guess. Link gets courage due to his repeated success in getting spirit stones from the deities, as well as being predetermined as the hero, of course. And Ganondorf has power, not necessarily because he's the most powerful person on Earth, but because as the one who touched the Triforce, he got to retain that which was his most closely held belief, and that is that power is everything. The next thing I want to address is time travel in this game. Link is only able to time travel while both holding the Ocarina of Time and simultaneously pulling the Master Sword. His body is stored away for 7 years the first time he does this. Rauru tells us that we've just been asleep, essentially, so he doesn't actually time travel until the second pull of the sword when he goes back to being a child. Unlike in Skyward Sword, Link is not just walking through a portal, he is physically changing form between these travels. We also should note that he can only do this by pulling the Master Sword. The only time that time travel happens without him touching the Master Sword is when Zelda transports him herself, and then he reappears standing in front of it, not touching it. In Skyward Sword, the way they time traveled was through the Gates of Time, and these gates were set up to transport people to very specific locations and times, and then they were destroyed once their usage for Hylia's plan was completed. We know that the gate doesn't bring you to exactly the same time over and over, or else you'd see 100 copies of yourself all appearing at once, having to wait around until it gets to the point where they need to be. We also know that Link does not know what time he's trying to go to, so he can't be the one selecting where he was going. It can't even be a subconscious, oh, he was looking for Zelda thing, as she's crystallized for 7,000 years, and that goal is very non-specific at that point. This means there's two options for how that time travel worked. It was either predetermined time travel points due to the entire thing being a time loop pre-planned by Hylia, or the portal will bring you to a time after the last time you used it. So let's take into account that Skyward Sword implies that any kind of time portal created by Hylia is only able to connect to intended locations and times. Rauru specifically tells Link that he was not transported, but rather sealed away to protect him while he aged. Link is not actually time traveling in the same sense he did in Skyward Sword. He is actually just transferring his consciousness between these time periods. So, when Link travels back in time as a child, he is actually just reawakening again in the body he had in that time period, just moments before pulling the sword and entering his stasis. This means that if you were to view from the outside every instance of time travel backwards, it's just him stopping short of entering the sacred realm in the first place, pushing back the time when the sealing of his body and mind occurs. The sealing does eventually have to happen for the timeline to be completed as intended, but when it happens is not really concrete, as long as it happens around the time Ganondorf first took over Hyrule, and every trip back to the future would real-time appear like adult Link inserting his sword into a pedestal, going still for a moment, and then pulling it right back out after changing something in the past. So the plot hole in all this is generally his inventory, and the answer is again gameplay. I mean, there's a point where we just have to admit some things that happen are just gameplay, just like in the last one. The game tells you you can't use adult items or child items when you're in those forms, but they're still in your inventory. Like, you're told you can't use them by Navi because you're too small or too big or whatever, and this would completely disregard the whole going back in time being a state of mind change and not a physical change in your whole body and everything like that. But I also do think this is just a diegetic way of excusing why you can't use items without the devs having to create two separate inventory states for the same point in the game. Because, you know what? How am I too small to use a grappling hook? How am I too big now for a boomerang? That doesn't even make any sense. It's clearly a gameplay excuse because the N64 cartridge can only have 64 gigabytes of memory on it. So why does this method of time travel even matter? Well, it means that Link, at no point until the very end of the story, physically travels through time. His body isn't changing back and forth between childhood and adulthood, and he doesn't appear and disappear from the timeline during the duration of the game like in Skyward Sword. That is, until the very end of the game, when Zelda, the Sage of Time, uses the Ocarina to do so. The first thing this does is it supports the idea that true time travel is locked to only Hylia and her reincarnations, but more importantly, it sets us up for removing the timeline split. The timeline split depends pretty much entirely on two things. The first thing being that eventually when we get to Wind Waker, we'll learn that at some point the Triforce of Courage was split into 8 pieces. And the fact that at the end of Ocarina of Time, we see Link go to Zelda as a child holding the Triforce to apparently warn her of what's to come. We'll start with the first point because it's the easiest to disprove or at very least call into question. In Skyward Sword, the Triforce pieces very clearly are able to exist separated from each other both within and outside of a human body. They are separated to begin with for 7,000 years, happily unshattered. The only reason they split and find a home inside separate people in Ocarina of Time is that they can't be actively held by someone who is unbalanced, and Ganondorf tried to hold them. At no point in any of these games does it say that the Triforce pieces can't just exist outside of someone's possession. There's also no evidence to suggest that Link disappearing suddenly would shatter it. I mean, at the end of the Hero Dies timeline for this game, which again I do accept as a valid timeline, Link literally dies. That's the name of the timeline, and where does that Triforce go? Ganon just picks it up. It doesn't shatter because he's not holding it anymore. It just falls out of it. This game also is the one that establishes that the only thing needed to reunite the Triforce is to get everyone who has a piece in the same room and then like beat it out of them, I guess. Ganon even says himself the only reason he didn't immediately steal Link's piece piece when he got out of the Temple of Time is because he was waiting for Zelda to reveal herself so that he can ensure he gets all 3 pieces and she doesn't hide forever. The only reason he traps her in a crystal is because he wants to lure Link directly to him in the castle. He's not avoiding killing either of them and taking the sections because it'll make the Triforce explode. He's baiting them so that he can be in the room when it comes together and no one else can have it. But we know in Wind Waker it is in 8 pieces. It was broken somehow. So how did that happen? Now we'll address the end credits. After the final credits of the game, there is a fade to black and then we fade back in and then we go see Zelda in her little garden. Many people have taken this to be proof there's now 2 timelines, where a young Link has seen the future and warned Zelda, and an adult Link who disappeared from existence entirely after saving the world. Unfortunately, using this as proof is just not possible. Even if we want to entirely ignore the fact that something like this wouldn't actually split a timeline, but rather would create unsolvable paradoxes where he wouldn't go back in time to stop it if he stops it, the little scene happens after the Nintendo end screen and a fade to black, and it's probably just not canon to the story because it doesn't make any sense to begin with. And not gameplay no sense like I mentioned earlier, not a plot hole, literally no sense. Remember, we're looking at these games with the idea that everything in them is somehow intentional and supported to make sense in a larger timeline. So while it's easier this way, or it's just gameplay, works for some things, it's not an excuse for something as big as this. When Link goes back at the end, you clearly see behind him that the Temple of Time door is open. Even if we want to say that Zelda put him all the way back to right before he pulled the sword so Ganondorf never gets the Triforce of Power, which I don't think happens anyway, we'll get to that, Zelda would still be gone at this point. She runs away before you open the temple at all. Looking for details that may be useful for the theory, I was reading what other people on Reddit use as their evidence for the timeline split, and it seems that everyone kind of just assumes Link was dropped off before he met Zelda, right after he leaves the Kokiri Forest with the first Spirit Stone. But why would you think that? The only evidence people seem to have is the after credit scene, or they go, the Hyrule Historia said so. But the reason the Historia said so is also that end credit scene, and I've covered already how the book kind of just makes stuff up and clearly gets wrong things from the actual series stated as fact. Another detail is our Hylian shield. The earliest you can possibly get this is after you talk to Zelda, and in-game, you're not really supposed to find out about it until you talk to the guard at Death Mountain and are already on the way to get your second stone. So just by what Link is wearing, we know the earliest his return is even viable while ignoring the open door is after you've been to Death Mountain. I think that's enough to debunk the idea to begin with, but we can go even further. Ganondorf clearly knows exactly when you open the door the first time and is literally right behind you entering the Sacred Realm. That means he has some visuals of the temple at all times. If the door just suddenly appeared open and a child exited that door, you don't think he would be there instantly? He's in the castle waiting for that thing to happen. So how would Zelda still be spying on him? Ganondorf wouldn't be there in the window. He'd be on his way to the temple. It genuinely just does not make any sense how this could play out the way it looks. And I'll repeat, the fact that it comes after all other end credits, all other epilogue scenes, and after the Nintendo copyright in a fade to black, it just doesn't feel like it was ever meant to be taken seriously. Hopefully we're still on the same page and you haven't abandoned me in this video just yet, especially because the other summaries are coming and those are very fun to watch as well. But there is something I have yet to explain that can't be debunked. So here we go. Why does the Triforce split before we get to Wind Waker? It has to happen at some point between now and then. Well, there's 2 options. The Triforce isn't actually split at the end of Ocarina of Time, but an unknown later date, or it is split, but not for the reasons we think. When we get to Wind Waker, we will address which one makes more sense, but for now, let me explain the split theory that works best with the overall unified timeline. For this, I have OG Link, who grows up through stasis, and Link 2.0, who we know grows up normally outside of Hyrule after the events of the game. At the end of the game, we've established that Zelda puts Link inside the Temple of Time in front of the Master Sword, but not in the position he was last seen when pulling it. He's about a foot away, standing in front of it. So, this is a new, second Link that has been picked up from his time, transformed into a child and placed in the past. Behind him, we clearly see the door is already already been opened, hinting that where he went back to is after he collected all of the stones and opened the door the first time. The safest place for Zelda to put Link to not cause any kind of paradoxical issue with him affecting the future in a way that could potentially mess up all his previous efforts would be just after the very last time he moves to pull the sword and is sealed away. Then, Link 2.0, child form, leaves to go do whatever. So when OG Link leaves stasis as an adult for the very first time, Link 2.0 has already been existing and walking around, having completed the quest and being equally as worthy as the one who existed in the Sacred Realm already holding the Triforce. I'm positing that the Triforce only appears to shatter when OG Link is sent back in time. In fact, it splits the moment OG Link leaves that stasis, because it cannot decide which Link it must sit with. It's not that the Triforce can't exist without a home, it's that the Triforce had too many homes to exist within. Zelda inadvertently put the Triforce of Courage in a predicament, a space where it can't exist as a whole in two places at once, and is only able to be resolved when OG Link goes back in time and Link 2.0 continues to exist on without him, only leaving one Link in existence again. But by that point, the damage has been done. At no point does Ganondorf succeed at pulling the Triforce of Courage out of Link. Link never calls on it directly to use any kind of power, so why would anyone notice it's broken apart until his body is sent back in time and what remains of the Triforce is left with Zelda in pieces? Now you might ask, well, if Zelda had all the pieces, why not just put it back together and solve it right there? Or if all of the pieces existed inside Link, why wouldn't they just recombine and shoot off to Link 2.0? Well, maybe OG Link didn't have all 8 pieces to be able to come back together naturally. Remember, my idea is that Link 2.0's existence is what split the Triforce to begin with, so he would have at least one piece, leaving only 7 broken shards with Link OG, and therefore Zelda when Link OG is sent back. And I know I'm getting into spoilers for Wind Waker, and if you haven't played this game, it's not making any sense, but if all 8 pieces are brought into the same spot, they recombine on their own. There is no need for intervention. So if the logical conclusion is that Zelda has 7 pieces of the Triforce, and she knows that the guy she put in the past might potentially be in possession of the last one, why didn't she just go find Link 2.0 and put them all back together? Well, he left Hyrule. It's been 7 years since she put him back in the past, and he hasn't come back. It's not like she's gonna put up flyers around the entire world, Triforce of Courage, piece missing, please find me the hero of time, report back to Princess Zelda. She wants to keep this a secret. The last 2 times the knowledge of the Triforce got out, the world almost ended. If I was Zelda, I would lock each piece in a box and then hide them away. If you're catching my drift. So that's my explanation on why there is no timeline split. It doesn't make any sense, the Triforce splitting itself barely makes any sense, and we have to make so many logical leaps for it to, and the end credits are clearly nonsensical and non-existent in this universe. So, how was that for a rethinking of the entire ending of Ocarina of Time? And I get way more conspiratorial once I get to Twilight Princess, just you wait. For now though, we actually have to address Majora's Mask, and how Majora's Mask can't exist because of the reasonings that the end credits can't exist. Well, the after credits. I think this post-ending scene is a little bonus non-canon teaser that was setting up Majora's Mask, which, at the completion of Ocarina of Time, didn't exist yet, but was already conceptualized as an extended universe type of game. The original game guide that came with Majora's Mask referred to it as a parallel world. So, it's all real, it's just not part of this universe. In my opinion, it is clearly an AU, it's not part of the main timeline. And if it is an AU, then I guess this would make Majora's Mask the one and only game in the child's timeline, right? Which is a major W for you Majora's Mask enjoyers. There's already magic at play here, so let's say fuck it. Zelda split the entire universe when she sent Link back in time. I really don't care how it's justified. It doesn't really matter if it's an in-game AU, right? That's what an AU is for, to branch a storyline to in impossible ways. In the interest of making making the video not over 3 hours. I won't go into detail summarizing all of Majora's Mask like the other games, but I will give the most convincing evidence I have of it not being part of the canon. In Majora's Mask, there is a flashback where Zelda says she spent time with you and gives you the Ocarina of Time for you on your journey. As we already addressed, this is impossible. If you get sent back to when you got sent back with the door open, Zelda would be gone and unable to give you the Ocarina of Time because you would actually already have the Ocarina. She can't have given it to you like this because that's not how it happened. It's literally just a retcon of the entire story of Ocarina of Time to begin with. So there's no need to go into detail analyzing any other forms of time travel or characters or ancient evils or portals or anything like that. I could make a whole other video on this, to be honest. No promises, this one is really long already. But the way I like to read Majora's Mask is as an allegory for Link processing the trauma of Ocarina of Time and becoming the hero at like 11 years old. He's barely a teenager, and suddenly he's not a Kokiri anymore. His whole life is a lie. He lost all his friends, and he's confused in his identity. He traded bodies between child and adult like 6 times. I kind of interpret the flashback at the beginning of Majora's Mask to being a conflation of events between Zelda running from Ganondorf and Saria giving him the original Ocarina when he leaves the Kokiri Forest. Maybe the traumatic nature of those events and the similarities between them is something he's trying to process in this magical alternate universe he's in. Honestly, if you want to use this interpretation that this is Link just processing trauma and retelling his own story in a confused way, you could get rid of the fact that it's an AU entirely. You could say that he traveled to Termina, waited out the 7 years of his past self saving Hyrule after the legitimate ending, and that's where all these other characters went for refuge too. Many of them disappear for the adult sections in Ocarina of Time and then come to celebrate in the end credits. Maybe they were just in Termina, where Link was, doing the same thing he was, waiting out Ganondorf. The amount of parallels to Link's life and journey are really crazy, and just to name a few, you have a character who is an adult cursed to be a child, a character that's supposed to represent a carefree forest spirit succumbing to a great evil, children stolen away from a mother and father who died trying to save them. A lot of this makes sense if you view it as Link processing what happened to him, trying to put together his life story in a way that doesn't make him go freaking insane. So in this sense, Majora's Mask could very well be real in canon, it's just that it's only canon as being seen through the lens of a child coming to terms with a lot of baggage and unreliably narrating it. I am comfortable to say it is entirely real, and the time travel is real, and Termina is real, and all of that, just as long as we accept it's either in its own universe or entirely allegorical in nature. The point I'm trying to make, though, is that it doesn't matter. Either Majora's Mask happens after the real end of Ocarina of Time and Link is unreliable, or it's an AU that never happened. Either way, Young Link 2.0 is not around for the second half of events in Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask would have to have taken place during the time period that the 7-year stasis happened. It slots right in, no matter how you want to excuse these plot holes. And that about sums up Ocarina of Time and what I have to say about it for now. Things we need to remember for later on. In this game, Link does not use his Triforce at all to accomplish anything. He has it, it's taking refuge in him, but we never use it specifically. We know the Triforce glows when it's being used, yes, but also it glows whenever it's called upon. Zelda just showing us hers makes ours appear. We also know that an unglowing Triforce symbol means that you just happen to be chosen by the goddesses, as per Zelda's own words in this game and the last, which means Link doesn't necessarily use the Triforce, and we have no proof of his possession of it until Zelda tells us we do in fact have it. 2. Rauru is the only sage left from the time of the sealing of the Triforce. He's taking refuge inside the Sacred Realm. He still exists, but while he's inside, he's hanging out in another dimension. He's not interfering or participating with the world at all until the events of Ocarina of Time, and afterward he flies away as an owl in the end credits, assumedly living out the rest of his natural life outside of the Sacred Realm with the other sages. Now we'll move on to my second favorite Zelda game, Twilight Princess.
Heya!
Twilight Princess opens with Link as a young adult living in Oradon Village. He sits at a lake with Rusl, a well-respected man of the village.
Tell me, do you ever feel a strange sadness as dusk falls? They say it is the only time our world intersects with theirs. The only time we can feel the lingering regrets of the spirits who left our world. That is why loneliness always pervades the hour of twilight.
After lamenting about spirits and sadness, he asks Link to take a special delivery to Hyrule Castle the next day in his place, expressing how he wants Link to be able to see the world for himself. It's implied throughout the game, because of dialogue and other interactions, that Rusl is potentially the person who taught Link how to use a sword and is his mentor in a way.
It's getting late. We should head back to the village.
You leave with Rusl back to the village with your horde, passing by a nearby empty spring. He leaves with his son and a very pregnant wife, and while you're away, a girl comes by and takes your horse into the woods again.
Hey, Howie, you there?
Link spends his time in the village working as a farmhand.
Hey, you mind help me herd the goats?
But you can't really do that without your horse. The search for our trusty steed leads us back to the spring, and that's where we meet Ilia, Link's childhood best friend.
Oh, hi, Ollie. I washed baby for you.
Oh, he's in love with her. That's so cute. After getting our horse back that I named Baby, we head into Oradon Village and get to meet all the villagers. The village consists of only a few families with a handful of children. Link lives alone, has a job, and has all the kids look up to him. But all the older folk with children still refer to him as a kid. Like usual, it's never really addressed, but I like to think this Link is a little older than any of the others we've played as so far, into his late teens at least. We do what we were asked to herd the goats, and then we go back to sleep. The next day, Link is woken up by children nagging him to buy them a slingshot.
Hey, wake up, Ollie. It's morning already.
We spend the day being the best farm boy we possibly can, proving ourselves to be the true master of the bird, the monkey, the fish. We also prove that nobody can master the cat. And then we help a pregnant lady carry a basket and show off our sick skills with the kids to entertain them.
Whoa!
The game helping you master the sword and the monkey both come in handy almost immediately as one of the children spots a monkey. And runs off after it because this is the same monkey that has been causing trouble and stealing baby baskets in the village.
Come here, you.
Of course, we set off in the woods after them to find and save them, and it turns out both the child and the monkey were captured by monsters. It's pretty quick work though for the ultimate farmer Aoi. This kid is super annoying, but at least he looks guilty, right? Boy is he lucky that monkey was friendly.
Ollie, you're not gonna mention this to my dad, are you?
Maybe it's just the adult in me these days, but I am definitely telling this kid's dad.
Owie!
And it looks like someone already told Rusl.
Tell me, have you noticed how strange these woods feel lately? I feel uneasy.
Rusl's also noticed the woods are feeling pretty evil lately, what with all those monsters running around. Also, tomorrow is going to be the big day when you go to Hyrule.
If you're lucky, you might even meet Princess Zelda.
We do our goat job, and then outside of the ranch, Ilia is waiting for us. Something I like about this game is how often it shows Link talking, just without us able to hear it.
Done herding for the day, are we? The royal gift Rusl told you about is ready. You should get ready for your trip. Now, the royal family requested this specifically. It'd be bad if the representative of Oradon were late. You get me, lad?
The path before you is a long one, my sweet horse. Wait,
What's this? What happened? She's injured? Aoi! How could you? You were pushing baby too hard again.
Now, Ilia, there's no need to get so hot.
Father! How could you go easy on him? You're the mayor. Act like it. You poor thing.
Ilia is pissed, and she steals our horse for a second time, which is a problem because we're supposed to make it to Hyrule by the end of the day today, so we have to go after her. The kids are being super annoying and in our way, and they make you give them their wooden sword to play with before we can go and get our horse. Ilia has taken baby to the spring and has locked her and the horse inside, yelling at us for being so careless with her. But don't worry, Colin is here and he's on our side. It turns out she's just been playing it up the whole time because, really, she doesn't want you to go.
But, Aoi, can you at least promise me this? No matter what happens, don't do anything out of your league, okay? Come home safely.
Oh, how cute! She's in love with him too! Wait, what's that noise? Oh, fuck! Oh shit, what the hell was that? Talk about an inciting incident. Ilia's gone and so is Colin, so we gotta go get him. Sucks that those kids took our wooden sword, but we run to the forest anyway, and wait, hold on. Why is this weird wall here all of a sudden blocking off the Faron woods? I would have mentioned this if it was here earlier when we went and saved the kid from the monkey. This is really weird. And what is Link looking at? Oh shit! Captured and being choked out by a strange, weird being in a mask with tentacles on its face, Link's Triforce symbol suddenly glows in response to being pulled into a place we'll learn is dominated by Twilight. Helpless, we watch Link in a considerable amount of pain and agony, it seems, while his Triforce symbol glows brighter, and we get to turn into a sick-looking wolf. That falls unconscious, unfortunately. Dragged away by, I assume, the same creature, we're shown ourselves being watched by another, even stranger creature in the distance. Waking up inside of a prison cell, whoever was watching us has apparently followed us to where we were taken to. It's a little imp-like woman.
I found you!
We roll intimidation, but it fails.
Ooh, aren't you scary? I was planning on helping you, if you were nice.
She promises to help us if we're nice, so I guess we'll be nice. She notes that we are, in fact, a dog now, and at her request, we let her ride on our back to take us somewhere.
Listen, I like you, so I'll get you out of here.
Along the way, we see strange floating orbs. These orbs are actually people who have become spirits. This interaction also teaches you that you have a special dog power that lets you see ghosts and sniff stuff. Eventually, we do make it to where our savior was taking us, and we meet someone.
Midna?
You remember my name? What an honor.
So this is who you were searching for. You were imprisoned. I'm sorry.
Poor thing. Doesn't know where this is, or what happened. Shouldn't you explain? You owe him that much. Twilight Princess.
Listen carefully.
After a short and confusing interaction where we get no insight on the relationship between these two at all, or why Midna is looking for us, we get an info dump on why everything is weird looking and monsters are all over the place. It's the doing of the King of Twilight, and we get a dramatic cutscene of the takeover of the castle.
It's time for you to choose. Surrender or die.
Twilight covered Hyrule, and without light, the people became spirits. They live on, unaware they have changed form. The kingdom succumbed to Twilight, but I remain its princess. I am Zelda.
You know, after the third time in a row, the reveals just aren't hitting like they used to. So it seems everyone who wasn't lucky enough to turn into a dog like us simply became a spirit, unaware of their world being taken over by Twilight. But wait a second, if she's not a spirit, why isn't Zelda a dog? No time to ask, and also we can't even ask if we wanted to because we're still a dog. Midna didn't think to ask either, I guess, and Zelda kicks us out because the guards are coming. Before the guard arrives, we make a quick escape. A promise is a promise, so Midna tells us that she'll take us back to where we came from.
But are you really sure you should be going back? You aren't forgetting anything important?
Damn, she's got a point. We kind of turned into a dog in our effort to save Ilia and Colin in the first place, didn't we? She says she will keep helping us on the condition that we become her servant. This is starting to sound like a really bad anime. She sends us back to Ordon anyway to think on it. And we're still a dog. God damn it. Even though we're back in the light realm, we're stuck this way, at least for the time being. How incredibly inconvenient.
Did you think I disappeared?
So it turns out Midna's followed us here after all. She's stuck as a shadow in the world of light though, and tells us that even though she can teleport, the only way to go between the light and the Twilight realm for us is if she pulls us with her. So we double have to do what she says now. Sure. Sword and shield quest, classic Zelda. We make the best of it and just do what Midna tells us for a bit. We're back in our village, but unfortunately we look too badass and too scary and everyone thinks we're a monster now. On the bright side, we can talk to the puppy.
Nighttime walks are so nice, aren't they?
We get the gear, but on the way out we're called by a strange voice at the same spring that Ilia was taken at.
Wait. Come to my spring.
Oh, come on, can we catch a break? From the spring appears the light spirit of Ordon, and it's exposition time, baby.
Oh, brave youth. I am one of the 4 light spirits of Hyrule. I am Ordona.
First, we get an explanation on the Twilight Beasts. They've been sent here by the King of Twilight to steal the light from the spirits and cast Hyrule into Twilight. This has unfortunately already happened to the other spirits in the area. which is why Hyrule is in the state that it's in.
There is but one who can revive them and redeem this land. You.
If I had a nickel for every time I've heard that, I'd have like 3 nickels right now. We can't get everything we need done as a wolf though, so our first stop is gonna have to be Faron Woods. That's the place where our form was stolen from us, and so by reviving that light spirit first, that's how we'll regain it. So we head back into the Twilight, or we go to the Twilight Wall, and then we enlist Midna to help us get through, since, like she said, we can't do it by ourselves. It turns out, Midna never planned to use the sword and shield for herself, so those are ours for later on, as you may have already guessed. She makes fun of us for a little bit before we regain control of our body.
Come on, snap to it!
At Faron Woods, we can find what little remains of the light spirit that used to live there, and we're told by what remains that in order to return its light to it, we're gonna have to kill little bugs and put them in a container. Honestly, that's pretty easy. So we go, we kill the bugs, and we fix the light spirit. But the light spirit reformed, Midna has returned to being a shadow for the time being.
My name is Faron. O brave youth. In the land covered in twilight, you were transformed into a blue-eyed beast.
Yippee! More exposition to listen to.
That was a sign. A sign that the power of the Chosen One rests within you, and it is awakening. Look at your awakened form. The green tunic once belonged to the ancient hero chosen by the gods. His power is yours. Your name is Aoi. You are the hero chosen by the gods.
Holy shit. So then we're told about this crazy ancient forbidden power, and the light spirits at one point sealed it away, but because of how dire everything's become, it's time to unseal it and hand it over to the hero to try and fix things. And where is it, you ask? In temples, of course. Mentioning now that in this game you can find howling stones where you, as Wolf Link, howl a song and then a golden wolf is going to appear somewhere on the map. When you find the golden wolf as a human, you'll fight what's called the Hero's Shade. The Hero's Shade will teach you various sword skills, including ones that you'll need to beat the game. He says if you master your courage and traverse Hyrule to prove it, he'll teach you the moves you need to perform as the true hero. His moves are only for the blood of the hero, the one who holds the spirit of the sublime beast. This kind of shows you who this guy is, but we'll get to that later. Back to the main game. The Forest Temple in this one is monkey themed, and it rocks. You get to help the monkeys, then the monkeys help you back. You beat the mean boss monkey by smacking his ass and knocking this evil bug off his head. And then the mean, now good monkey helps you beat a giant plant boss, which dissolves into the secret dark power, which Midna tells us is called the Fused Shadow. You need 3 more, so time to get to work. The light spirit we go back to tells us the next stop is Eldin, and that's also where Ilia and the kids are. But when we go there, we'll be a dog again. So we leave the Faron Woods and immediately get turned back into a dog as promised. Right away though, we managed to get a whiff of the kids from the little wooden sword that we gave them earlier. The trail leads to Kakariko Village, which is still inside the Eldin region, just as the Light Spirit told us. Once we get there, we confirm the safety of the children, kill all the bugs, and become a man again. The Light Spirit for this region tells us that the next fused shadow piece is with the Gorons. But first, now that we've turned the area to normal, we get to finally reunite with the children.
Are we?
Poor Colin.
See, Beth? I told you!
We're introduced to Renato, the town shaman.
You are the one the children spoke of?
The beast had left us to die, but Mr. Renato found us. Yeah, I don't remember much. Until now, it's been like
a nightmare.
Ruto explains that lately, the Gorons have decided that they hate people and are no longer allowing him, or anyone for that matter, anywhere near their mines or their city. He considers this change very unusual and sudden. He insists, though, it's his job to fix it, not ours.
In any case, you must take these children and flee this village.
Considering us their hero, the children do insist that we stay and try and help Ruto with the Gorons, rather than take them back home immediately. On the path up to Death Mountain to beat the Gorons' temple, we try to use our goat mastery to best them, but because they're big rock men, we get knocked off the cliff like a sack of potatoes. I totally forgot to record my first attempt, but here's kind of what it looked like. Imagine they knocked me about 40 feet down a cliff instead of just on the floor. After giving up, Ruto will tell us the Gorons only recognize strength, and the only person who's ever bested a Goron happens to be the mayor of Ordon, Bo. He also lets us know that they decided it's too dangerous to transport the children without proper carriages, so we should just go see Bo and let their parents know they're okay as well. On the way out, there's a cutscene where we super epically get our horse back. It requires a bit of taming, but that's no sweat since we are Farmer Awi, master of the horse. Back at Ordon, we're greeted by Bo.
Awi? Oh, it is you, Awi.
He's happy to hear the report that the rest of the children are okay and with Ruto. He asks us about his own daughter, Ilia, but we have no news. We still need his help, though, to help the other children.
What's that now? The Gorons at Death Mountain.
It turns out that the secret to earning the Gorons' trust is through some masterful sumo wrestling. We learn to wrestle properly. Then we get a secret that Bo makes us promise not to share. The secret is iron boots.
Let's be square. You can't tell anyone about those boots.
After returning to Kakariko, we get a cinematic cutscene. Colin, no! No more kids are getting kidnapped today, not on our watch. We follow the Boblin out and chase him down with our horse. The field chase ends on a bridge where we're closed in by fire and have to play a game of chicken. Unfortunately for the Boblin, we brought a sword. Man, are we cool. Colin uses the last of his strength for a sweet and inspiring moment.
Are we? Is everyone okay? Good. Beth, I'm sorry for shoving you. Are you mad? I think I finally understand. When my dad told me to be stronger like you, Awi, he wasn't talking about strength like lifting stuff. He was talking about being brave.
And to once again guilt us into doing something about the Gorons. Okay, fine, we've come this far. I'm not gonna tell the dying child no. And then he just completely passes out, so now we absolutely have to do it. What is this, Make-A-Wish? I mean, I was gonna do it anyway, but come on. Just pretend you saw me climbing up Death Mountain and entering Goron City. Getting into the temple by way of being a sumo master is light work, now that we have the secret iron boots that make us so heavy. The actual wrestling part is no joke though, and this old man Goron will really give you a run for your money.
You, warrior, have strong will, sharp eyes. Fine traits. Want to use them?
This time, it turns out the Goron chief has accidentally awakened the fused shadow and has turned him into a big monster, which the other Gorons had to restrain somewhere deep in the temple in order to stop him.
You two, let the young warrior pass.
We swag out walking on the ceilings, using a mix of our sumo boots and goat tossing to beat the temple boss, and get the next fused shadow. Nice! We learn the spooky king of Twilight is named Zant, and Midna hates his guts. We also learn that Midna has some level of resentment towards Zelda for her circumstances, though she acknowledges that it can't be helped and is committed to keeping her safe, if possible, regardless. As we leave, the Light Spirit tells us that the next stop is to the north, and Colin runs over to remind us that we still haven't saved Ilia yet. Yeah, we know, Colin. So finally, we've cleared the area of monsters and made peace with the Gorons, and the children are officially safe. And also, entrepreneurs? I'm not even gonna ask. Well, now that everyone is safe, we head north and of course turn into a dog again, and we find Ilia's satchel. The scent leads back to the castle, so we follow it thinking that's probably our next stop. We do find her, but she's still a spirit as expected and is not leaving the castle area due to wanting to stay with the sick Zora child that she rescued. At least we know she's safe and where she is. We eavesdrop on these spirit people and figure out the reason that she can't save the Zora child is because nobody can get to Zora's domain. The flow of the river has stopped and has completely dried up Lake Hylia. So let's go figure out what's up with Lake Hylia so we can eventually save our girl. Next stop, Zora's domain. Well, before we can get to Zora's domain, we have to get through Lake Hylia, which unfortunately is gone, so we can't get up the normal way, forcing us to show off a little bit more of our mastery of bird. Well, I see the problem here. All the Zora are frozen in place. Whole lot of ice. We unfreeze the Zora with the help of Midna's teleportation powers. With that dealt with, we can go save the Zora boy. Before we leave, a spooky ghost Zora queen appears and thanks us for fixing their kingdom, and asks us to find her son, who was taken by the bad guys, and in exchange she'll give us some swim gear. Video game logic suggests it's going to be someone we've met before, so the kid with Ilia. Two birds, why not? We go and gather all the bugs for the light spirit for the area, and we have to swim into the middle of the lake and fight a super big bug this time. The light spirit Nabooru tells us where the last temple for the fused shadow is.
But before seeking it, you must now bear witness to something, and never forget it.
We also get this insanely terrifying cutscene.
When all was chaos, the goddesses descended and gave order in life. They granted power equally to all that dwell in the light. The lands where the goddesses descended became known as the Sacred Realm. For ages, people lived at ease in mind and body. But soon, word of the Sacred Realm spread through Hyrule. Among those in the light, interlopers appeared. Wielding powerful sorcery, they tried to rule over the Sacred Realm. It was then the goddesses ordered us light spirits to intervene. We sealed away the great magic they had mastered. You know this magic. It is the dark power you seek. The fused shadow. O hero, chosen by the goddesses, beware. Those who do not know the danger of wielding power will, before long, be ruled by it. Never forget that.
Okay, well that was fucking scary. God damn, I feel like I would have gotten the point without that. They're taking this fused shadow thing really seriously. Oh, and also the temple is underwater. Midna isn't deterred at all by that and reminds us, hey, we get cool swim gear if we save the Zora boy. So that's what we're gonna go do. And finally, in the process, we get to reunite with Ilia. Only she doesn't remember us at all and is much more concerned with the kid than anything else. It's always something in these games, isn't it? The woman Ilia is with is named Telma, and she reveals that the shaman we met in Kakariko is capable of healing Zora, so they start a plan to take him there.
Inadvisable. Too dangerous. But we can't turn a blind eye to a pretty girl. We'll escort you. Right, boys?
Well, isn't that nice? To reach Kakariko, we have to cross 2 plains full of beasts. But we'll be safe now. Cowards! Don't ever show your faces here again. Oh my. We've got 1 young swordsman left.
Just by standing around and being quiet, we managed to rope ourselves into an escort mission.
Looks like this brave young man will escort us. Go get ready to go, honey. You know that girl, don't you? It's a real shame. She can't even remember her own name. Bless her heart. She found this poor boy collapsed on the road. More courage in that girl than all the soldiers in Hyrule. You lend your strength to her, you hear me?
This is one of my favorite escort missions actually in all of gaming, so it's happening off screen so you can do it yourself. We arrive in Kakariko with word of the Zora boy doing well, and Renato assures Colin that Ilia will eventually find her memories, maybe probably. Telma gives a formal introduction and asks Link to join her freedom fighter group based out of her bar in Hyrule.
If you ever need anything, stop by. I'll be waiting for you, honey.
Before we can go back inside with the others, we're visited again by the ghost of the Zora Queen. She leads us through Kakariko Village into the graveyard into a secret alcove where we get the swim gear we were promised. The temple is no sweat. We beat up a jelly-limbed sea monster that turns into a giant fish monster. We've earned our last few shadow. And Midna continues to only drip feed us information about Zant, saying he only thinks he's the king of the shadows and she's going to prove him wrong using her fused shadow.
So, shall we go?
Upon leaving, it turns out he's right behind us, isn't he? He intimidates us with his aura, which not even the light spirit can counter. In fact, he mogs us so hard that he returns the area entirely to Twilight, forcing Midna out into the open and turning us back into a dog.
Zant.
Did you honestly mean to take an ancient withered power like this and use it against me? You are a foolish traitor, Midna. Why do you defy your king?
My king? You must be joking. You do nothing but abuse the magic of your tribe.
How dare you! Are you implying my power is old magic? Now that is a joke. This power is granted to me by my god. It is the magic of the King of Twilight. You will respect it. My Midna, did you forget? That beast is a light dweller who oppressed our people. No matter how much you desire otherwise, you will never be more than a shadow in their world. You cannot consort with their kind. But if we make their world ours, Midna, light and darkness will meet at last. Our tribe will take back their realm. Sweet darkness will blot out the light. And that, Midna, is why I need you. Not just for me, but for our people. Lend me your power. So be it. I will return to the light you covet.
Did he just kill Midna? Well, not quite, but she needs immediate attention. An unnamed light spirit calls out to us to bring Midna to the princess for help. No other choice, we listen. As we make our dramatic trip to the princess, I'll mention that the war the light spirit spoke of earlier, the Interloper War, was likely the same war that Rauru was referring to in Ocarina of Time, where him and the sages sealed away the Triforce to protect it from evil wizards. Those wizards eventually became the Twi people after their banishment into the Twilight Realm. The Twilight Realm is supposed to be the opposite of the world of light, so the people trapped within it eventually became to exist as only shadows. Midna is currently dying because Zant used the light spirit's power to force both Link and her back into the light world after exposing her and transforming Link. Zant seems to have only cursed Link to remain a wolf though, but Midna, she's supposed to become a shadow when re-entering the light world. Somehow, he's made her retain her physical form. She was never meant to exist this way, so now she needs our help, or more specifically, she needs help from Princess Zelda.
Please, tell me, how do we break the curse on this one? This is the one. You need him to save your world. That's why, Princess, you must help Aoi.
What binds him is a different magic than what transformed him when he first entered the Twilight. It is evil power. Our world is one of balance. Just as light drives away darkness, there is benevolence to banish evil. Enter the sacred grove that lies in the lands guarded by the spirit Faron. There you will find the blade of evil's bane, crafted by the ancient sages. The Master Sword. The Master Sword is a blade that evil could never touch. Aoi, hero sent by the goddess. Like you, I've been granted special powers.
Aoi, you can get to the woods on your own, right? Princess, I have a last request. Tell him where to find the Mirror of Twilight.
Midna, I believe I understand now just who and what you are. These dark times are the result of our deeds, yet it is you who will reap the penalty. Accept this, Midna. I pass it to you.
No. Are we? Stop her. We go back, Ollie. Back to the woods.
We leave with the intention to go back to Faron Woods, where Zelda told us we would find the Master Sword. But without her power, the castle is immediately taken again by the Twilight. Well, it's never been that easy before, has it? At least not in this game, that's for sure. We head back to the Faron Woods with Midna, parkour over to a secret place called the Sacred Grove, where we get bullied by a Skull Kid, and find the latest resting place of the Master Sword. Dude, this game is so good. Midna shows us what Zant shoved inside of our head to make us a perma-wolf, and since the Master Sword allows us to expel that thing, we now have the option to toggle wolf form at will. Very cool. Now, we're tasked to find the Mirror of Twilight for our last attempt to find and defeat Zant. You learn through various interactions that it's in the Gerudo Desert and was used by the sages at some point to banish prisoners, similar to the legend of the interlopers being banished. This is where Invitation to Telma's bar comes in handy, because in order to get to the Gerudo Desert, we have to find one of the people part of her coalition and get a little permission slip to be put into a cannon and launched that direction. On the way into the desert, Midna explains to Link, finally, what I explained to you earlier, about her and Zant being of the Twi people, and she reiterates what Princess Zelda said about how the curse put upon you wasn't the same Twi magic that originally turned you. Whatever magic Zant is using now, it is extremely powerful and extremely evil. It's responsible for the Twi beasts that we've been fighting. They're the Twi people, transformed. The Mirror of Twilight is the last remaining doorway into the Twilight Realm as of now, which is why Midna says we must find it.
You'll come with me, won't you?
So we head into Gerudo Valley. We fight the big dumb goblin BugaBloom again. And don't worry, his pig is okay. And then we do a temple. This mini-boss is sick as hell, by the way. Link turns into a human Beyblade here. And Zant shows up to summon the temple boss, which is another different sick-looking skeleton dude. And then we make it to our goal. Unfortunately, when we do get to the mirror, it's broken. Zant covered all his bases, I guess. Suddenly, surrounding the mirror are 5 sages, bearing the same crests of the sages from Ocarina of Time, who tell us that the sages were tasked by the goddesses to watch over the Mirror of Twilight since ancient times. The mirror was shattered by Zant's newfound dark powers.
That magic is a dark power that only he possesses. His name is Ganondorf. He was known as a demon thief, renowned for his ruthlessness. But he was blind. Yet, by divine prank, he too had been blessed with the power of the gods. His hatred and lust for power turned to purest malice. Perhaps that evil power was passed on to Zant.
So the sages aren't exactly inspiring hope by suggesting that Zant's power is the power of malice, something that we have established in Skyward Sword is capable of triggering the apocalypse if left unchecked. Midna almost gives up, but the sages do actually have something more useful to say to us. Zant might have this special power, but he's not the true leader of the Twi, and only the actual Twi people using Twi magic can destroy a Twi artifact, which means the mirror wasn't truly broken, just scattered. So there is hope. The next bit of gameplay plays out as a series of fetched quests, similar to the Hunt for the Fused Shadow, but with significantly less important lore happening between every area. So we're going to move quite fast through this. Once again, you're going to have to go back to Telma's bar, and at Telma's bar, you'll talk to other people who will know how to get into the other areas you'll need to get the pieces of the mirror. First, we're going to go to Snow Peak. We meet a Yeti, who teaches us to surf on snow. Then we meet his wife. They are absolutely adorable together and my #1 OTP love story. The act of possessing the mirror shard has turned them a little evil, a little cursed, if you will. So we have to fix them up with some violence, get our shard, and then we get a little bit of romance. Next, we go back and get re-bullied by the same Skull Kid and use the Master Sword to enter a magically recreated Temple of Time from Ocarina. But in this game, it's not just a building called that, it's a real temple. Now bear with me because I'm about to fill you in on something that's gonna sound a little insane that I skipped over at the beginning for time purposes. So there's this weird bald chicken in this game, and you find her in the temples. Her name is Uku, and she's always touring the temples for some reason. She's used as a way for you to save your progress within a temple if you ever have to leave it without having to restart the whole thing. You never really do this, but it's a nice feature, I guess. This temple is the temple that she was looking for the whole time while touring the other temples.
Not so fast. This is where I've been trying to go.
Apparently, her race, the Uka,
We're so close. I can smell it.
had a crazy ancient technology
Young man, we're so close. Please help us.
and were loved by the gods. Some crazy goddess tech doesn't sound like a bad thing to have, so we take her with us. After we use the tech inside the temple to beat the temple boss, we get another mirror shard. Minda will express that she is getting increasingly worried about how cursed the mirror is making the world around us.
We could be assembling something truly terrible here.
But onward we go. Uku is at the front of the temple when we get out of it, and gets kind of upset we broke the magic technology stick we were using and runs off to figure out how to reactivate it, mentioning a sky city. The last temple is supposed to be in the heavens, so maybe that's the same place we're hearing about from Uku? Worth a shot, right? In the quest to get into the Sky City, we do manage to figure something out. What happened to Ilia? And cure her amnesia. It involves going to a hidden city and finding a charm for her. At the same time, we're reactivating the special tech we got from the last temple through secret words kept for generations by, you guessed it, the Sheikah. It turns out, Uku and her son aren't just weird bald chickens.
Could it be? Are you the messenger from the heavens?
Yep, you heard that right. They're literally called messengers from the heavens. Like I said, loved by the gods. And we, of course, as the chosen hero and also loved by the gods, are meant to work with these messengers from heaven in order to go up into the sky and complete their temple. And now we are definitely sure that their home is going to be the next temple, considering. Before we go, though, we give the charm that we found to Ilia, and she finally gets her memory back.
I knew you once. It's so familiar. The scent of hay. Long ago, when we were young, you and you were always there, always beside me. Are we?
A true love story that rivals even Skyward Sword Z-Link shipping.
This gift was meant for you. I wanted to give it to you before you left. Please, Aoi, take it. You don't need to worry about me any longer. When you return, I'll be waiting for you.
Moving on. The Sky Temple we need to go to is the home of the Uka, the race of chicken people Uku belongs to, if you forgot already. Eek! They're unfortunately also being terrorized by a dragon at the moment. Goddamn, these guys look so weird. We beat up the dragon, which means we collect our very last mirror shard. Back at the main mirror, we put it together and Midna talks a little bit about the Twilight Realm, how she finds it to be beautiful in its own way, and cursing Zant once again for corrupting it. The sages ask for forgiveness from Midna for sending Ganon into her world in the first place, and then they let out her secret. She is the real Twilight Princess.
What? So, you knew?
We're shown exactly what happened to her and why it is she went after Link. Zant used Ganondorf's magic to turn her into the imp-like creature she is today. And rather than being forced out, like she implied earlier, we learn she abandoned her people willingly. She went after Link because there's a legend within the history of the Twi people about how one day there would be a hero who appeared to them as a divine beast. Now, she's decided she's set on saving both of our worlds and believes that getting her people's power back from Zant is what will allow her to do so.
Let's go, Howie! For Zelda! For all of this world!
Enter the Twilight Realm. You know, Minna was right, it does look really cool here actually. Moving forward, we're interrupted. Zant seems to have not just turned certain Twi into beasts, but rather all of the Twi people are a bit messed up at this point.
Zant, how could he?
This temple is very short compared to the last few. Essentially, the entire Twilight Realm is this temple. We retrieve some orbs from some weird hand things, and then we fight a few Shadow Zants. We use these orbs to imbue the Master Sword with the power of light so that we can get to Zant. Really weird mechanic for the Twilight Realm, but sure. Eventually, we reach his chamber and do our final confrontation.
Zant. Isn't it ironic? We're only here thanks to the curse you placed on Howie.
You speak of magic? Still your tongue, whelp, and I will tell you of both magic and oppression. The people of our tribe that mastered the art of magic were locked away like insects in a cage. In the shadows we regressed, so much we knew neither anger nor hatred, nor the faintest bloom of desire. All of it was the fault of a useless, do-nothing royal family, resigning themselves to this miserable existence. I served and endured in that depraved house for far too long, Princess. And why? Because I believed that I would be the next to rule our people. But would they acknowledge me as king? No! And so, I was denied the powers befitting our ruler. It was then, in the thrall of hatred and despair, that I turned to the heavens and found a god.
We're shown why Ganon chose Zant as his vessel. Zant was full of hatred, malice, and most importantly, Zant was weak, insecure, and jealous. He believed he was entitled to what he wasn't worthy of. He believed the royal family was robbing him of what he deserved more than them, and because of that, Ganondorf was able to house his power in Zant and use him to cause enough suffering in both realms for Ganondorf to eventually return to a physical form.
My god had only one wish. To merge shadow and light. To make darkness.
Zant's boss battle begins here, where he brings you one at a time through each previous boss arena, each with a unique way of beating him loosely based on the original boss fight skill set, ending with a classic sword fight outside of Hyrule Castle. Each section also has a unique remix of the area's boss music as well. It's genuinely very fun to play and experience, and I really wish it lasted longer than 5 minutes.
You traitors!
You want to know why Zant called you king? It was your eyes, Zant. A lust for power. Did you think we'd forget our ancestors lost their king to such greed?
Midna, foolish princess. The curse on you cannot be broken. It was placed on you by the magic of my god. The power you held will never return. Already, he has been reborn in this world. As long as my master survived, he will resurrect me without cease.
Midna makes Zant literally explode, holy shit, and we head back to the light world, realizing that Hyrule Castle being sealed off earlier was likely due to Ganondorf's arrival there rather than Zelda's disappearance.
Now, let's go! Princess Zelda is waiting.
We head to the barrier, and Midna uses the fused shadow to go totally sicko mode on it. Final temple time, Hyrule Castle. The castle has some super interesting sections in it, like this graveyard and this ghost puzzle. Our friends from Telma's bar will come to aid us in the castle, and we'll make our way to Ganondorf. Above us, Zelda's physical form has somehow been restored by Ganondorf, but she is unconscious.
Welcome to my castle.
So, you're Ganondorf. I've been dying to meet you.
Your people have long amused me, Midna, to defy the gods with such petty magic, only to be cast aside. Pathetic. Pathetic as they were, they served me well. Their anguish was my nourishment. Their hatred bled across the void and awakened me. I drew of it and grew strong. Your people had skill, but they lacked true power. The kind of power that those chosen by the gods wield. He who wields such power would make a suitable king, don't you think?
Such conceit. But if you're a chosen wielder of power, as you claim, I will risk everything to deny you.
Shadow has been moved by light, it seems. How amusing. Very well. Deny me then. Yes, try to deny me. You and your little friend.
If you've been paying attention, you can notice that Ganon's sword is the same one used during his attempted execution by the sages, before he was sent into the Twilight. Ganondorf disappears and enters Zelda's body. Midna goes to attack, but just can't bring herself to do it. Zelda reanimates, but she's not in control of herself. She is the first phase of the boss battle.
Both of you faithless fools, who would dare take up arms against the King of Light and Shadow. So you choose, and so you will feel my wrath.
After we beat her with some classic Zelda tennis, every good Zelda game needs a tennis section, of course. Linda uses her newfound magic monster abilities to break the curse on her. Then, we fight Ganon as a boar. After we beat him in pig mode, the power Zelda gave to Midna returns to her. And she'll awaken as herself again.
Princess,
Say nothing, Midna. Your heart and mine were one, only briefly. Suffering you've endured.
Ganon entered ghost mode as we were discussing what just happened. And Midna, now confident in her newfound powers, decides that she wants to do an epic off-screen battle, teleporting Link and Zelda away. Only moments after we arrive in Hyrule Field, we learn that things seemingly didn't go in her favor. Ganondorf prevails and charges at her heroes.
Spirits of light, wielders of the power that shines upon the lands. In my hour of need, grant me the light to banish evil.
Escaping only by a hair. And we get another pretty epic cutscene. The end of this game is like a full 30 minutes of cutscenes, by the way, so I hope you enjoy it.
Are we? Chosen hero. Lend us the last of your power. I'll slow Ganondorf with my light arrows.
This last bit is, for me, The most frustrating horse battle sequence ever of all time? Zelda is absolutely doing her best here, but Ganondorf is moving around the map so erratically it feels almost impossible to keep him in a spot where she can actually hit him with her arrows. Luckily, once we do hit him enough times, he falls off the horse, and then we have a classic epic sword fight again, but this time with Ganon.
An impressive-looking blade, but nothing more. Would you hear my desire to take this foul blade and use it to blot out light forever?
He's not actually too hard, considering he's extremely weak to the most broken and easily executed attack in the entire game, the backslash. You can also trigger this button mash scene where you fight against each other's blade. Pretty cool. Finally, we have our victory.
Do not think it ends here. The history of light and shadow will be written in blood.
There's a moment here where we see Zant above Ganon just as he dies. We'll talk about what I think this means later, and all that during the analysis. Midna apparently was saved by the light spirits just before Ganon was able to finish her off. And she's now freed from Ganon and Zant's curse. And she's hot?
What? Say something. Am I so beautiful that you've no words left?
Credits roll, the kids go home, and everyone is just chillin'. The after credits scene in this game is actually canon to the story. We see Midna, Link, and Zelda standing outside the Mirror of Twilight, as Midna prepares to return home. Zelda will say she believes the Mirror of Twilight was left in the world for the sole purpose that the story of the game would one day transpire. Midna thanks her for her kind words and goes to depart. Just as she leaves, though, she knowingly shatters the Mirror of Twilight. Severing the very last remaining connection between the two worlds. Her motivations for this aren't exactly stated, but it's very likely, based on some context clues, that it's her attempt at preventing something like this from happening again. A move made to protect her own people from the evils the Light World has created and sent her way. We get one last scroll of final credits, showing that we returned the Master Sword to its resting place in Faron Woods. Ilia watches as Link leaves Ordon Village one more time, still adorning the garb of the hero. And Finn. Wow, what a game. Genuinely top 2 for me personally. But how can we pick this apart for the theory? The more layers deep we get, the more difficult it's going to be. So first things first is to make sure the game follows all of our established rules from Skyward Sword and connects properly to Ocarina of Time. So I've already discussed how instead of splitting into a child and adult timelines, I find Ocarina of Time to just be a basic time loop sort of interaction, and the branching of the timeline is really just a single alternate universe event for Majora's Mask, but that means the rest of the timeline needs to go in one straight line on the other branch. This means, for Twilight Princess, not only do we need to make it make sense with the adult quote-unquote timeline in Ocarina of Time, but we also need to make it make sense later with Wind Waker and how that game portrays events. So, our first note from Skyward Sword is that Ocarina of Time Ganondorf is the direct result of Demise's curse in that game. Twilight Princess makes that pretty clear in my opinion. Ganon in this game is the same Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time. We see the sages unseal him and then try to kill him, fail to do so, and banish him with the Mirror of Twilight. The way they tell it, they seem to not entirely know when or why he was sealed, and they also have no idea how or when he got in possession of the Triforce of Power. It seems to be some kind of lost knowledge. They refer to him having it as a cruel twist of fate, saying he was blessed by the gods, when we know that how it actually happened is he happened to touch the Triforce, and in fact, he was so unworthy, it split into pieces as a result. All of this happens before the split, so there's no way that history is rewritten because of time shenanigans. They're just wrong. This, to me, proves that these sages are not only a different group of sages from the ones in Ocarina of Time, they were not around during the events of Ocarina of Time, and they are not aware of the events of that game. They also describe Ganondorf's lust for power turning into pure malice, and that pure malice being the evil power that was passed on to Zant. So we know now that the Ganondorf from Ocarina of Time is capable of harnessing the same magical evil powers that Demise used, malice, in order to do stuff like reincarnate himself and return from what is a spiritual state imposed by other magics. So there's our connection made. Ganondorf is Demise. Point 1, check. Well, he's not literally Demise, but he is in some way a reincarnation of him or using his magics or whatever. You get what I mean. The only real issue I can find with the story the sages tell you is how they say they've been watching over the Mirror of Twilight since ancient times. We know that these are new sages and that there were no sages before the events of Ocarina of Time. So when is ancient times and what do they mean? Well, I can only assume they aren't lying about watching it being one of the duties of the sages assigned by the goddesses. After all, Rauru tells us that the creation of the sacred realm was to hide the Triforce from the people who were trying to use it. And in this game, those people are named to be the interlopers, and that they eventually found the sacred realm, tried to invade it, and that's why the Mirror of Twilight was invented, in order to banish the interlopers into the Twilight realm. Rauru is the only sage who is awaiting Link inside the Chamber of Sages, so we can only assume the ones left behind were, in fact, left to watch over the Mirror of Twilight and systematically move prisoners of the Interloper War through it until they were done. That would qualify as ancient times to me. Those sages eventually died, of course, and we needed to reawaken new ones in Ocarina of Time, and we can only assume the Mirror of Twilight had not been in any amount of use between those 2 points. The sages from Ocarina continue to exist after the game ends as well, so the line of sages may just continue for however many cycles, and they were also watching over the Mirror of Twilight as requested by the goddesses until the events of this game. And the truth is, even if this watching over the mirror only started after the events of Ocarina of Time, it has been at least a few hundred years since Ocarina of Time has occurred, and much of the world has changed enough to call the before times ancient. There's only one real way to figure out the minimum amount of time that has to have passed between these 2 games, and it's through the Sage of Water. The sages in this game are stylized to be ghosts, but I don't think they're dead. The easiest argument is that we actually watch one of them die, and they remain dead afterward. If you're already familiar with the franchise, you know that once a sage dies, they don't get to keep going around doing their sage thing. They must be replaced. In the last game, we also know all of the sages acted pretty ghostly after awakening and inside Ganon's castle, and we know they aren't dead. So the only real difference here is that they all kind of look the same now. Again, must be stylistic. And if they aren't dead and they're new sages, then that means the natural life of the Ocarina of Time sages has to have already passed. Princess Ruto is roughly the same age as Link is in Ocarina of Time. Forgive me for being very meta here doing this math, but all the way forward in Breath of the Wild, world, there's a mural on the way to Zora's domain that says that King Zora had ruled for about 100 years when the calamity started. The game takes place 100 years after the calamity. So in Tears of the Kingdom, Prince Sidon is said by that king to be the age where you would become king. And we aren't totally sure about it, but Prince Sidon can be assumed to be anywhere between 120 to 150 years old. This means that King Zora became king, ruled for 100 years, and 100 years passed. So he's likely at least 350 years old at the time of Tears of the Kingdom. But there's also an elder Zora, even older than the king, who seems to be nearly on the way out. Very old, actually. The Zora don't seem to age that quickly, so I'm gonna add a comfortable 100 years to the 350 to get an old man Zora like this. That means for Princess Ruto to be gone and a new sage in her place, it must have been, at a bare minimum, assuming a new sage was awakened almost immediately after her death, around 450 years. Give or take. Then you realize that the Temple of Time was rebuilt to 10 times the size it was in the castle all the way over in Faron Woods, that a sky race of chickens came down and created monuments all around Hyrule to be used to decipher a language to power up godly technology, and then they left, were completely forgotten by everyone but the Sheikah. Then the temple entirely degraded and crumbled around what was left behind. So let's go ahead and double or even triple our number. I feel like there's a very solid argument here that it has been 1,000 or more than multiple thousands of years since the events of Ocarina of Time already. And again, this isn't even an insane jump for the series. Skyward Sword was a literal 7,000 year long storyline. The sages saying they've watched it since ancient times could be referring to the Interloper War, or even just whenever the heck the goddesses decided this needed to be a full-time job for them at any point in the last 1,000 years. One thing we can be absolutely sure of though is the sages in Twilight Princess did only know that Ganon was a spooky thief guy who was sealed in the Sacred Realm. And they thought, once they figured out how to use the Mirror of Twilight again, that they could just execute him and send him through to get rid of him, and that they were very sorely mistaken. Touching on Zelda's role in all of this, in this game, she has developed what seems to be a mastery over her section of the Triforce. Based on the interaction she has with Midna and Midna's requests from her, it seems to be the thing preventing the Twilight from taking her. She gives this gift directly to Midna, but Midna doesn't return it on her own accord. So it wasn't a permanent transfer, and Zelda was able to call it back to herself when it was no longer needed in Midna's possession. She's giving blessings of the goddesses to people in order to counter the evil magic that Ganondorf is commanding at will. In the game, we know that Zelda also has direct connection to the light spirits that reside in the regional springs, and knows how to call on them and how to create light arrows. This is something Zelda in Ocarina of Time also did after her awakening as the 7th sage off screen. In Ocarina of Time, the light arrows simply appear with Zelda telling us it's a gift from the goddesses. If the light spirits have existed since at least the time of the interlopers, then it's reasonable to assume Ocarina of Time Zelda also had at some point contact with the light spirits in order to get this item. In Skyward Sword, in order to awaken and be able to use the blessings of the goddesses, Zelda had to pray at the springs. In Ocarina of Time, she leaves for several years, and upon returning to Hyrule has mastered her Triforce and is capable of using her sage powers expertly. In this game, she has them right off the bat, but it's also clear that she's in her late teens as well. So there's no change here to the assumption that Zelda's powers and abilities and sage identity are inherent but need to be learned. We can still operate safely under the idea that she somehow earned these abilities in her life through going to springs or praying the right way or being taught by somebody else. In some game flavor text, you're told that the current sages actually worked as Zelda's tutors for a while. The continuation of the sages after Ocarina of Time may have been used primarily as a tool by the goddesses and the royal family to allow the Triforce of Wisdom to be passed on from princess to princess, teaching her her role in the fight against evil and teaching her how to use the Triforce. This being their primary purpose would explain how over such a long period of time, the knowledge of the location of the other pieces was lost, but Zelda has a mastery of the artifact that far exceeds that of even Ocarina of Time Zelda, who only was just learning of her powers from ancient Sheikah texts, rather than a round of powerful sages and a mother or father who had already learned about this themselves and passed it on to her. It would definitely explain how she knows how to safely and effectively transfer it between herself and others at the very least. That's my take on the sages and the reappearance of Ganon and Zelda's relation to Hylia and her abilities, which I think is huge in connecting this game's logic and the lore of the previous games. I have some more conjecture though on the connections to the timeline that would put it in the adult-only version of things. So there's plenty to show that this Link was selected as the hero long before the game even started. The most clear example is the Triforce symbol that is on his hand from the very first moments of the game. We know the symbol itself is just a measure of worthiness and not of holding, so even if we aren't convinced he has it, we know he's been blessed by the goddesses. We also know that even if you're born the hero, you have to prove it somehow to get this symbol. When he earned it is unclear, but judging by the intro segment and how he's treated in the village as the go-to problem solver, he probably has a multitude of opportunities under his belt by now. My headcanon is that the goddesses are really interested in farming and were impressed by his clear mastery of both goat and bird. But how can I prove, or at least try to prove, that Link and Twilight Princess doesn't have to have the Triforce in his possession? Remember, I spent like 20 minutes earlier insisting that there was no timeline split, which means there is no whole Triforce of Courage to be had. Well, first of all, the Triforce of Courage is never explicitly called upon by Link in any of these games. It just works on its own if it's ever appearing on him at all. The rare cases of it being used by him in order to accomplish a task aren't actually personal use cases. They're also very passive, again, like when it jumps out of him before he makes the wish in Skyward Sword, when he's receiving the blessing in the first place in that game, or when Zelda explains that he has a piece and it resonates with hers. Many people assume the Triforce of Courage must be within him because it activates when Link is first brought to the Twilight, right? That's why he becomes a wolf and not a spirit like everyone else. Well, the reason I think Link doesn't actually have a Triforce shard is because he becomes a wolf. Zelda and Ganondorf both managed to retain their forms even within the Twilight, in a seemingly passive manner, without any activity from their Triforce on their hand to show it's being used at the time. When Zelda gives Midna her sacred gift and then disappears, she holds her hand, and every time Midna refers to it, she's looking at her right hand. The sacred gift that Zelda gave Midna is presumably the Triforce of Wisdom. Again, Zelda keeping only her piece and being taught about what it is, how to use it, and how to pass it on to the next child of destiny would make this a fairly unsurprising and explainable act for her to do. And that would be how Midna, now without even thinking about it, is able to exist in her current, albeit altered by Zant, form inside the light world at will. Midna has no training or experience using the Triforce. We don't even know if she even knows what it really is, yet she's able to use it like this anyway. When Link is first brought into the Twilight, we see his Triforce being called upon to prevent him from turning into a spirit, but he doesn't keep his form like Zelda and Midna. He turns into a wolf. Now, everyone just assumes maybe that's just what the Triforce of Courage was capable of doing for him. But why would the Triforce of Courage be the weakest section? Why would there be a weakest section of the Triforce at all? If anything, based on the fact that he's the only one capable of facing off against Demise and Ganondorf in these games, something even Zelda, as the Sage of Time and holder of the Triforce of Wisdom with time and experience wielding the two together, cannot do herself, wouldn't we assume the Triforce of Courage is way beyond the strongest, if they're even uneven in strength at all, like I said? Not to mention how Link doesn't even really need to use the Triforce actively in order to do these feats. And there's no argument that he has to be a wolf in order to see these spirits and shades and complete his mission. You don't need to be a wolf to kill bugs. We know that the Twi people who exist as they are inside the Twilight can see the spirits at all time too, and Zelda, who is also retaining her form, seems to have no issue seeing the townspeople below her as spirits and understanding they're unaware of their conditions. How else would she explain it to us? Though, of course, there's no direct proof of how that would be looking through her eyes, so maybe you can shrug that one off. Once we get the Master Sword, even entering the literal Twilight realm is unable to make us lose our form, which we can assume is the result of the aura that surrounds it, the same one that removed Ganon's curse from us. Once it chooses us as its master, we're now protected from Twilight. So even just an artifact that is blessed by the goddesses has the same effect of keeping us from turning into a spirit. Why couldn't we just turn into a spirit and then get a message from the goddesses to go into the woods we're literally right next to, touch the Master Sword, and then start our adventure that way? Why did we become a wolf? Now, we're going to seriously dig into the lore and mechanics of the game to figure this one out. The form of the Divine Beast is only a result of Furore's blessing and has nothing to do with the possession of the Triforce itself. Stick with me here. Remember, the Triforce symbols don't exclusively glow when being called upon or being used, right? They also glow during a blessing from the goddesses, like in Skyward Sword. I would consider it largely agreed upon that the hero's shade is a past hero, which means even if he no longer holds the Triforce of Courage, he was definitely deemed worthy of it in his time and blessed. Why don't we take a moment to discuss the shade's identity, huh? There's a common misconception that he's a Stalfos, but he does not appear as or have the same characteristics as Stalfos. He appears much more like the Zora Queen's ghost, a pulsating form briefly showing ghostly flesh before disappearing again. The skeletal mobs in the game, and every other game for that matter, are simply skeletons and don't have any apparition-like qualities that the other ghosts we encounter have. This will even go back to Dampy's ghost in Ocarina of Time, which behaves the same way, coming in and out of existence in front of our eyes, very transparent. The figure of the hero shade, while containing a skeleton, is encased in the same ghostly flesh. So while he may not be a Stalfos, I do definitely think this is the hero of time actually, who has come back to teach the newest hero what he'll need to defeat Ganon. There's a few points in my theory that really depend on the fact that Ocarina of Time Zelda was left with a shattered Triforce of Courage that was missing a single piece and therefore was unable to put it back together and unable to locate it, likely due to it being in possession of Link 2.0, who has long since left Hyrule. But I also said that Majora's Mask isn't in this universe, so where did the hero of time go, and where Zelda reasonably wouldn't be able to find him, but also where he could return as a shade in this game? Let's take a look at the hero shade and figure it out. Firstly, at some point, the hero of time went from an untrained boy to a master swordsman, capable of teaching his moves to our new hero. In Ordon Village, Rusl is a swordsman who has been teaching Link the way of the sword. The village gift to Hyrule Castle is an Ordonian sword. We also know the sword being taken is custom made, and their shields have the village emblem on them as well. So combat knowledge and regional weaponry from Ordon is seemingly a big part of their tradition and culture, something they're known for, take pride in, and is even well known enough to be requested by the castle. Well, not identical. The symbol on the hero's shade shield bears more resemblance to Ordon's than it does the one in the Hylian shields we've used before. The shade also happens to be left-handed, a trait only the hero tends to have in these games. It seems likely that the hero of time left Hyrule in order to settle down in the nearby Ordon village, and lived and died there as a village swordman, taking part in these traditions and learning. Hi everybody, editing Audrey here. I noticed while looking for some assets for the shield and all of that, there are other things in Ordon Village that could be used to support my theory on the hero shade being someone who lived and died in Ordon. The first one being the shield has more of a circle on it, although the goat heads are circles. It's not exactly the same. It doesn't have the goat at the bottom of the shield. It is more of a complete circle with like a little dip at the bottom, which you could argue is not exactly a goat head. It also has a full circle outside, which is much different than a lot of the imagery in Ordon, or so I thought, because actually inside of Russell's house, who is again the village swordsman, you can find this tapestry with a very similar kind of diamond constructed circle pattern around various symbols, and that's all around his house. I'm not sure exactly how supportive that is, but it's definitely more than nothing. You can also find various banners around the village, notably in front of the mayor's house. There's quite a few that have a circle on it and a little symbol. As well as outside of everyone's home are the goat horns as they actually appear in-game, which is more of a perfect circle with that little dip at the bottom, more similar to how the shield on the shade looks. We also can note that the banners outside of people's houses are not just for the mayor. There's actually one outside of Link's house that has the Triforce on it, and Link definitely doesn't know what the Triforce is, and the one on his own hand is grayed out so he wouldn't know its goal. old, so this must be some kind of family heirloom or family flag of some kind, I'm assuming, and that would have been passed down to him from someone previous who did know what a Triforce was. Also, you can see on pretty much every man or boy in the village, they have these aprons in front of them. The aprons are lined with little symbols that are very similar to the symbols on the outside of the circle shield, in my opinion, but more importantly, they have some custom design down the center on each and every one of them, including Link himself, who is wearing one, and his actually looks the most similar to the symbol on the little apron that the hero's shade wears. And I do think it is notable that he wears the similar apron and that nobody else in Hyrule that I could find wears this style of apron in the way that the Ordon villagers do. So I just thought that was a little more interesting and a little more reasonable support, especially because the shield is more inconclusive because there are leaves covering the bottom and we can't see exactly for 100% certainty that it is a notch at the bottom. Even though I feel like it is, I can't tell you it is because you can't really see it definitively. Alright, back to the original voiceover. I was transitioning, I think, into ghosts in these games and what they represent. See, the ghosts in these games always seem to have purpose. They stick around just until they fulfill their duty to the gods or their personal ambitions before they disappear. And Twilight Princess is no exception. The Zora Queen does exactly this. And, assuming the hero's shade is a ghost, he tells us his purpose is to teach the new hero how to fight. If he's unable to do that during his lifetime, that would explain why he stuck around waiting for this one. What if the hero shade, the hero of time, chose Ordon Village as his home due to a gut feeling or a message from the gods that the next hero would be born in that village, that his duty to the gods would be to teach the new hero? The hero shade opts to just stand outside the forest temple when we first find him, the first temple he himself had bested, and where he may expect the next hero to pass through when his journey first begins. The shade also doesn't appear to Link the first time we pass through when we're saving the child and the monkey. He does appear though once Link has awakened as a hero and has adorned the hero's garb. Kind of all starting to come together, isn't it? So we've figured out now where Link 2.0 probably went and who the hero's shade is all in one go. But what does this have to do with Twilight Link not having the Triforce? Well, you don't get to keep your section of the Triforce when you die, guys. According to the hero died timeline anyway, it pops right out of your corpse, ready to be collected by whoever's closest. If Link 2.0 died with the Triforce shard on him or within him or whatever, there's a good chance he'd simply been buried with it, especially if he wasn't aware he even had it. The people of Ordon definitely wouldn't know what it was, since the knowledge of the Triforce has been a secret since the Interlopers, and like I said, surely Ocarina of Time Zelda didn't send out flyers across the whole continent. If found, please mail all powerful artifacts of the gods with priority shipping to me. You can't even argue it immediately leapt into the next hero or something, because the hero doesn't work like that. Twilight Link may be stated as the same blood as Hero of Time Link, but the spirit of the hero has no rules against skipping generations. Point being, he still appears to us as a divine wolf, despite being physically incapable of having a Triforce on him and being a ghost. Which means, the form of the divine wolf can't be due to physical possession of a Triforce. I mean, it all makes sense, doesn't it? Farore's blessing to the earth was life. It was giving birth to beings made to maintain order in the world. Her blessings turning you into a beast isn't really all that random. The wolf specifically is symbolic of devotion, family bonds, instincts, and bravery, all traits that describe the hero and his spirit, and why he was originally chosen in Skyward Sword. In Japanese culture specifically, wolves are messengers of the gods, but also considered guardians and protectors. The divine beast, the beast of the gods, an okami, a great wolf spirit. Twilight Link already had this blessing from the very start. His ancestor knew when and where he'd be born, and once again, the hero's appearance is one big game of cosmic chess. And another bullet point we can add on to all of this being pre-planned, because 80 pages of a script apparently wasn't enough for me, the hero of Twilight, just like the hero of time, was being prepared for literal millennia, arguably even longer than the hero of time himself. I say this because Midna knows about you. Midna tells you the reason she decided to follow Link and free him from prison is because she watched him turn into into a wolf upon entering Twilight. She says that her people have long had a legend of a hero who would come to them in the form of the divine beast. If Minda's people, the rulers of the Twilight, have been trapped inside the realm since all the way back at the point of the creation of the Chamber of Sages to guard the Triforce from the interlopers, then the goddesses during that age supplanted this knowledge to them who knows how far in the past. Definitely before the War of the Interlopers started, that's for sure. The thing is though, Rauru in Ocarina of Time says that they used the Master Sword as a key because it's only to be used by the Hero of Time. He doesn't seem aware that there would be another hero after him, or at least doesn't tell us if he is, or that another hero would ever have the ability to use this sword. So we have no idea who could have told Minda's people this. We could assume it was the goddesses, but the reason they're trapped in the Twilight is because they were shunned by the gods. There's also no explanation from her on why he's supposed to be a beast. In fact, it seems that unlike with the Hero of Time, the Twi people are the only people with any kind of prophetic legends about the Hero of Twilight at all. There's no evidence that even Zelda of the royal family had any inkling of the Twilight hero's destiny, despite her clearly being able to control her Triforce piece with ease and being able to call directly on the light spirits, who, if anybody, would know a Hero of Twilight is coming. It feels like literally nobody but the Twi were prepared for the events of the game. But why them? Why Twilight's people? The goddesses knew what was to come, right? Zelda says at the end of the game that she believes the reason the Mirror of Twilight was left in the world was so that they would all meet. I believe it was left in the world so that when Ganondorf returned, he would be sent there and would wreak havoc on the Twi people rather than the light beings, and eventually be taken out far more easily without nearly as much damage to the world as had happened last time. It's not like the goddesses would have any issues being cruel to the Twi. They already consider them evil magic users trying to usurp them. It feels like this was the goddesses' attempt at nipping this in the bud once and for all by torturing the Twi people for their own benefit. No wonder Midna broke the mirror. I would too. Once again, it's being implied here, and I am making a couple of jumps, that every single action and occurrence in this game, just like in Skyward Sword and in Ocarina of Time, is part of a massive stalemate of tic-tac-toe. Every effort from Demise's curse and every retaliation from the goddesses blocking each other's winning move over and over and over again. I want to say something else here about the timeline split, to reinforce why I feel the game cannot be in the child's timeline. If we're to believe that Link went back to the past before Ganon's plan happened, when the Triforce was not split, then there wouldn't be a split Triforce. There would have been no need to send Ganon into the Sacred Realm and seal him or banish him because he wouldn't have the shard to keep him alive. He would have just been executed immediately by the king, and because he's still mortal, it would have worked. There would be no sages needing to be awakened. The game just wouldn't have happened at all, and therefore this game wouldn't have happened at all. If you want to say that Ocarina of Time Link went back and retained his Triforce somehow and maybe that made it split, and then it left the Sacred Realm and went to those worthy anyway, Ganondorf wouldn't be the person who got the Triforce of Power. How do we know? Because Zelda told us he wasn't worthy of it. He only got it because he was actively trying to take it while not being worthy. The reason it split is because he grabbed it without having earned its power, which, in that case, is just another argument to why Link having courage wouldn't cause the other two pieces to fly out. It only breaks if the one trying to grab the whole thing isn't worthy, and Link is worthy. The Triforce would not seek out the ultimate evil fueled by malice trying to defy the gods as the most worthy of the goddess's blessing of power. Twilight Princess doesn't just make more sense to me being in the adult timeline, it only makes sense if the only timeline is the adult timeline. And it's really important to note as well that Ganondorf cannot be killed while he is in possession of the Triforce of Power. At the end of the game, when we kill him, we see Zant in the sky, we see the Triforce fade, and then he goes still. When you're playing, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and many people don't get what happened here at all. I tried to look it up to see if there was a definitive answer, but there really isn't, and the general assumption is that it's a vision of some kind that Ganondorf is having. I kind of disagree, and bear with me here because this is another huge leap, but I think this is a fake-out death, just like in Ocarina of Time. In Ocarina of Time, Ganondorf briefly dies, but then is brought back in the form of a beast, and then is sealed away again as his regular self. And he's sealed away after being stabbed directly in his brain by the Master Sword. Death clearly does not come easily to this man. Do you remember during the fight with Zant? He tells us that Ganondorf is his god and is going to resurrect him without any end. Then he explodes, and Midna will tell you that she wasn't able to wrestle Ganon's magic away from Zant, despite trying to when he popped. You may see where I'm going already. Ganondorf appears to Zant originally as a big cloud of dust, but he also becomes clouds of dust at will later on in the game, especially when he fights Midna. So the cloud of dustness isn't a result of the Twilight, he's just doing that by choice. I think Ganondorf knows, at the very least by the end of the game, due to Zelda and Midna's trade happening in front of him, that he can transfer the Triforce Shard between people. He's also capable of possessing other people's bodies. So what if Ganon really did keep that promise to Zant, and after we leave, Zant unblows up? He resurrects and comes back to life as Ganon's failsafe. As he dies, Ganondorf's Triforce glows and flashes, and then it disappears entirely. But it doesn't exit his body, which by now we know would be the immediate result of death. Zant mentions that Ganon needed him to create despair and suffering in order to regain enough power to have a physical form. But Ganondorf doesn't seem to have any issue having a physical form inside the Twilight. We know that even passively having a Triforce Shard prevents you from becoming a spirit, and he can't die, so there was no reason to lose his body in the first place. Unless it was on purpose. Unless Ganon's body at the end of the game is just a recreation of his old one, a puppet he's using, something he needed to gather the magic to create so he could exist in the light world, but he doesn't need in order to live on in general. Where was Ganon's Triforce when he was without his body the first time? He must have put it somewhere, right? When he's dust, when he's talking to Zant originally, he gets the Triforce back as soon as he's corporeal again. So where did it go? I'd assume it's with Zant. What I'm getting at here is that Ganondorf did resurrect Zant, and at the end of the game, as Ganon appears to die, we see Zant in front of him, staring. The Triforce glows and flashes and then disappears, but it doesn't leave his body. So where did it go? I assume, again, with Zant. Ganondorf is shoving his Triforce and all of his power right back into the guy, letting his own puppeted body die, and then possessing Zant in order to go into hiding after being defeated. Is this a little bit of a crazy crackpot reading of the ending scene? Maybe, but if I'm wrong, then tell me where the Triforce of Power is. Tell me why it didn't exist in Ganon's body when he died. It's the only reasonable explanation I could come up that has any inkling of support behind it. It does sound insane, but the dialogue we're given does add up if you want it to in this explanation. Plus, nobody else seems to have any way to explain why Zant is just like there at the end of the game. I'm gonna roll with it personally. And one last thing about this game before we move on. Nobody knows it happened. I mean, a few people know, but not many, and those who do are limited. Most people in Hyrule were spirits for the majority of the game, totally unaware the Twilight even took over at all. Maybe they noticed the lake suddenly went dry, maybe they noticed monsters and weird bugs showed up for a little bit, but the lake filled back up and everything went back to normal. Maybe the Zora know a little bit more. There was an evil king who froze them and then killed their queen, but they have no details, they have no reasons for it, they just know it happened. Telma and Ruto know about the monsters too, and about something possessing the Gorons and knowing someone took over Hyrule Castle and used monsters. The children only know as much as Ruto does, but none of them know anything about the Twilight either. And Telma has no idea that Link was a wolf that she had kicked out of her bar, let alone who or what Midna ever was. From the perspective of a townsperson, one day the lake dried up, everyone prayed a lot, and it got better. Then a bunch of monsters went into the castle, and the throne room exploded. But then the monsters were defeated by some ragtag group from a bar in town, and again everything went back to normal. Genuinely, the only person who knows about whatever exactly happened other than Zelda, Link, and Midna is maybe Ilia, because she heard about all the legends and the chicken people from Impas. The Mirror of Twilight was a secret legend to begin with. The Master Sword was returned to where it came from. The Hero of Twilight performed his duties mostly in secret, and only a handful of people will ever remember, and even less will have learned the details. So wrapping this all up, here's some things I'd like you to note from the game that are either important later or you need to remember for the major theory at the end. There's no proof that Ganondorf has died here. None that follow the logic of the universe anyway, and you can't convince me that that Zant scene was just a weird vision that we're shown for no reason. Zelda tells us to go find the Master Sword, saying that it was crafted by ancient sages. You might think Skyward Sword contradicts this and retcons it, but I don't think it does. Just hold on to that information for me and the fact that she said that. The story of the Hero of Twilight is almost entirely unknown. I know we've been through so much together so far, but this is going to be the final game that has voice acting that I will fully break down for you before we wrap up the one timeline theory and move on to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom and try to plug them into all of it. So without further ado, here is my director's commentary style summarization of The Wind Waker. This game may start looking like it's a bit silly based on the art style and the characters' expressions, but I promise it gets very intense later. So in order to make it as fun as possible, I'm going to name my character Stinky. Stinky, the hero of the winds. This is but one of the legends of which the people speak. Long ago, there existed a kingdom where a golden power lay hidden. It was a prosperous land blessed with green forests, tall mountains, and peace. But one day, a man of great evil found the golden power and took it for himself. With its strength at his command, he spread darkness across the kingdom. But then, when all hope had died and the hour of doom seemed at hand, a young boy clothed in green appeared as if from nowhere. Wielding the blade of evil's bane, he sealed the Dark One away and gave the land light. This boy, who traveled through time to save the land, was known as the Hero of Time. The boy's tale was passed through generations until it became legend. But then, a day came where a fell wind began to blow across the kingdom. The great evil that all thought had been forever sealed away by the hero. Once again crept forth from the depths of the earth, eager to resume its dark designs. The people believed the Hero of Time would again come to save them. But the hero did not appear. Faced by an onslaught of evil, the people could do nothing but appeal to the gods. In their last hour, as doom drew nigh, they left their future in the hands of fate. What became of that kingdom? None remain who know. The memory of the kingdom vanished, but its legend survived on the wind's breath. On a certain island, it became customary to garb boys in green when they came of age. Clothed in the green of the fields, they aspired to find heroic blades and cast down evil. The elders wished only for the youths to know courage, like the hero of legend. After we're told the legend of the Great Sea and the Hero of Time, we zoom in on Ariel.
Big brother!
This version of Link's little sister. She's looking for us for a very special reason.
Big brother!
Eventually, she finds us sitting atop of a small lookout tower at the edge of the island. With a big stretch, we open our eyes and establish this Link is a very lazy, sleepy, aloof boy.
I knew you'd be here. This is my favorite spot to gaze out at the sea. When I play with the gulls, I call it Ariel's Lookout.
Now that she's found us, though, Ariel has something important to tell us.
So, do you remember what day it is today? You're still half asleep, aren't you? Big brother, it's your birthday! That's why Grandma's been waiting for you to come back to the house. She's been waiting for a while. You should probably go home and see what Grandma wants, don't you think?
Not to be the grandson who keeps our grandmother waiting all day, we head back home immediately because it's her birthday, and oh boy, I hope there's a gift. She's waiting for us upstairs, and
I've been waiting for you, Stinky.
She does have a gift. It's new clothes. In classic grandma fashion, she makes us try them on right away. Link seems to think they're kinda stinky though. I guess that means they fit him, right?
Don't look disappointed, dear. Just try them on.
As stated in the intro, on our specific island, Outset Island, there's a tradition where all young boys, upon reaching the same age as the Hero of Time did when he started his adventure, wear a recreation of the iconic green outfit. Due to it having sleeves, we can tell that this is modeled after the adult version of the outfit, though the Link we're playing as is clearly no more than 12 or 13 at most. Keeping a family shield and learning how to use a sword is also part of the traditions of the island, though there's no use for swordship anymore really, according to Grandma.
Does all this make sense to you?
Despite hating it, we're gonna keep the outfit on. Grandma says that she's gonna invite the entire island to our birthday dinner party, and tells us we gotta go out and get our sister again so that she can come back and eat too.
Your grandma is going to make your favorite soup tonight.
Something about this game that I admire is the world building, despite how little world there is considering the big ocean. One of the details being the selfies and other portraits you can find of you, Ariel, and Grandma inside of her home. This one in particular is pretty funny. We go back outside to grab her sister from the lookout where we left her, and she lets us borrow her telescope, which we use to look at a mailman that Ariel is unnecessarily mean to.
That postman looks kinda weird, doesn't he?
Above the mailman, we spot a giant bird kidnapping a young girl. The bird and the girl are being pursued by a pirate ship that manages to nail it right in the beak. And the girl falls into the nearby fairy forest on top of our island. Of course, it immediately falls to us to save her, just because. So we grab our sword, go through the blockade at the beginning of the forest, and try to save her.
Ouch! Wow. What's with the getup?
Why doesn't anybody seem to like our outfit? From her first mate coming up just behind us, we learn the girl's name is Tetra, and she's the pirate's captain. She runs out of the forest, and we follow her. We see that our sister has actually followed us up here to see what's up and make sure everything's okay. Then, the bird reappears. And unfortunately, the bird seems to have mistaken our sister for Tetra. In its attempt to recapture her, it has flown off into the distance with poor Ariel.
Stupid kid! Get a hold of yourself! There's nothing you can do! What? You want to come with us on our ship? Do you even understand what you're asking? We're pirates. You know, pirates.
Though we don't get to see it, I like to imagine our Link spent the entire walk back down to the beach giving Tetra major stink eye before insisting they take him with them. She isn't biting though, and refuses on the basis that his sister isn't her problem. That is, until Quill butts in.
And how do you figure that? All I mean to say is if you big bad pirates hadn't come to this quiet little island, that poor girl wouldn't have been snatched away.
And he's got a point too. As he's been delivering letters across the Great Ocean, Quill's been noticing that various young girls with pointy ears, very similar to Tetra, have been getting kidnapped by the same exact bird. And Link's sister was only taken after Tetra originally was dropped in the same location Ariel got picked up from.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it was young Stinky who saved you in the forest, wasn't it?
And he's got a point there too. He also lets us know where the bird's been nesting, a place called the Forsaken Fortress. Thanks to Quill's expert blame game, Tetra agrees to take us, but only after we've secured ourselves a proper shield to go with the sword. That shouldn't be too hard, because we already own one, remember? The family heirloom Grandma showed us. We walk right past her to get it, and it's gone! We climb back down to be confronted by Grandma.
Stinky. Is this what you're looking for? Take it with you. It's true. Ariel has been kidnapped. Hasn't she? What kind of monster could take such a sweet child?
Don't cry, Grandma, you're gonna make me cry. We'll get Ariel back in no time, I promise. We head back out to the ship and show Tetra we have a cool shield now, which she makes fun of, and I bet she's just jealous because she doesn't have a cool shield like us.
Well, whatever. If you're ready to go, then let's go. Are you ready?
And so we set off on our journey to save our sister and, unbeknownst to Link, eventually save the entire world.
Good luck, Stinky. Good luck finding Arrow. Take care of yourself.
As we wave goodbye, we give one more big wave to Grandma before Tetra decides to bully us again.
How much longer is this gonna go on, do you think? Are you sure you shouldn't just quit right now?
I genuinely can't tell at this point if she seriously is trying to get us to leave because she hates us or because she's afraid we're going to get ourselves killed by going into a cursed fortress. Either way, we're gonna ignore her. You're sent downstairs after the cutscene to do a little timed obstacle course. This one is pretty easy to complete, and it's more or less just meant to waste your time, so it's not jarring when you go back outside and you've managed to teleport across the entire map.
What? You did it already?
Our reward for this is a spoils bag, which we'll use to collect items we can sell, turn into potions, or use to trade for required quest items. You won't be seeing any of that since most of it takes place during the repetitive gameplay sections, but the game won't progress unless you've completed the course anyway, so we grab it. We get out to where Tetra was calling us, and she scolds us for doing literally the thing she just told us we should be doing before pointing to the Forsaken Fortress and the nest of the bird that took our sister. We get some backstory about the fortress and how it used to be home to an older group of pirates, though now it's been taken over by a group of monsters.
I knew it! Look, over there, by that window.
Tetra figures she knows exactly where her sister is being held, and since there's no way to get on the island safely for the whole ship, she comes up with a genius idea.
What do we do now?
Yes, she is going to shoot us at the window inside of a barrel.
We pirates do this all the time. Don't worry, it'll be a piece of cake.
Somehow, I don't believe that she's done this before. Unfortunately, Tetra isn't as skilled as human-loaded trebuchet as Groose was, and not only do we smash our face directly into a wall, we lose our sword in the process. At the very least, Tetris gives us a sending stone so that we can be communicated with while we're out and about. This is the first dungeon-like segment of the game, and its main mechanic is sneaking. There's searchlights that must be avoided, and there's various barrels around for us to hide under to avoid detection. As we're unarmed, being caught means immediate jail, similar to the Gerudo sneaking in Ocarina of Time. Eventually, we make it up to our sword, beat the guard at the door, and head inside to save our sister. As Quill said, it wasn't just our sister that was being kidnapped, but a variety of young girls. Before we can make it over to her cell, the bird comes back and kidnaps us. As we're flown off, a mysterious man on the deck of a broken boat commands the bird to fling us into the ocean. Normally a death sentence, but fortunately, we're a child of destiny, therefore have the most impenetrable plot armor known to man, and are saved by a passing boat.
Stinky! Stinky! Wake up, Stinky! Pull yourself together, Stinky!
Waking up, we find our savior isn't a kind boat-faring citizen, but rather an actual sentient talking boat.
You are surprisingly dull-witted. I'm the King of Red Lions. Do not fear, I am not your enemy.
The King of Red Lions claims to know how to save our sister, and describes the man who controlled the bird as a shadow.
His name is Ganon.
We get some information on Ganon from the King of Red Lions, though it's missing some details and not 100% accurate, like him ascribing his sealing to the power he sought and not to the work of the sages and Zelda from Ocarina. He asks us if we'd be willing to do anything to save our sister, which of course we say yes to. He describes the way we're meant to beat Ganon as a power we could only wield after a great hardship, and assures us he'll instruct us on how to obtain that power.
Do you understand?
Yeah. Which makes now when we start our quest.
But I'm getting ahead of myself.
First, though, we have to find ourselves a sail. The king may be a boat, but it wouldn't do us very good to simply cruise around wherever the sea might take us. Luckily, we've come ashore on Windfall Island, a more than suitable place to find someone selling what we need. Before that, though, we have to find and free this little weirdo from prison.
Hooray! Thank you oh so very much.
He'll run off to his own island for now, but he's gonna be required later on since he's the only cartographer left on Earth, apparently. After collecting our sail, we set off into the Great Ocean. Well, the music out here is wonderful, and it can be very peaceful gameplay footage. There's about a dozen hours of gameplay that is literally just this for 20 minutes straight, even after you get the ability to fast travel in the game. And so, I will be skipping over the majority of all of the ocean traveling segments and tasks for your viewing convenience. Anyway, eventually we arrive at Dragon Roost Island, home of the Ruto. Boatman tells us to go retrieve Din's Pearl from Volu, the dragon deity of the island, and gives us what's called the Wind Waker, this game's magical musical instrument. As we head up to the top of the island to speak to the Ruto, we run back into Quill, the mailman.
Stinky, is that you?
He talks with us for a moment and then goes to tell the rest of the Ruto about our arrival. He's told the chieftain about our plight and the bird that kidnapped our sister and the other girls, and how it's been causing havoc around the Great Ocean. The chieftain offers the help of the Ruto in search of our sister.
However, in the meantime, we have a problem of our own to deal with.
The dragon deity we're meant to ask for the pearl is acting very odd and violently lashing out at all of the young Ruto who venture to the top of the mountain where he resides. They do this in order to get his blessing, which is how they get their wings. One of these Ruto, who are unable to earn their wings at the moment, is the chief's son, Kamali. He asks us to meet with his son. Since Link is so cool and brave, maybe we'll rub off on Kamali and help him be cool and brave too. We're sent to get a letter for Kamali from Medli. Medli is studying to be the official attendant to the deity Velu, but in the meantime, she's not there yet and is essentially working as the prince's babysitter.
Wow, you really do have green clothes and a strange hat.
Okay, genuinely, what is wrong with her outfit? After introducing herself and giving us the letter for Kamali, Medli asks us to meet her at the entrance of Dragon Roost Cavern once we finish delivering the letter, and speaking to the prince. The prince, it turns out, is holding the pearl we need. But he's not gonna give it to us while he's pouting, and he hints that the only way he'd do anything we ask at all is if we were able to calm down Velu and make it so people could get their feathers again. So, we go back to meet up with Medli.
Hey, you actually came!
As you probably could have guessed, as the future attendant of Velu, Medli plans to use our help to enter the caverns that lead up to his perch, and figure out how to calm him down herself.
Will you help me?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
We pick her up, throw her up to a ledge, and then she runs away, assuring us that since she's able to speak some ancient Hylian, she's sure she'll be able to do something about what's bothering Velu. We aren't about to let somebody else do all the work though. That's our job, so we find a way up to follow her. Start Dragon Roost Cavern, the very first temple. This temple breaks the classic Zelda formula by being the first themed temple, and also the fire temple. I guess technically the Forsaken Fortress could be counted as a temple, and our little bout in the woods as a tutorial dungeon, meaning this is kind of the third temple? But whatever, either way, it sticks out. Anyway, at some point we climb the mountain and find that Medli has been captured by bokoblins, which we make short work of. Being set free, Medli thanks us,
Stinky, you came to rescue me!
But tells us that she did speak with Velu before her capture, and the reason he's throwing a big fit is because there's something underneath his perch messing with his booty. I'd be pretty mad too. She gives us the grappling hook item and goes off to tell everyone what's going on. We get out of there, then go fight the boss that's been gnawing on Velu's tail. It's a crazy looking lava centipede. And you don't actually fight the boss as much as you swing around from Velu's tail to piss him off even more, which drops a giant brick onto the boss's head. Eventually, you get the chance to smack him and it's over with. Almost instantly, Velu stops the chaos he's causing. It must have felt like finally killing a mosquito that's been buzzing around your ears for the last 3 hours while you're trying to sleep or something. Medli and Kamali come to meet us at the base of the island where we spawn in.
Stinky!
And Kamali thanks us and apologizes for being just as stinky as we're named. Then he gives us that pearl we've been after.
Oh, I almost forgot. The great Velu also names you, Stinky, a true hero.
Very interesting that the one who held the goddess's blessings names us the hero. Or maybe not, because at this point in the video you know what's going on. Medli and Kamali run off again, and we head back to Boat Lion King Redman, who is vaguely and forebodingly telling us about how Ganon sent monsters to torture Velu. I guess it's a bad sign. On we sail to the next island. Forest Haven, home of the Deku tree, spirit of the earth. While the island we're sailing to is a giant tree, the Deku tree himself is inside of a small spring inside of that big tree in order to protect him from the evil ocean water. Here, we're after Farore's pearl. Entering the grotto, the Deku tree is being attacked by choo-choo jellies. Not a problem for us. Since we don't have Medli around to translate this ancient Hylian, I've gone ahead and done it myself for you.
Hoy, that garb you wear, could you be the legendary hero? Has the king found the hero of time? What's the matter? Do you not understand the ancient Hylian tongue? So, you are not the hero of time. I must apologize. I was in error. I saw your clothing and suddenly felt a longing for an age gone by.
Finally, somebody appreciates the fit. The Deku Tree confirms that it was the King of Red Lions that brought us here, and that it's the pearl that we're after. Upon this confirmation, he comes to the same conclusion as King Boat Redman.
He has returned. Ganon has returned.
We're introduced to the Koroks, little tree people with leaves for faces who serve as the spirits of the forest, and I love them so much. They used to take the form of people or children, but since the land turned into a great sea, they now take the form of the Koroks, the little trees. The Koroks every year perform a small ceremony for the Deku Tree, and we're invited to watch, but there is an interruption.
Oh, great Deku Tree! Something terrible has happened. It's Makar!
Makar, one of the Koroks meant to take part in the ceremony, has gone missing inside what is going to be our next temple.
Makar fell into the Forbidden Woods!
What? The Forbidden Woods?
I told him to be careful.
See, I told you the temples are out of order. Fire first, then forest? Feels out of whack here. Since clearly the King of Red Lions thinks we're worthy of heroic deeds, we're the ones sent after Makar. We're not as hollow as a Korok, and so we can't get into the temple from the sea, so the Deku Tree gives us a new item we're meant to use to enter the temple. It's a Deku leaf, grown straight from his branches. Using it, we can fly through the air, something we'll be utilizing regularly for the rest of the game, naturally. We use the leaf to fly over to the entrance of the Forbidden Wood, and do our best to save little Makar. Not to dwell on the temples too much by this point in the video, the game generally moves the same way as any other Zelda title, as in, you're gonna be using the leaf a lot in the temple. Like, a lot. Like, for literally everything in the entire dungeon, a lot. We reach the boss, who is like a big flower thingy that's kidnapped Makar. During this temple, we also got a boomerang, which we use to beat the boss, naturally. And we save our little Korok friend. While Link does his little dance on the flower monster's corpse.
Excuse me, are you the one who rescued me?
Apparently, Makar forgot today was ceremony day, so I guess I forgive him for falling into an evil forest and getting eaten by a giant flower.
Oh, I'm in trouble. I must get out of here immediately.
Makar is so cute, I'm literally gonna explode. It's ridiculous.
Oh, Makar, you have returned safely.
I'm sorry, Great Deku Tree. I know you warned us many times, but I still did not listen.
Now that he's been safely returned to the Deku Tree, we're able to get our pearl and watch their little ceremony take place. And it's freaking adorable. The purpose of the ceremony is to get tree sprouts from the Deku Tree, with the hopes that one day a forest will grow connecting all of the islands of the Great Ocean. This event starts a side quest that I will not be doing since it takes a million years to complete, but it happens. After showing Boatman Lion King Guy, the man, the second pearl, we set off to Great Fish Island to see the holder of Nehru's pearl, Jaboon. Something clearly isn't right though. The entire island has been destroyed.
What is the meaning of this? The island, it is... We're too late.
As we approach, day suddenly turns to night across the entire ocean. It seems the island where Jaboon once lived had been attacked by Ganon while we were too busy saving Makar for the Deku Tree.
Ho there, Stinky.
Quill arrives with a message from Volu, letting us know that Jaboon actually managed to get away before the island was destroyed.
I've been looking for you.
He's taking refuge, you'd never guess, on our island, our home island of Outset. He's hiding around the back of the island behind a huge rock, so we're gonna need to get some bombs to break that. We also really have to hurry since Quill, in his efforts to find us for this message, went to the pirates first and told them about Jaboon and the Pearl, assuming we were still in some contact with them. Both Quill and the boatman think the best idea is to go to Windfall Island, where we first got our sail and where the pirates are currently docked, so we can see what they're up to and figure out if we'd be able to make it to Outset before they manage to. When we get there, the pirates are thankfully still on Windfall Island, and we go sneaking around town to find them. In the bomb shop, they've tied up and robbed the owner of his stock in hopes of breaking down that aforementioned big rock Jaboon's behind. We watch them have a really uncomfortable conversation about Tetra before Tetra herself butts in, and they have a little argument about leaving right away for Outset or staying the night on Windfall for some food or water or whatever pirates like to do in their spare time.
How about we grub up tonight and shut off tomorrow instead?
You're all fools. Do you know that? You saw the island. You saw the destruction. We have to hurry to Outset or the same thing could happen.
Just as we think Tetra might truly be nothing more than a dastardly pirate, it seems more like she's trying to protect our hometown rather than rob it for its riches.
Don't be ridiculous. I want, the treasure.
We're spotted by her in the loft.
All right, have it your way. We can leave tomorrow, you big babies.
It's actually pretty comforting knowing she's on our side, considering the massive boat and fleet of cannons she's commanding. Speaking of the boat, those dummy pirates gave us the secret password they're using to get inside their cabin, giving us the perfect opportunity to rob them back. Inside the ship, a previously locked Tetra's private room is now open to us. Her being on our side makes a lot more sense once you see this. She has various memorabilia of both the royal families and the Triforce, as well as a Triforce-shaped sea chart on her wall and a depiction of the Hero of Time. Going downstairs, we get another course with Nico. This one is a lot harder and it did take me about 5 tries. Please don't bully me, I'm really bad at swinging on the lanterns. I promise I haven't faked any of my first tries though in the video so far. If there's anything I'm not, it's a liar, and if there's anything I am, it's a pro gamer. This time, Nico, for our reward, gives us some of the bombs they had just stolen from the shop. Those things earlier in the game, by the way, were 10,000 rupees, so if you ask me, the pirates are really doing this town a favor by scaring that man into lowering his prices.
That's mighty courageous of you, trying to steal treasure from pirates.
We low-key forgot Tetra planted a sending stone on us at the beginning of the game. Oops. But rather than immediately come and take back her bombs, she just chides us for our recklessness and assures us if it was her guarding the bombs, we never would have gotten close to them. She then makes double sure we know exactly where and how to get to Jaboon, and then makes a deal with us that if we can get to Outset before they leave Windfall tomorrow morning, then we win and they won't go after that treasure.
You better be quick, kid.
You heard the girl, we better make this snappy.
Let us delay no longer, Stinky!
As we sail out to Outset, Lion Red Kingman Boat Guy notes that it actually hasn't been tomorrow morning since we first arrived at Great Fish Isle. And I also just realized I've been calling it Great Fish Island instead of Great Fish Isle this whole time, but they're all rocks floating in water, who cares? Apparently, that curse put on Great Fish Isle not only made the whole world dark and gloomy, but it froze time as well on the whole ocean. He tells us since it never becomes morning, the pirates won't ever leave to interrupt us, so we can take our time and talk to our family while we're here. Which we would, but if you try and talk to Grandma right now, she's sick and unable to speak with us until we bring her a ferry. Don't worry, you can still go back and see her right after you get the pearl. Finding our way into the cave reveals Valoo to be an arbiter of the truth, and we get to sit there really confused while Jaboon and the King Boat have a conversation we're only allowed to hear half of. Don't worry though, because I've put the translation of this one in the script too.
Well met, King.
Well met indeed, Jaboon. I'm pleased to see that you're safe.
The events which we have long feared seem to have been set in motion.
Yes, it seems Ganon has returned. There can be no other explanation.
If you have sought me out, It must mean you have found the hero of time?
Unfortunately, that is not so.
Then for what purpose have you seen me?
The one I've brought with me has no connection to the legendary one, and yet I sense great promise in the courage that they possess.
Promise? You suggest I leave the fate of Hyrule to chance?
I do. It is the only way.
I see. Then I suppose it's up to the gods. I give you this guidepost. This jewel should dispel the curse Ganon has cast.
So that foul rain and endless night were indeed elements of a curse brought on us by Ganon. He must intend to cast this land into pure darkness.
Tell me, King, have you learned the whereabouts of the one who carries the bloodline of the princess?
I believe I have.
That is well. You must protect her from falling into the hands of Ganon. I am counting on you.
Somehow, just us possessing the pearl from Jaboon has broken that nighttime curse, and so as morning arrives, we set out to use them as intended. Jaboon referred to the pearl as a guidepost, and that's actually exactly what it is. You have to travel to 3 different aisles where there's a little statue that will request the pearl. Once you've made it to all 3 and placed to those pearls, the statues activate. Poor Link. The guideposts are a triangulation feature, very fitting for the Triforce theme, and in the center of where they all meet rises the Temple of the Gods. This is where we're told by Red Lion Man King we'll prove ourselves to be of hero status. This is about as close to a water temple as we're gonna get in the game about the ocean, where rising and lowering water levels determine how we're gonna navigate. There's some puzzles where this cute little statue guy follows you around, which I love. We make it to the temple boss, who seems to be a specifically designed challenge for us by the gods, with the express purpose of giving Bongo Bongo flashbacks.
O chosen one, accept this final challenge.
Anyway, we get him, and we're told we can now access the path to our destiny.
Go forward with caution.
We ring this big bell at the top of the tower, and that creates a magical portal at the base of it. Our boat congratulates us on being chosen as the hero, but then reminds us that we're only like halfway through the game right now. As we sink below the ocean into the magical beam of light, we realize that we're actually able to breathe here under the water. We're lowered down into a castle courtyard that's been condemned to a fate of perpetual Instagram noir filter. This is very clearly Hyrule Castle to anyone who's ever played a Zelda game before ever. Actually, from the wide shot, this seems to be the entirety of Hyrule Field that is stuck inside the bubble. Boatman sends us into the castle for an item that will be capable of defeating Ganon. I think you can guess what the item is going to be. Inside the castle, we can see that everything isn't just black and white, it's been frozen in time. Also, there's been some redecorating since Ocarina happened. There's a huge statue that's been dedicated to that version of Link, as well as the sage medallions adorning all of the walls. Very flashy, this version of the royal family I see. We solve a block puzzle that opens a secret room. In the room, exactly as we expected, the Master Sword lays, ready to be wielded again. Pulling the sword reveals that it was part of the key to what was keeping the castle in stasis, and suddenly both time and color return to the entire place. Those monsters upstairs start moving too, but they aren't difficult now with our new sword. And hey, look at our cool new sword! Ganon does not stand a chance. Back at the boat, we get reminded we're only like halfway through the game, and also that we still haven't saved our sister, and should probably remember to do that. Time for Forsaken Fortress Part 2, and since we are running in unarmed, we have no more worries about making this a stealth mission. The first thing that happens is we get to fight a Phantom Ganon, and he just has all the classic Ganon moves, playing tennis with lightning and flying around out of reach like a big cheater. He's not hard at all to beat, and afterwards we get a cool skull hammer to smack people around with. It takes us no time at all to get back to the top of the tower, where Link makes sure to triple check there's no big bird coming to snatch him up before running over to Ariel.
This cell won't open that easily.
It's the pirates! Tetra is apparently responsible for distracting that bird. Very masterful planning from her, as usual. She notices our cool new sword, and for some reason the sword starts shaking violently. I don't think that's a plot thing, I think my game was just glitching out here.
That sword. Where did you get that? Are you... Is it even possible? How could it be?
Despite her shock and awe, Tetra takes all of the girls with intention of forcing their fathers to pay a ransom for their return. I guess despite being on our side, she's still a pirate. She takes Ariel too, but not to force our grandma to pay her life savings, it's a favor since we're really cool and awesome. Also, the bird is coming back, so we best get her out of harm's way while we still can.
Stinky, we'll be back. I promise.
It's bird clobber time. With Big Beak out of the way, we go and confront Ganondorf in his broken ship.
It's been a while, boy. You have done well to sneak into my fortress all the way up here. The least I can do is commend your reckless courage. My name is Ganondorf. I am the master of the Forsaken Fortress. By the way, boy, when you drew that sword from its pedestal, did you by chance notice the monsters stirring again? Do you understand what that means? I highly doubt you do, foolish child. While that sword is evil's bane, it has long played another role. It is also a sort of key. A key that has kept the seal on my magic intact. By withdrawing the blade, you have broken the seal. You cannot defeat me with a blade that does not sparkle. What you hold is useless. Go back to the world below and tell that to the fools who made it. Its power is gone. Its edges are dull.
Stinky, get up! Stop. Let me go.
You pathetic sea rat! My Triforce is resonating. At long last, I have found you, Princess Zelda.
What are you talking about? I don't know any Zelda.
Tell me, if you are not Zelda, then why do you have this fragment of the Triforce?
Just as Tetra goes limp, Kamali and Quill swoop in through the window to save us. And Valoo sets that man's whole house on fire as a get-back for all that butt-pinching earlier. We reconvene at the Temple of the Gods.
It's all right, Stinky. She has merely lost consciousness. Your sister has escaped the fortress with the pirates. You can relax. She's safe.
Lord Valoo, you arrived not a moment too soon. We are deeply grateful.
Another short conversation happens in Hylian.
Still, it's too soon to relax. Ganon cannot be destroyed by simple wrath and fire.
I am aware of this. Yet I thought our first priority should be to separate these two from Ganon's grasp.
I see, and I agree. We are counting on you.
Stinky, I will explain things later. Now we must return to the world beneath the sea.
We're taken back to Hyrule Castle, and Tetra finally wakes up. Rightfully confused, there's no time to explain before a voice comes over the stone that she gave us originally. While we unquestioningly spoke to the boat through it during the game, Tetra is immediately upset and suspicious due to it being a personal magic stone that only she should be capable of using. The voice called us to the room where we found the sword, and when we arrive, sure enough, a dude's there. He tells Tetra that her stone is actually a type of gossip stone, something that we have seen in past games but I neglected to talk about because they really aren't super important other than this moment. It's a stone that talks to you. He's the one who created this sending stone for the royal family based off of them. Apparently, all of the legends of the land before have been lost to time.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Have neither of you heard the tales? This is Hyrule. And I am its king, Daphne's Nohansen Hyrule. Stinky, do you not recognize my voice? Indeed, I am the one who guided you here. I am the King of Red Lions.
I can't be the only one who finds it absolutely hilarious that this game reveals the royal family's last name is literally Hyrule. I personally didn't find this surprising at all, considering his title even as a boat is the king, and he somehow personally is acquainted with all of the guardians of the goddess pearls. He was also the only other person to be able to speak ancient Hylian. He tells us that he was the king when Ganon tried to take over Hyrule, and implies that he himself has some kind of magical abilities for fighting evil that had failed. Leaving Hyrule's fate to the gods, they sealed Ganon inside the castle and then flooded all of Hyrule under a magical ocean. Before doing so, in order to not just destroy all of the land and people themselves, they instructed certain groups of people and other races to take refuge on top of certain mountaintops so that one day they could build a new Hyrule.
Hundreds of years have passed since then. So long as Ganondorf is not revived, Hyrule will remain below, never waking from its slumber. Tetra, come to me.
The king reveals that he is the holder of the Triforce of Wisdom, at least a part of it, The person who holds the majority of the Triforce of Wisdom is Tetra. It was passed down to her from her mother, who was one of the royal bloodline, who were instructed by the gods untold years ago to keep the Triforce out of the grasp of evil.
And so the time has come for me to teach you the fate into which you were born, the very reason that you live.
My fate?
You are the true heir to the royal family of Hyrule, the last link in the bloodline. You are Princess Zelda.
Zelda? I'm a princess?
Stinky, I'm terribly sorry that you have been caught up in these events.
And now that Tetra is revealed to be Zelda's descendant in front of Ganondorf, he's going to be hunting her down in order to find her Triforce piece and bring about the end of the world both above and below the sea. The king says that he knows a way to revive the Master Sword's sacred power that was lost, and our next quest must be to do so in order to stop Ganondorf.
Zelda, it's far too dangerous for you to join us in this task. Stinky, we must go!
Hold on, how the fuck is he doing that?
Stinky. I don't know how to say this. Everything that's happened to you and your poor sister, it's all been my fault. I'm so sorry.
Link is an unbothered king, as usual.
Stinky. Be careful.
Back outside, we see that the king has become a boat again, or maybe he was always a boat and his physical body was just projection. He did teleport, I honestly have no idea. Anyway, the reason the Master Sword is being all stinky is because the blade is meant to be powered up by the blessings from the sages, and clearly, since it smells so bad in here, something must have happened to them. We would enter the temples that housed them from Hyrule, but Ganondorf apparently contained the entire castle inside of a magic barrier that we can't break without the Master Sword. Quite the predicament. Thankfully, way back when the temples were made, whoever it was that constructed them predicted everything would be underwater someday, and so we can drop in from islands above. As we leave, we get another important bit of information. As per the legend, the Hero of Time once held a piece of the Triforce, much like Zelda does, but once he left Hyrule, he was separated from the elements that made him a hero. Before we get all conspiratorial about this in our theory section, I find it to be very clear he is speaking of the Triforce of Courage and the Master Sword respectively. Not that the goddesses just decided to unbless the Hero of Time and make him no longer hero quality. I think it's really important to note certain details about what we know happened in Ocarina of Time are told to us incorrectly in this game. They're very subtle, but they exist. The most obvious one being when you meet the king and he told you Ganondorf was sealed by the power he was after, but again, he was not sealed away by the Triforce, he was sealed away by the sages and their power. The only part Link and Zelda played in sealing him was the incapacitation beforehand. This is also not a retcon in my opinion, but rather a way the game excuses other dramatic changings in the workings of the world. It's been so long, nobody is sure what happened anymore. Everything is so different now, they can only assume how it went. This game came out before Skyward Sword, and like I said, Skyward Sword is the ultimate retcon of the whole series, but I don't think it counts here, because in Skyward Sword, the Master Sword was originally created through blessings from the goddesses, so I don't think it's a retcon. I think that this was already an idea they had in their head for how the Master Sword was created, and in this game we see the sages being the ones to bless it, and then in Skyward Sword, Link is the one who gathers the goddesses' blessings. It's the same concept, just a different way to go there. Anyway, how the Master Sword gets its power, tangent aside, the Triforce, after the Hero of Time left it, split into 8 pieces. Those pieces were hidden throughout the land, and now since the land is all flooded, they're hidden in the ocean. The pathway to Hyrule had disappeared behind us, and the only way to get back in now is if we find those pieces. So we set off to find the temples, the Earth and the Wind Temple. The elements of the sages changed between this game and Ocarina of Time, and they're going to change again later on. It seems to be that the sage elements are locked into certain eras, maybe? I'm not entirely sure how it works, but clearly they can and will change. The Wind Temple is inaccessible to us due to having a big breeze blowing us away from it, and the Earth Temple has a big rock in front of it, so we actually have to sail around to somewhere else and collect items before we can go back to the temples. Don't ask me how you're supposed to figure this out diegetically, because I couldn't figure it out and had to look up a guide. You're meant to find a cyclone in the middle of the ocean that spawns a frog that teaches you to warp across the map. Then you warp to a secret place with a weird little girl fairy who's the queen of all fairies, and she will give you fire and ice arrows. You're going to use those fire and ice arrows to freeze a volcano and melt a big dragon head. Inside those places, you're going to find power rings and iron boots. Then you're going to run to the temple. I started with the Earth Temple with the big rock, and you're going to find notes on the wall. You play the notes, and then you get a vision from a dead sage. The Earth Sage, very weirdly, is Azora. Her name is Ruto, and she was tasked with playing the song that we just played in order to pray to the goddesses and power up the Master Sword. Unfortunately, when Ganon first returned to Hyrule ages and ages ago, he realized the sages held the power of charging up the Master Sword, and he killed them to ensure he couldn't be stopped. All hope isn't lost though, as the instrument used to pray to the goddess was passed down through the sage's bloodline, and therefore the one who holds it now will awaken as the new sage upon hearing the song. Okay, well, we know the Zora turned into the Rito, so we just need to look around Dragon Roost for a Rito holding a lyre. When you get to Dragon Roost, you can hear someone very terribly playing a lyre almost immediately. Okay, well, it's not that bad, but it's not very good either. And what do you know? It's Medli.
Oh, Stinky, you're okay.
She catches up with us, talking about how Kamali's doing and how much charge he's taken in his own life after he was inspired by our heroics. Considering how he saved our lives pretty recently, I'd say he's doing quite well for himself. We conduct the tune for Medli, and we get to watch her have a pretty dramatic awakening.
What a mysterious song. It sounds so familiar. It's almost as if something I've forgotten is trying to be remembered. Oh, I feel... Just now, a sage spoke to me. She spoke so gently.
It's a pretty insane scene, and I really love how it was presented. We've always known that becoming a sage, or when Zelda awakens as Hylia, it suddenly gave them all these memories and ideas about what their destiny holds. But this is the first time we get to understand what it's actually like for them.
There's actually something that I can do to help this world. It's incredible.
We sail with Medli over to the temple again, where King Boat will tell her to do exactly as we say, and to be wary, as inside these temples still lurks the evil magic that Ganon had used to kill the Earth Sage the first time around. Okay, spooky! Inside, we conduct Medli to play her song one more time and open the door to get in. I love both of these sage temples. I'm not going to spoil them at all whatsoever for you, they're so fun to play. There is a lot to hate about this game, especially the GameCube version and how long everything takes to do, but being able to run around the temples with the sages using their unique abilities is not one of the things you can hate. The only thing I'll spoil for the sage sections is that you get to run around as them in the temples, and it is so cute and I love it. Oh, and also there's these big spooky hands made of Ganon's dark magic trying to kidnap them the entire time. We beat this boss by throwing him around. And then Medli comes to play her song and perform her prayer, giving the Master Sword back some of its lost power. I'm not a huge fan of most of the songs you play in the Wind Waker, to be honest, but the Sage's songs are beyond peak. A masterpiece in the world of diegetic gaming soundtracks, for sure. Our sword digivolves when the song finishes, and Medli stays behind to continue her prayers, and we get the heck out of there.
And Stinky? About Prince Kawali, please watch over him for me.
A classic hero W, the next stop is the Sage of Wind. We go to the temple, use our new boots to fight the wind, and get the Wind Sage's song. This time, the sage is a Kokiri. Pretty clear then that the next sage must be a Korok, even though Kokiri and Koroks don't really share blood like that, being, magical immortal forest spirits and all. While it does make some sense that a Korok is the wind sage, since they have the ability to fly with tree magic and stuff, what I don't get is if the wind sage is a Korok, why is the god of wind's stone located on Dragon Roost? Not that it matters, it just bothers me a little bit because the sage elements seem to be a bit nonsensical in this one. But again, whatever. No need for guessing about who it is this time, by the way, since we can recognize the violin as Makar's immediately, as we already saw him perform on it. Since knowing who he is much easier, Makar is harder to find. If you just follow the music though, you can deduce rather quickly he's behind this waterfall.
Oh, Stinky, I haven't seen you in quite some time, have I?
Sometimes I forget just how many days pass in-game between locations. It's probably been like a month or two since we last saw him.
Stinky, are you a maestro? That's incredible.
I love him so much. We have him play the song, and he gets his own, slightly less dramatic awakening scene.
Strange. Why I feel like I already know his song?
I've always found it a little odd that Makar just turns into Fido here during this scene, but I mean, they're both already spirits to begin with, so maybe it's not a big deal, maybe it makes sense. Fido just so happens to be a spirit that managed to also die, I guess.
Stinky? The song you conducted has awakened me. I know myself now.
Now that Makar is awakened as well, we can take him with us to the next temple. Also, real fast, I love how he rides on top of the king's head like this. The song gets played and the doors open. No spoilers for this either. The same rules apply here as before. There's something in the temple that's going to be after Makar on behalf of Ganon, and it's our job to protect him while he helps us traverse its various trials. And again, the best part of the temple is how you get to control him and carry him around on your head. Just look at the way he kicks his little legs, I'm obsessed. Also, not really a spoiler, but listen to the sound he makes when he walks around. The boss of this temple is a big sandworm. Sand bosses are, again, a big staple in Zelda games. This one in particular is the worst thing ever made, even worse than Bongo Bongo. I hate this with a passion. The entire difficulty of it is based on putting these little stupid worms in the way to mess with your Z targeting on the hookshot, and it works too well in my opinion. Anyway, when we're done, Makar does the cutest little dance ever put to screen and plays the sage's song to repair the Master Sword to its full potential. Now it's all sparkly, exactly like Ganon said. We leave Makar behind to pray as well and step into the light to fulfill our own destiny.
May your winds of fortune be at your back.
We're dropped instantly into a cutscene where a fishman is updating the king on the goings-on around the ocean. Ganon, since Velu set him on fire, has completely abandoned the Forsaken Fortress. The fish thinks this is good, but the king lets us know it's likely just meaning Ganon has moved to a new base, and considering he has access to Hyrule Castle still, it makes him exceedingly nervous about the well-being of Tetra, who, by the way, he for some reason refuses to call Tetra anymore and just calls her Princess Zelda. This game treats being Princess Zelda as more of like a concept or title than it does the princess's actual name and title she's given by tradition. It bothers me a little bit, but I digress. So now our goal is to find those 8 shards of the Triforce that were scattered across the earth so that we can repair and reopen the path to the castle. I don't know much about the HD version of the game, but I do know that it makes this bit 10 times easier. At some point, you're gonna get this letter from Tingle that shows you the locations of special maps around the open world. What you're seeing me pick up here is called a Triforce chart. It's an encoded map that shows the location of where a shard was hidden, but we can't read it just yet. These maps are how we're going to find the shards. The way to earn each chart varies from puzzles to fetch quests to triggered events that sometimes just decide they don't want to work despite having you met all the requirements, like the ghost ship that refuses to let me board the first time. It worked the second time though. This is objectively the worst part of the game, and I read somewhere while trying to figure out how to get one of the very last charts that there's nearly 16 hours of added gameplay in the GameCube version just because of how much more sailing is required and how much slower the sailing is in the original version. And like I said, in this one we have to collect 8 charts, but in the HD it's only 3. After you find all the charts, you still can't read them, like I said, so we have to decipher them. This is why we had to free Tingle earlier.
Oh, Mr. Fairy, I've been longing to see you, sir.
Not just because he sends you the chart locations, but because he's the only one capable of turning the encoded Triforce chart into readable C charts. Oh yeah, and I did go back and fix Grandma off screen. If you talk to her when she's better, she gives you her special soup, which is extremely broken. It fully heals you, gives you a full magic bar, and will give you an upgraded attack until you're damaged. It has 2 servings as well. Absolutely worth the fairy if you ask me. We head off to go see Tingle, and he charges an absolutely nauseating 3,000 rupees to get all of these done. Ah, the sound of my wallet draining. And yes, you have to watch the entire dialogue and listen to all the rupees leave your wallet 8 times in a row. And then you have to sail around again for another several hours to collect all of the actual shards, since the charts, again, are just charts. You're welcome for only complaining about it and not making you watch me do this, because it did take me roughly 10 or 12 hours. We get back to the Temple of the Gods with all of our new shards, and the Triforce combines back into one and opens the way to Hyrule Castle. Then, the Triforce of Courage takes refuge within us, proving without a shadow of a doubt that we are the true hero.
Stinky, the hero of winds. Go forth to Hyrule, to Zelda's side.
Back down into the castle in the room of the Master Sword, we see Tetra, but it's a trick!
You have deceived yourself. Did you think you would be safe in the castle? Foolish. Now that my power is restored, there is no safe haven. I've taken your precious Zelda. And here, you shall fall into eternal slumber.
I don't know what it is about Ganon, but he's really into this whole disembodied voice thing. All he's done, by the way, is drop 2 Dark Nuts on us. I guess he didn't see us absolutely slaughter like 5 in a row while getting the Triforce charts earlier. I guess you guys didn't see that either because I didn't record any of it, but I promise you do it. After we beat up the Dark Nuts, we get to go outside and get a really good look at how the ocean is actually set up and where all the islands sit in relation to the castle. We don't get to see all of them, but we get an idea of it. Then we break down that barrier Ganon made with our sick upgraded sword. And make our way to Ganon's secret base. In the base, we have to beat 4 rooms that represent each temple we've already beaten. Then we have to beat that temple's boss for a second time in an alternative noir-filtered universe. Our inventory is reverted back to the state it was when we first beat that temple. On the bright side though, the bosses are still beaten in the exact same way, so it's pretty easy. And we're in. Next, we fight a series of phantom Ganons that all die in one hit and have their swords lead us through a labyrinth within this castle base to find the final item, light arrows. These are sick because they one-shot literally everything in the game. Except for Ganon, obviously. Finally, we get to Ganon, and in this scene, we really get to see how comically big the Master Sword is in comparison to Link. Really shows off how young he is in this game. Ganon is in the middle of the room with Zelda unconscious on a giant bed.
Do you sleep still? Light! I can see this girl's dreams. Oceans. Oceans. Oceans as far as the eye can see. They are vast seas. None can swim across them. They yield no fish. What did the king say? The gods sealed Hyrule away. And they left behind the people who would awaken Hyrule? How ridiculous! So many pathetic creatures scattered across a handful of islands, like fallen leaves on a forgotten pool. What can they possibly hope to achieve? Don't you see? All of you. Your gods destroyed you! I have been waiting for you, boy. For one like you. Yes, for the hero. Do not betray my expectations.
Ganon transforms into Puppet Ganon, the penultimate boss of the game. It's not immediately clear what needs to be done here, but you're supposed to cut his strings and knock down his tail, then shoot the blue orb on the tail with a light arrow. After you do it enough times, he turns into a spider. You do the same thing here, and his last form is a worm on a stick. And this one feels basically impossible because he's moving so fast, but here's Audie's pro tip to beat him. You can stun him by throwing a bomb and get a free shot off. I was stuck here for so long because it's so hard to hit that tail, and no guide I could find told you can stun him with a bomb, so you're welcome for figuring that out for you. It's not over yet though.
Yes. Surely you are the hero of time reborn. Your time is come. Come now. Stand before me.
Invitation accepted. When we go up to see Ganon, one of the longest cutscenes in all of these games is going to play out, and I'm going to let you all enjoy these cutscenes and their impact in full.
My country lay within a vast desert. When the sun rose into the sky, a burning wind punished my lands. When the moon climbed, a frigid gale pierced our homes. No matter when it came, the wind carried the same thing: death. But the winds that blew across Hyrule brought something other than suffering and ruin. I coveted that wind, I suppose. It can only be called fate that here I would again gather the three crests. That I should lay my hand on that which grants the wishes of the beholder. That when power, wisdom, and courage come together, the gods have no choice but to come down. The power of the gods, the Triforce. He who touches it shall have whatever he desires. Already, the crest of wisdom is mine. All that remains Do not fear. I will not kill you. I merely have need of the power that dwells within you. Now, let us put an end to that which binds us together. Gods! Hear that which I desire! Expose this land to the rays of the sun once more! Let them burn forth! Give Hyrule to me!
He who touches it will have whatever he desires granted. That is what you said, is it not, Ganondorf? Gods of the Triforce, hear that which I desire. Hope. I desire hope for these children. Give them a future. Wash away this ancient land of Hyrule. Let a ray of hope shine on the future of the world. And let our destinies finally be fulfilled. Ganondorf, may you drown with Hyrule.
This foolishness, a future for you.
What are you laughing at, Ganondorf? You're insane! Stinky, I'm sorry. I overslept. I think it's time for us to say goodbye to this place. We must return to the world above. Back to our ocean.
Very well then. Allow me to show you. Your future. Allow me to show you just what hope you have. See how much your precious Triforce is worth.
I'll use this bow to cover you. Attack him as best you can.
Tetra has actually taken away our bow, which makes sense, since if we could just spam him with light arrows ourselves, it would be way too easy. This is super annoying though, because unless you position him perfectly, he's able to dodge every single arrow she throws. With Tetra down, suddenly we're able to get a few hits in, you know, for gameplay reasons. She gets back up after a couple of strikes, and now it's impossible for either of us to hit him, and Tetra notices this.
Stinky, you have to distract him. I'll aim for you, and you use your shield. Do you get it?
Get into the right position, and...
The wind is blowing.
Stinky!
My children, listen to me. I have lived regretting the past, and I have faced those regrets. If only I could do things over again, not a day of my life has gone by without my thoughts turning to the kingdom of old. I have lived bound to Hyrule. In that sense, I was the same as Ganondorf. But you... I want you to live for the future. There may be nothing left for you. But despite that, you must look forward and walk a path of hope, trusting that it will sustain you when darkness comes. Farewell. This is the only world that your ancestors were able to leave you. Please, forgive us.
Wait! You could come with us. Yes, we have a ship. We can find it. We will find it. The next land that will be Hyrule. So...
Ah, but child, that land will not be Hyrule. It will be your land. I spread the seeds of the future.
The illusion that held Tetra in the image of Princess Zelda dissipates, and we're greeted on the surface by Kamali, and the rest of the pirates, and our sister, and Medley and Makar, and everyone we've met so far on our journey. A fade to credits, and this time no secret message or scene to analyze. None in the middle of the credits, at least. Just a scroll and a song and little bubbles of memories to reflect on. And as they end, we're left with Link and Tetra and another after-credits scene.
Anchors away! Hold the tiller steady! As for our destination, the wind will guide us.
On our boat, no longer magical, we set sail with Tetra and the pirates on a quest to find a new world. Holy poop, I'm crying every time. One of the best endings a Zelda game has ever offered, and I don't think Nintendo will ever outdo themselves with this one. Time to pull all this together the best I can. Just a note, I will not be referring to Tetra as Princess Zelda. I find it very, very weird the king kept calling her that, but I guess it's a thing with the whole naming tradition. Maybe he considers it equally a title as a name, like I said, who knows, but it's gonna get confusing, so the king's daughter is Zelda and Tetra is Tetra. The first issue, as usual, is connecting Ganon. This is super easy here, since he, as well as many others, outright will tell you throughout the game he was the same guy who faced the hero hero of time. Then there's the big unanswered mystery of the game, that being how he came back the first time seemingly out of nowhere. Considering it has been hundreds of years since Hyrule was flooded, and potentially another unknown hundreds of years since Twilight Princess occurred, where we as an audience learned how he got out of the Sacred Realm, I can forgive the king and others for being taken off guard when he came back for them, especially knowing how basically nobody other than the royal family themselves knew the details of Twilight Princess like we discussed. I also discussed how Ganon very likely had just housed his power and soul inside of Zant's body until he found a good opportunity to make a move. We aren't really told much of Ganon's past other than he's the same one from Ocarina of Time and that he came out of nowhere at the time of the flood and all of that happening. But there's evidence in this game that Twilight Princess did happen, and my evidence is the Master Sword as well as Ganon's powers. The Master Sword didn't just pause time in Hyrule. Ganon tells us that it was also responsible for sealing away his full power. The power the Master Sword was created to seal away is that of Demise, which is pure malice. Ganondorf was using dark magics in Ocarina of Time, but he didn't unlock the ability to use malice until Twilight Princess, which we're told all of his magic turned into after that original banishment into the Twilight Realm. It's not just the Master Sword sealing his power, but it's the particular powers we see him using. We know in Twilight Princess that his magic turning into malice gave him the ability to possess people, to shapeshift, to teleport, and change into a giant dusty cloud face. Maybe he could teleport in Ocarina of Time, but we have no definitive proof of that happening. If you view the timelines as Twilight Princess not happening before Wind Waker, he just kind of would have spawned back into existence, being able to create puppet monsters, teleport, and encase the entirety of Hyrule in a magic barrier. These are all things we saw him learn to do in Twilight Princess, and we're told why he can do them. It's because of the events of Twilight Princess, specifically in him being taken out of the Sacred Realm and put into the Twilight. At this point in the video, almost everything I'm gonna say is a reach, but this is something I'm actually very comfortable saying solidly. The abilities of Ganon in this game have to be a direct result of the last one. Speaking of reaching, I want to go into certain things we see or are told in this game that totally change the ways we may or may not view the entire story and get a lot of my reaching from this game out of the way. First thing being the role of the king in general. King Hyrule not only very comically confirms for us the given name of the royal family is literally Hyrule, but he does some very peculiar things. Firstly, we're told that he was the only one able to conduct and lead the sages in prayer. Not Zelda, who is definitively the leader of the sages in Ocarina of Time. We also find out later in the game that he is in possession of the Triforce of Wisdom, or at least that small piece of it. He also summons it from Tetra while putting it back together. There's also the curious way he tells the story of Hyrule. His power alone wasn't enough to stop Ganondorf. What did he mean by his power? Why was he the one attempting to stop Ganondorf, and why not his daughter Zelda, who had the power of the Triforce of Wisdom and being the Sage of Time? I'm forced by all of these facts to come to one conclusion. The King of Red Lions is a sage himself, potentially the Sage of Light. Let's think about it. This man was personally commanding the other sages. He is capable of possessing the Triforce of Wisdom, and he was a force in fighting Ganon before Hyrule was flooded. Rauru in Ocarina of Time was able to live far beyond his natural life in order to fulfill prophecy, and he was able to shapeshift, and he considered himself in charge of the other sages in the absence of the goddess's descendant. There's also how you travel to Hyrule through a beam of light, and the fact that he is the one meant to find Link and guide him on his hero's journey. Now here's the craziest reach of all, and that is, I think maybe King Hyrule might be of the blood of the goddess. Hear me out here, okay? I know this sounds crazy, but nobody ever said that the bloodline of the goddess has to be from female to female child forever. Nobody said a Zelda can't have a son who then has a daughter and that continues the bloodline. The princess is just always named Zelda and is always in the goddess's bloodline. There's really no rule against this, and it would explain why the king is capable of summoning the Triforce of Wisdom and why he is the one leading the sages, not just because he would be the Sage of Light, but because he would have the blood of the goddess within him. This also also kind of would be supported and in turn support my Twilight Princess assumption that the Triforce of Wisdom remained within the royal family since Ocarina of Time, and that those within the royal family were taught its uses and how to control it. If you're the princess and you have a son and not a daughter, you're not just going to let the Triforce of Wisdom fall on the floor until maybe eventually someone in your bloodline has another daughter. You're going to pass it on to your son, teach him how to use it, in hopes he will teach it to his daughter in the future. Maybe I'm crazy, and I did say it was a reach, but that sounds like a pretty cool theory to me. That's all I'm saying. And it does a little bit explain what's going on in the game. Although that's not really required for the theory or anything I'm saying anyway, so take that with a grain of salt. Just some food for thought. Bringing our arms back in to stop that reaching so much, the biggest plot hole in my theory about this game being after Twilight Princess is the fact that the royal family seems to have really gotten into the legend of the Hero of Time. And again, even they have forgotten about the Hero of Twilight. Or have they? Maybe they just don't view him as an impactful hero deserving of a monument in the castle. The Hero of Twilight never even possessed the Triforce of Courage. His tasks were more heroic to the Twilight people than the people of the Light World, and the royal family's possession of the Triforce Shard and the Mirror of Twilight's existence at all are meant to remain secret. The Hero of Time is known far and wide already and celebrated, and actually, the only thing dedicated to the Hero of Time in the castle would be the giant statue that was seemingly only erected in order to serve as a door to the hidden room where they end up keeping the Master Sword. I'm going to talk about the temples. By the time of the Flood, the sages being the only ones to pray to the Master Sword seems to be firmly established, as well as the king's role in conducting them. If Ganon's return was truly and fully a surprise to all, when and why were there entrances built on top of these temples very, very high in the sky that happened to be at perfect sea level hundreds of years after the fact? I mean, think about it. The goddesses didn't know Ganon was gonna one day return. Why would they have told people to build the temples like that? I believe Hyrule's flood was prepared for long before it happened, hundreds of years before it happened. Wind Waker was one huge move to finally get the Triforce of Power out of Ganondorf's hands so that he could finally actually be killed. Remember, at the end of both Twilight Princess and Ocarina of Time, we never actually see him lose that piece of the Triforce, and we know that that is what's keeping him from death. Flooding Hyrule wasn't a fluke. Maybe they didn't expect those sages in those temples to die, but those entrances were built for a reason. This place was going to be underwater. Is this insane? Yes, but we've never known gods or goddesses in any type of legend to be sane and normal, especially not in the Legend of Zelda, that's for sure. And if this ocean was pre-planned, how big is the ocean and how does it work? Well, the ocean can't just be due to the rising of the sea level across the entire Earth, since we know from the guy who sells us our sail, which I forgot to record, but I promise this happens, he comes from land up north. So while the sea is literally there, there is another landmass somewhere else that is not underwater. In the sequel to Wind Waker, Spirit Tracks, we see Tetra and Link had come across a new land and eventually founded a new Hyrule. So we know that other lands weren't submerged under the sea in the way Hyrule was. And I feel like Hyrule, considering it has beaches, is likely not hundreds of feet below sea level to begin with. There's also this detail Ganon describing Tetra's dreams and memories being nothing but oceans as far as the eye can see. Tetra has lived her whole life on her pirate ship, so surely she's seen a massive amount of ocean, but how far has she gone if she's never seen anything but sea and islands when we know there's other landmass out there? We know it doesn't take multiple lifetimes to sail to new lands because we have plenty of people from other lands here. So it might be a big sea, but it's surely not endless. When we're underwater, looking up at the ocean from below, we can see some of the surrounding islands. They're very clearly not the same high points in the land of Hyrule we've seen in other games. The creation of a mountain takes far longer than any time gap in the series, and I very much doubt the gap between Twilight Princess and Wind Waker was millions of years. This leads me to believe that the islands themselves, as well as the ocean, are handcrafted by the gods and goddesses. The king tells us that the goddesses had warned the people of Hyrule and told specific groups of people to go to the tops of these islands and these mountains in order to recreate a kingdom one day in the future. You also find Goron merchants throughout the game on rafts for a trading quest you can do. They're traveling merchants, which implies that they live somewhere else, another landmass in some unspecified direction. Because we know all of the people were warned of what was to come, an evacuation of the people not meant to live on the islands would make sense, right? And it's backed up by these traveling merchants and the absence of any other Gorons or Gerudo. All of this put together, I don't think Hyrule was flooded in the sense that it was overflowed with water, but rather, I think the entire kingdom of Hyrule was purposefully sunk below sea level, allowing the ocean to naturally fill it up. It would wrap the nature of the ocean up into a nice little bow too. Tetra has only seen a magic ocean with no fish because she's 12 and the ocean she's been sailing is the size of a continent. The Gerudo and the Gorons maybe just left for another land that wasn't going to be sunk if they weren't told to go on top of the islands. The people remaining didn't cause suspicion to Ganondorf because rather than mountains shooting out of the ground at high speeds before a flood, time froze in the castle and then the earth sunk around those points that became the islands. As for why the ocean's magical and yields no fish, I would guess it's because of the giant magical time barrier surrounding Hyrule Castle underneath it. Again, maybe the ocean is just filling in the left space when Hyrule sunk, but Hyrule itself is being affected by serious magic, especially evil magic and malice, as Ganon had originally taken it over a little bit before all of this happened. So the ocean's predetermined, and the ocean's probably just sitting on top of a sunken Hyrule. What about the hero's predetermination? We're confirmed by the king and others several times that we are not in any way related to the hero of time. We're simply recognized by the gods to have exceptional courage. This is the easiest game to definitively say the hero is just a matter of the right person and the right time, and not anything like blood relation the way the goddess must be. And speaking on that courage that was recognized, I've already covered how and why I think the Triforce pieces were scattered across the world, but more than that, they were scattered inside of chests, which each had an encoded map to its location. Not only that, Tingle, the guy who collects and purchases and translates these unreadable maps, has hold of another chart that held the locations of these encoded maps. If the broken Triforce of Courage is supposed to be a huge secret only the royal family knows about, how the heck did that happen? If this was a case of the pieces being in chests, but we had to like echolocate or something to find them, I would chalk it up to gameplay. They're in chests because that's how fishing in the ocean works. But the process of getting them is way too convoluted for that excuse this time. This is the reason I was convinced the Triforce of Courage didn't shatter randomly, and that it must have been left with Ocarina of Time Zelda when Link went back in time and not gone with him. But there's another detail here. There's 8 pieces, and they're all accounted for on the charts. What does that mean? Well, it means I'm a narrative genius and I've been setting up for this the entire video. If Twilight Princess happens before Wind Waker chronologically, and it must to explain many things that happen in this game, that means Twilight Princess Link absolutely could not have had a shard of the Triforce or the Triforce itself, because Ocarina of Time Zelda was left with the Triforce of Courage. The hero of time was separated from what made him a hero, it was left with her, she either had it in pieces or, we'll get to this, she broke it on purpose. Okay, hear me out, you've made it this far, we'll get there. But it was not in any capacity able to be in the presence of Twilight Princess Link when he awakens. It was already in chests, charted, and buried across Hyrule. So what do we know about the Triforce of Courage? Well, first, we know that at the end of Ocarina of Time, when Link is sent back, it has to be after the Temple of Time and Sacred Realm were open, because otherwise it would make a time loop that can't be solved. We also know that in this game, the king claims the hero was separated from his attributes. We don't know if the king knows the way he left was through time travel, and the king does get details wrong over the course of the game about Ocarina of Time, but the existence of the charts back him up on Zelda being left with the entirety of it. Second, we know the events of Twilight Princess occurring do not require the possession of the Triforce of Courage, and in fact, the story made more sense when he didn't have it. Third, by the time of Wind Waker, the royal family not only knows how to effortlessly pass around the Triforce of Wisdom to each other, but they were able to separate it into 2 perfectly triangular pieces on purpose in order to secure its its safety. Ocarina of Time Zelda is the last Zelda we know of who has full control over her Triforce, her sage abilities, her identity as the blood of the goddess, had contact with light spirits, has limited levels of precognition, and most importantly, is in possession of the goddess harp, which was required to unlock Hylia's powers to repel evil at the goddess springs. Hylia, the person who first separated the Triforce into 3 pieces to hide them away inside the final Temple of Skyward Sword. Arguably, Ocarina of Time has the most powerful and knowledgeable of all the Zeldas. Now, if you don't want to believe me, that's fine, because this bit isn't important to the timeline at all, and I'm definitely reaching again, but I fully believe that the Triforce of Courage was shattered on purpose by Ocarina of Time Zelda after it was left with her, and then hid across Hyrule in order to prevent its recovery by Ganondorf, who by this point was not yet dead, and who she had been given visions of returning. Or the original theory is right and it just shattered when Link disappeared, but you have to admit the speculation we're capable of, knowing the Triforce of Wisdom was split purposefully, is pretty cool. It does open a lot of doors. And now that I've lost all of your trust, just how much power does the royal family hold? Just what is Zelda truly capable of? Is her power increasing over generations? Is she slowly becoming closer to her origins as a goddess? How cool would that be? If anything, the charts and the Triforce locations do prove to me, beyond a shadow of doubt, Twilight Princess Link didn't have the Triforce. And at the end of the game, it's gone. We have no clue where the entire Triforce ended up. We know that it's not a single-use item because we used it in Skyward Sword and it stayed right where Link left it on the statue, so we can only assume the king consciously sent the Triforce somewhere when he made his wish, and separated it again on purpose. We know your wish doesn't actually have to be spoken out loud like he does it, so anything he was thinking quietly in his mind would also have the potential to be carried out, right? Knowing the king as well as you do in this game, I would assume he just sent it back to the gods. He split it up on purpose and each goddess got her respective piece back, because it separates when he's done using it, and we know again from Skyward Sword it doesn't do that when Link makes his wish. Maybe since the purpose of the Triforce was said to be to give those with mortal lives hope, maybe the wish of the king had fulfilled that purpose, and therefore there was no longer a need for the Triforce at all. Speaking of his wish, I think the wording here is very important. I know the king's full intentions don't have to be spoken aloud, but we have to assume that at least everything he did speak will come true. Hope, a future, washing away Hyrule, and fulfilling their destinies. Hope is what I'll ascribe to the disappearance of the Triforce, if not a subconscious wish of the king. It's very vague and doesn't do much for us. A future could mean anything from them simply not dying here, to them creating their own future, to pretty much whatever you could imagine. I think this is the least meaningful part of the wish in terms of dialogue and analysis. Washing away Hyrule is the part I really want to focus on the most. He says, wash away this ancient land of Hyrule. When he says this, I can only assume he means the version of Hyrule that he lived in and knew, the one we see in the game. The wording of wash away implies eventually the ocean will leave, sweeping away the old Hyrule off to wherever the water goes, and a clean slate will be left behind for the land in the future. We can't know exactly how it was meant or how the gods interpreted the wish, but I do believe that this wish implies the ocean is going to one day disappear, and all memories and events that occurred within the ancient Hyrule will one day be forgotten. Fulfilling their destinies, to me, is simply the end of the game occurring and Ganondorf finally being slayed officially and permanently by Link, since that is their destiny after all. This also could be taken by the gods to mean the destiny of the goddess and the spirit of the hero, but I'm unsure if the king even knows enough of the origins of the hero to make a wish like that, since he seems to be under the impression that the hero of time is the one and only ancient hero of legends. I could probably ramble more and reach a lot more than I have already, but I think I've gotten the most important bits out. At this point, we've pretty much hit the end of what gives this idea its bones. Hilariously, in hindsight, the entire essay was pretty much just me doing a director's commentary of all of the games, and then me desperately trying to insert Twilight Princess into the established adult Link timeline. Maybe I'll go back and rewrite my intro. Let me know in the comments if it makes any sense how the video ended up. But honestly, I feel like in the process, I made a lot of revelations I hadn't seen spoken on before, and I rediscovered new support for older community theories. Even if nobody else enjoyed this, and I would hope if you're listening to me right now you did, because God knows how long the video is, I enjoyed making it. I had so much fun directing the people who voice acted, retelling these stories I love, and making all these fun little detailed connections. And I do feel like I did something here and have seriously called into question some of the facts taken for granted by the community, at the very least. So let me go over what I believe are the key moments that change fundamental aspects of every other Zelda timeline and what they rely on in order to build their theories. Demise's power is called Malice. He was sealed below the earth for a very long time, and then when he escaped, Ilia created a time loop plan in order to atomize his existence. Demise's curse follows the blood of the goddess and the spirit of the hero, but the hero is always born as a result of the actions of Demise, in a predetermined way in the workings of the plans of the gods. In this sense, it is a never-ending stalemate of epic proportions. The Triforce symbol is only a symbolic reference to worthiness and does not mean possession of a piece. Due to the order of events in the game, Ocarina of Time did not split the timelines, but rather Majora's Mask was simply an AU teased at the end credits. The Interloper War and the Twi People's Legends, as well as the time skips in Skyward Sword, show that preparation for the destiny of the hero and the goddess's blood can span millennia. Twilight Princess is the key to connecting Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker, as it explains both how Ganon returned and how he unlocked the power of Malice that he uses in Wind Waker. The locations and levels of secrecy to the Triforce of Courage in Wind Waker suggest that Twilight Princess Link definitely never had the piece. The story told in Wind Waker by the king has missing and incorrect details, calling into question how much history was truly forgotten, and allowing the idea that Twilight Princess was simply never recorded to be more plausible. Likely, one day, Hyrule will rise again from beneath the ocean. And that's kind of the end of the theory. This is my new Zelda timeline. A theory that the 3D games are in their own unique universe of stories, save for Majora's Mask, that's a spin-off of its own. Is this a bad ending for the video? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how to end it after so much informational dumping. How do you properly wrap up what is, at the time of writing, 110 pages of a script and 60 pages of transcribed dialogue? Like I said at the beginning, this started as a standard timeline, maybe an hour long, a few fun facts thrown in, but ended up being an almost directionless love letter with my own nonsensical conspiratorial ramblings thrown in between it all. Maybe you think I'm onto something, maybe you think I'm an idiot. I'd love for you to let me know, but like I said, I think I'm satisfied. And whatever you do, do not check that runtime. I think the main reason the Legend of Zelda series chooses hundreds and thousands of years to take place between each story is, in a way, echoing the ideas of my buddy George, who voice acted in this project for me.
Like, I just have like a simple theory that just like would probably like kill all the Zelda theories out there, which I love to entertain them. It's just, they're legends. Like, that's like the simplicity for me. It's like, you're passing down legends through time and millennia, or however long the years are. You're gonna get those events different each time. People are gonna add some embellishments, they'll leave out details. It just transforms, but you get still like a general story of Hyrule, Zelda, and Link with Ganon.
And I think that's probably the most satisfying answer you can have to the question of what's the real Zelda timeline. In Tears of the Kingdom, everything in reference to these older games is said to be according to legends. In fact, in every game, you're told at the beginning that the story is according to a legend, or according to a prophecy, or it is but one of the stories told, and of the games that came before them, they say the same things. How many different versions of the stories are there? Which ones are we seeing? Breath of the Wild's opening has the King of Hyrule describing to you Ganondorf turning into a monster made of malice, and then refers to all of the stories told of him since that point to be nothing but legends and fairy tales. So are we to believe that nothing of any of the games are really true? They're just fairy tales told about the great calamity coming back, and nothing in them ever happened. At least not according to the timelines of Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Maybe Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild are the only games that really are meant to be true events. Truthfully, we'll never know, and surely Nintendo is not going to tell us. Maybe the lack of point the video ended up having, the lack of direction, is a blessing in disguise. Maybe I can pull a fast one on you and say I'm making like an analogy. The Zelda team at Nintendo is more concerned with making a great game and a good story than they are making a perfect timeline, the same way that I am more concerned with making a good video and doing those stories justice than making the video make sense. Not the case. A year of procrastination, 4 months of 12-hour work days, 60 pages of written dialogue, and 126 pages of this script. Tens of hours playing and replaying and recording the best footage I could of all of these games. The dedication of 16 people to bring these characters to life, and a lifetime of loving these games to pull it all together. Maybe my project lacked direction at the end of it, but you know what? I had a damn good time making this. And I'm proud of it, and I'm proud of what it became and the work I've done on it and the work that other people have done to support me. And so, at the end of this, after all this work and thoughts I've poured into it, what is my prediction for the next Zelda game and where its place in the timeline will be? I have no idea. You might think I'm forgetting something, and if you're sharp, you'll notice and remember that I mentioned Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom at the start of the video, and it's found a happy little place on the timeline I kept showing. Most people imagine these games to be either so far in the future that everything that happened before them is irrelevant, or that they are a combining of all the games into one timeline where the timelines converged or something like that. Something very timey-wimey. I think the game tells you exactly what the case is, and that is, according to Breath of the Wild, all of the past games are just fairy tales. They never happened. They're legends based on the first calamity, which, if we're taking Tears of the Kingdom's 10,000 time skip into account, is just after that first segment in the past of Tears of the Kingdom. This is probably the answer, and it pretty much proves George correct, but I don't like it personally, and I don't like the timeline convergence or so far in the future thing either. So rather than try and construct a theory here, because based on the game there is none to be had, I'm going to do my own conjecture because I like to imagine that it's all contained in the same timeline, and so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a very casual, conversational style epilogue, if you will, where I talk to you like you already know everything about these games, and I just throw out some things that I've noticed that may or may not work with the previous big timeline combination theory I just made. So unfortunately this video doesn't really include Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but again, these games are so very long, and I really can't do what I've done with the last last 4 games with these without making another 8-hour video on them alone. But I do think this is a really fun time, though, if you've watched this far, to discuss these 2 games in the comments specifically and what you think their timeline relation would be, or if you're just gonna go with the canon in the game that they're their own thing. The only true events are Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and everything else is just, legends and fairy tales. Aside, of course, from Skyward Sword, which would start the whole reincarnation thing, and, Sonia wouldn't exist without Skyward Sword existing and stuff like that. Starting with Breath of the Wild, there's a lot of stuff I think is intentional and ties the games back to the original series, that is Skyward Sword through Wind Waker, more than people think it does. This game returns to the idea that Zelda needs to pray at the springs in order to get her abilities, and how at this point it's pretty well known that Zelda is blood related to the goddess. I think the only Zelda we saw in the series who we can 100% say did not do any form of prayer ritual in order to get memories or powers is Tetra, and she is the only one who doesn't use any of these magical abilities during the game. She does shoot the light arrows, but she doesn't make them like the other Zeldas do. The springs aren't in any game other than Skyward Sword as they are in Breath of the Wild, but also Hyrule as a whole is much smaller in the older games, the ones that came out originally. Obviously, this was because of hardware reasons, but I also think when viewed in order, the idea that Hyrule expanded to be quite large and started much smaller, the Interloper War and Hyrule Civil Wars happening would change the size of the kingdom, and as a result, factions are going to split, and by the time we get to Ocarina of Time, the kingdom being quite small isn't a crazy thought to have, and of course it only expands over time in later games, and will include the Faron Woods again, and Snow Peak, and Twilight Princess, and all of that. I think looking at the maps between the games is pretty irrelevant because of how many arbitrary changes are made in all of them, but I think that they don't matter at all by this point because of the massive expansion I mentioned, as well as the clear reference of the Great Plateau being the old Hyrule from Ocarina of Time. The king, when he's disguised, even makes reference to this. I think the most similar map from the older games is going to be the Twilight Princess map. Maybe Skyward Sword would be similar, but we never get to see the ground laid out entirely. We just get like cardinal direction general locations in relation to Skyloft, which doesn't tell us much. Anyway, in this game, in Breath of the Wild, we get memories of what happened to Hyrule, that being an evil magic spirit they call Calamity Ganon appeared and killed everyone 100 years ago. The guardians that they thought would be able to stop it all turned evil, and the champions that were meant to control these giant guardians died because of Ganon. So Zelda put Link in a magic rejuvenation chamber and used her magic to seal away Ganon for those 100 years, and now he's waking up, and we're supposed to, save the day when we wake up as Link. The game tells us that 10,000 years ago was when the legend of the same thing happened, so Calamity Ganon came about and tried to kill everybody, and that a fortune teller told the king the key to stopping this is underground, and that's where they find all of the Sheikah stuff and, the guardians. So everyone spent a really long time preparing to use all this ancient technology to defeat Calamity Ganon, only for him to possess it, like I said, with his malice magic and kill us all. Then, at the last second, Zelda gets her powers. You can see this in the memories. So I feel like there's a few reasons for why Zelda gets her powers at this moment. The most obvious, based on the game dialogue, is that it's presumably during the evening of her 17th birthday. And the game says she must be 17 in order to climb Lanayru, according to legends. Every other adult Zelda with unlocked powers has been at least 17, so maybe it's literally just a meta case of her powers not being able to be unlocked until the full day of her 17th birthday has passed. Another reason could be that she did all those prayers and whatnot, but she didn't properly unlock the blessings of the goddesses yet. She has power, she has wisdom, but maybe she doesn't have courage. Maybe the blessing of Furore that Zelda was missing to fully unlock her secret powers only occurred when she stood in front of Link to protect him, and that kind of triggered the event. Like it was an instant granting of the blessing, and she was able to purge malice from the Guardians at that point. I think it's probably a case of mixing the 17th birthday thing, but also the detail of Zelda's dream. There's an entry in her diary where she very much describes seeing Fi, a lone woman in darkness surrounded by light, speaking to her. That's pretty much the opening of Skyward Sword. We don't know exactly how long between entries, but I would assume this is not far before her 17th birthday and the trip to Lanayru, considering she once again mentions the dream in the entry that is her 17th birthday. It might be a few days in between. In Skyward Sword, Link's first visions of Fi are around 2, maybe 3 days before Demise's first awakening. So if Zelda dreams of Fi, then turns 17, then spends the day scaling the mountain, that would line up pretty well with how it works in that sense. And remember, Zelda also had a voice calling to her in Skyward Sword that started around the same time, which I would also assume would be Fi, since that's Fi's job to call out to the hero and start the prophecy. So Skyward Sword says pretty clearly, and according to my theory on how the time loop of that game worked with Demise coming back to life, is that Fi awakens when Demise is starting to gain some kind of consciousness again. So in this game, her awakening and then calling out to Zelda and Link from the sword, just as Calamity Ganon, who is using Demise's magic, like Malice is his magic, I think that lines up very clearly with how that works. So that to me would pretty much confirm that this Ganon, that Calamity Ganon is coming from, is in fact a new incarnation of Demise. And again, all of this just so conveniently happens right about her 17th birthday. Or, not so conveniently, if we're taking the god's constant meddling into account, this does seem to line up perfectly as a destiny type thing. So there's also Fi telling us that she was going to enter eternal slumber in the sword, like forever ago, back in Skyward Sword. But I mean, she didn't say that she would never be able to visit people's dreams or telepathically talk to them. Just that she wasn't going to leave the sword. So maybe what she meant was she would just show up when she's needed, so far into the future that it's irrelevant to that link. It's not unlike Fi to withhold information she has from us until it's time for us to know. And if this Link from Skyward Sword never needed to know, she had no reason to tell him. It also puts more perspective on her saying, "May we meet in another life," because the other life isn't one of her other lives, rather, but one of his new reincarnations. But, you know, who knows? This is just a thought on how that plays into it. But we know Fi is the one talking to Zelda in the sword, not only because of how the dreams line up with Link's dreams from the very first game in the timeline, but because the sword glows and she acts like it's talking to her directly in the game. Like, we see that happen. So going back to potentially why she unlocks her powers when she does, I do think the springs were necessary for this to happen. It's just that it really was locked behind her being 17, like I said, as well as like prophecy, like it had to have happened at the right time for what needed to happen. I also see people saying that Zelda here has the Triforce because of its appearance on her hand when she uses her powers, but I've already gone over that and why I don't think that's necessarily the case. Also, Zelda in Skyward Sword never once had the Triforce. We know because we know where it was the whole time, but was still fully able to use her sealing power on Demise for 7,000 years. So I don't think Zelda needed it for what she does necessarily. So after the whole fiasco where she gets her powers and puts Link away to rejuvenate or recover, she leaves the Master Sword with the Deku Tree so the sword can recharge its own sacred power inside the sacred woods. Which makes some sense lore-wise, because that is where we found it in Twilight Princess, and it's also implied that when the sword spoke directly to her after Link was attacked, that's where Fi requested she go specifically. The sacred woods probably do hold some kind of sacred power, because we know the Deku tree itself is an arbiter of the goddesses and holds the blessing of courage in every single scenario. So for him to reside in the sacred woods isn't far-fetched, and it would almost make sense for him to be guarding it on purpose. When Zelda gives Link the sword the first time, way earlier in the memories, like in the past, she gives her blessing and describes all of the other 3D Zelda games, including Twilight Princess, which means the royal family did keep some record of that happening, apparently, but more importantly, it means that all of those games did happen in the same timeline, which means I'm right. Although this is probably just an Easter egg, and I'm not going to claim I'm correct based on that alone. After she drops off the Master Sword, she goes back herself to seal away Calamity Ganon for the 100 years I mentioned. And Link eventually wakes up and goes and saves the day by beating up the physical manifestation of Calamity Ganon with light arrows before Zelda does pretty much all the work and makes him disappear, driving the malice back, I would assume, under Hyrule Castle, based on the happenings of the next game. The champions disappear as spirits, which lines up with the spirit behavior in all of the other games, like they've completed their tasks and they're no longer needed on Earth, so that lines up. And Zelda will tell you in a post-ending scene that you need to unlock that the Guardians started to stop working and she can't hear Fi talking to her anymore. This makes her feel like her power is probably fading, but I don't think that's necessarily true. I think she has just finished her task, which was quite difficult, and maybe she herself needs some time to recharge. And also, Fi could have just gone back to being in sleep mode since she had nothing more to say, because again, the quest is over. During the fight with Calamity Ganon specifically, Zelda will tell you that this is what happens when Ganon gives up on reincarnation and just becomes a pure amalgamation of malice again. He is a giant boar, which I think is notable because his reincarnation from Ocarina of Time, we're assuming from Ocarina of Time was one of these reincarnations, in Twilight Princess, when that version of him gained the ability to use malice as magic, he took the form of the same boar, of course a much smaller boar. This doesn't really prove anything, but I do think it's a narrative parallel that's worth noting. This Zelda also, like I said, gives you a bow of light, which is just light arrows, but I guess the bow is included this time, which she seemingly conjures out of nowhere. I can only assume, I guess, through contact with the light spirits at this point in the series. You don't know any other way she could have done this. The same way that at this point we're presuming every other Zelda got these arrows, just based on Twilight Princess being the only game we see them being created instead of them just being handed to us after the fact. So based on Zelda saying that this is a guy who gave up on reincarnation and then became Calamity Ganon, we can assume that, I guess, it takes 10,000 years or so for malice to form into a physical being of that size and power. This is not the same form as the imprisoned from Skyward Sword, although that form was obviously imprisoned and therefore caged in a way and not able to reach full power. But if we're gonna assume the theory about Demise reforming that I made in Skyward Sword is true, then that was 7,000 years and this is 10,000, and this kind of makes sense in terms of a timeline. I'm gonna elaborate on that a little bit in a second, just let me get there. The ending is really cool. Everyone is happy, and I suppose they just assume everything is gonna be good for another 10,000 years based on the legends, but then we get Tears of the Kingdom where everything is super not good for another 10,000 years. Nobody knows how long happens between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but I subscribe to the roughly 7 years theory, since Zelda and Link don't look that much older, so I don't think it could have been more than a decade, and the changes to the landscape and villages, other than the upheaval aspects, don't seem too dramatic, while still having clearly changed somehow. So I'd say anywhere between 3 to 10 years is fair, and 7 is a nice middle number in that range. So Tears of the Kingdom takes us all the way back in time to that 10,000 years ago, but it's a different 10,000 years ago than the calamity from Breath of the Wild. It's not happening, there are no Sheik Guardians around. So what's going on? Well, they both say 10,000 years ago this thing happens, but between 10,000 and 11,000 years ago is like 1,000 years. So the historical events of Breath of the Wild could very easily have occurred sometime a few hundred years after Tears of the Kingdom, and this wouldn't really upset the timeline. There is a moment where Rauru in the past, King Rauru, not Sage Rauru, says that this is a timeline where Zelda did come back, and the timeline she came from was originally one where she didn't go back in time. I just think there's too many perfectly aligned time loop shenanigans happening for that to be the case. Even the fact that the murals on the wall that you see depict everything happening as it should be happening, of course without the spoilers of Zelda being there, you know, that's covered by rock, but you can see it there. You can see that the murals did exist, so it is clearly all predetermined and meant to happen. Like, it is a time loop. She's not changing the timeline, in my opinion. So Tears of the Kingdom really starts with you and Zelda below Hyrule Castle looking at that mural I just mentioned, where you discover the first original Ganondorf, the one who shatters the Master Sword, steals Link's arm, or I guess kills his arm, and after you get all gloomed up, Zelda vanishes into thin air. And then we're saved by the disembodied arm that was on top of Ganondorf. That disembodied arm is the first king of Hyrule, King Rauru, who I just, meta mentioned. We get some stuff with his ghost, and then you find that you have a goal to awaken sages, and then you gotta beat Ganondorf again, but like for real this time, and it's the actual guy and not just his malice amalgamation calamity like from the last game. While we do this, we get visions of the past where Zelda was teleported to, and that's how we know she was 10,000 years in the past and what happened with her. Another thing I want to address just while we're here talking about the 10,000 year time jump are the Ruto. The Ruto do not make sense if you want to believe that this 10,000 years ago takes place before the rest of the games, and then present day in Tears of the Kingdom is present day. I don't think the Ruto were ever meant to make sense, personally. According to Wind Waker, the Ruto evolved from the Zora. That game only describes the amount of time having passed since the flood as centuries, like hundreds of years. The Zora managing to become birds within a few hundred years could be chalked up to a magical transformation, since they do get their wings magically as a coming-of-age ceremony involving the sky spirit god Velu. That is, it could be if it wasn't for the fact that they're all born with bird legs and beaks already. This is not something that can happen with less than 1,000 years of evolution, especially when we already know a Zora's lifespan itself can be up to 400 years. But Wind Waker insists that this is the origin of the Ruto. So how do we make this work? Well, I have always kind of just assumed that the Wind Waker Ruto and the Breath of the Wild Ruto are different things. I think in Wind Waker, a small group of Zora got stuck in Hyrule at the time of the flood, they fled to the mountains as instructed, and they were turned into a species similar to and inspired by the Ruto by Velu, who was assigned to do this task by the goddesses when they flooded Hyrule. A huge caveat in all of these games is that the goddesses know the future and are controlling the happenings of the world in order to make the future they desire occur. It's destiny. Everything is about destiny and an act of fate, and this thread of fate we're all connected by. Everyone says it every game over and over. So if the goddesses have this plan that the Zora sage and this group of Zora will eventually create the descendant that is meant to help the hero that they plan to bring about when the time is right, I think being like, oh, well, the ocean will be easier to traverse if they can fly isn't super crazy, because that's true. That's a true fact. So they send Valoo there and they turn the Zora into bird people to make things easier for the hero. And then after, you know, all of these Zora who were within Hyrule became Ruto or Ruto adjacent beings, and Link disposes of Ganondorf, the evil ocean is, you know, fills in Hyrule Castle and begins to drain. Either these Zora Ruto slowly die off, you know, and don't exist anymore, or they move and integrate into the actual Ruto tribe that is probably outside of Hyrule right now. And why are they outside of Hyrule? Well, you know, because the goddesses told everybody who wasn't going on the islands to leave. That's what the king tells us. A select few were told to get on high ground, and that was it. Now, obviously, the real answer is that Nintendo, the Zelda team, made the Ruto and thought it was a sick idea, and then they wanted to keep the Ruto around in Breath of the Wild, and then in Tears of the Kingdom, they came up with this awesome, sick time loop plot similar to Skyward Sword, and they just kept the Ruto in it because that would make the Bloodline Sage thing make sense. I mean, you can make the same argument, how are there Zora in Breath of the Wild when there's Ruto also in Breath of the Wild? Didn't the Zora go extinct? Well, this is the explanation to that. No, they didn't. They just left when they were told to leave. And, you know, whatever the ones that became Ruto integrated into the other Ruto tribe that also left, I guess, or like was gone this whole time to begin with. And I'll say it a third time, you know, the king told us the goddesses instructed specific people to inhabit what would become the islands. So the Zora who turned into Ruto are likely just that isolated group of Zora that were selected to stay inside the kingdom when the magic ocean appeared. In Twilight Princess and Ocarina of Time, you know, since the Hyrule Civil War, none of the other races really live inside Hyrule Kingdom other than the Gorons. All the other regions surrounding the kingdom in these games in the greater land of Hyrule aren't part of like the kingdom proper, and especially in Ocarina of Time, nobody lives inside of the Hyrule Kingdom except for Hylians. Twilight Princess is when you start to see Gorons moving about inside the kingdom proper. Only by Wind Waker is it kind of implied that the entire land of Hyrule was like one kingdom when it flooded. And Ganon in that game himself refers to Gerudo Desert as a separate country. So at the time of this original Ganon in Ocarina of Time, it is a different country, Gerudo Desert. It is not part of Hyrule Kingdom. It is just part of Hyrule as a landmass. The Gerudo certainly do not live in Hyrule at all after Ocarina of Time, and there's no trace of them in Twilight Princess either. So likely they relocated on their own far before the goddesses warned them to leave for the flood or whatever happened. But Wind Waker takes place very far after both of these games, where tensions probably went down significantly, and again, an embassy of some sort in Hyrule for Zora would make sense, considering especially that Hyrule has been expanded to the entire Lanayru province by Twilight Princess. If you know that this race of people are creating the sage that's going to save the world, you want to keep them in the place where they're going to be needed to save the world. You're going to want to keep them on the islands where the hero's going to be and where he's going to bring them to the temples. That's what just has to happen if you're the goddesses making this big master plan. At this point, I'm just rambling, but that's my stance. The Breath of the Wild Zora are just like the Zora, and the Ruto are different than Wind Waker Ruto. I think they're different things. Another thing people consider is a huge plot hole for like this part of the series is why do the Zora look so funny? You know, like they're different kinds of fish in both the past of Tears of the Kingdom and the present time of the game, instead of looking like the Zora from Ocarina of Time in the past. This is one of the easiest things that I can sweep away by saying, guys, it's a video game. They're not going to change how they look when this is the new art style. This is the new depiction of them. They've changed in the past a little bit with updated graphics, so this is the art style now. So it's not like, I don't think this is a conspiracy we actually have to look into. It's just what game wants us to suspend our disbelief, is what I'm saying. But also, I kind of think this is a little disingenuous because I do think the Zora have always kind of looked like that. They weren't multicolored, but the Zora in every other game have had at least like 2 styles of fish they resemble, and the strongest cases are Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess. The fish variety is definitely there in these games, but most people don't remember it that way because of limitations of being made in like 1999 and 2006 meant they copy and pasted any model that wasn't a plot important character. But just look at the band in Majora's Mask. There's 7 different kinds of fish here, you know? Like, it's not like there was only one type of Zora look that could exist before Breath of the Wild came out. And I just had a thought I want to insert is, you know, people saying, well, if the Ruto weren't there before in Ocarina of Time or whatever, and then they're back again in Breath of the Wild, why did they leave after that past part of Tears of the Kingdom? Where did they go? And I guess they're just in the Hebra Mountains. They're just chilling in their place where they live. Up until the time of Wind Waker, where they are told to leave because it's gonna be underwater. I don't necessarily think, you know, say the goddesses said, okay, we don't need you in Hyrule anymore. Like, why would they not listen to the goddesses if that's the case? And before then, you know, there's lots of wars that happen that we don't really hear. Like the Interloper War has happened. We don't get to see what exactly happened during that war. We only see, you know, the Hylians being depicted because it's Link and Ilia in that cutscene with the spirit of Lanayru. But who's to say the Gorons weren't involved in the Interloper War? You know, the Rauru the Sage in Ocarina of Time is clearly the sage that was around when that happened. So if he's the sage that was around when that happened and there were 6 other sages, and the sages are usually made up of all the different races, then they must have been involved in some capacity, the other races. So maybe the Interloper War is what caused the Ruto to retreat. Who knows? I mean, we're not really told any details of this time, but like I said, you know, the Hyrule Civil War from Ocarina of Time is pretty much the reason that we can assume that no Gorons and no Zora live inside Hyrule Kingdom. So, or like, you know, the kingdom proper where Ocarina of Time takes place mostly. So, I don't know. I think that's pretty fair, you know, that's the case. Also, you know, we never see the Sheikah either. We don't get to go to a Sheikah village that's meant to be inhabited by Sheikah until we get to the abandoned one in Twilight Princess, the old Sheikah village. Kakariko's no longer belongs to the Sheikah. That is a thing that was opened up to regular folk by Impa. It's not really a Sheikah place anymore, so we don't even know where they are, but we know they exist, and we know they're probably in Hyrule, but we never get to see where they live. So I think that's fairly fair, you know, to say maybe the Ruto were somewhere else. And even more support, you know, there are several other species in the game that either die out or go missing or leave almost no relics or hints. So, you know, these Zora Ruto could have gone missing and we would never know. The Kikwi from Skyward Sword, they're gone. You know, the mole people, they're gone too. I have a bit of a headcanon that the Kikwi maybe turned into the Koroks or whatever. Who knows? They're forest creatures, but, you know, we don't see them anymore, right? Whatever. Species like the Uka in Twilight Princess, these are literally messengers of the gods. They were in direct special contact with the royal family as a skyfaring people. They have the temple that was created with their technology, but they're gone and we never hear from them again or have never heard from them before. They just stopped interacting with surface dwellers, but they're definitely up there. We know they're up there because we've seen them. So who's to say not interacting with Hylians isn't just what's been going on? You know what I mean? Like, that is a perfectly valid explanation. Even Twilight Princess Ordon Village, where our Link comes from, is not part of Hyrule Kingdom, yet its light spirit Ordon was part of the team of spirits that helped during the Interloper War. So Ordon existed and was in the region within the land of Hyrule and considered like meaningful in stopping the Twi people, but not really Hyrule Kingdom, or at least not anymore. Perhaps Ordon separating is a casualty of the Interloper War. Maybe it used to be part of the kingdom and it's not. The people of Ordon are building a working relationship through gifts and meetings at the castle, so there's an example of a region who was around in the past and clearly isn't anymore and is now being reintegrated. And here's a tangent for you, since I'm already on one about this, is, and I guess it counts for a plot hole, the Kokiri were said to evolve into Koroks, but they're just spirits, like they're not real people, so their evolution pretty much could have been just an instant transformation at the behest of the Deku Tree, whenever he pleased for that to happen. So, you know, why are they in the past, but then made in Wind Waker? You know what I mean? Like, how can this be the past before Wind Waker and not a time after Wind Waker? My personal headcanon is that they were always Koroks originally, and the Kokiri were created explicitly for a short period of time for Ocarina of Time Link. So the Deku Tree in Ocarina of Time knew that a child of destiny was coming. He knew there was a great evil that would show up, and he knew a hero would come in the form of a child to him. The Deku Trees carry memories down from each other. We know that because in Ocarina of Time, the Sprout knows Link's arrival in the forest and like how it happened and of the war. So, you know, who told him he was coming? We said the goddesses. It must be the goddesses. Who else? So I would argue that the Deku Tree, knowing a young child was meant to arrive, who needed to be protected and cared for until he was able to fulfill his destiny and needed to be well adjusted, the Deku Tree had the Kokiri take the form of human children for Link to be able to grow up without suspicion from Ganondorf. First of all, that's a big one, but also just to be able to grow up and be sane and be normal like he needs to be. Also, the Deku Tree isn't above lying. You know, at the end of Ocarina of Time, we see Mido outside of the forest, very much not dead, as well as other Kokiri. So this kind of makes it seem like the idea that, oh, if you leave the forest as a Kokiri, you'll die, was always a lie, just meant to keep them away from all the evil that's going on out there, and specifically to prevent Link from going outside. You know, maybe they die, quote unquote, just in the sense that the Deku Tree is manifesting them, physical bodies, because again, they're spirits. And when they leave that range, maybe he can't do that anymore. I don't know, like it could be anything, but they're definitely not dying when they leave the forest, so he definitely has lied to them about that at least. He is not above falsehoods for the sake of protecting them. So yeah, I totally think that, you know, they could have been Koroks, turned into Kokiri, and then turned back into Koroks because it makes sense for them to be Koroks because they're able to fly and float in the water now. And of course, you know, there's people who are never going to get on board with this. They refuse to believe it. And in that case, I think it is perfectly valid to say that this timeline is after Wind Waker. Like, this 10,000 years in the past is so far in the future that everything's a legend. Like, they call everything legends. That's fine. I think that's a perfectly valid way to view the timeline. I just really prefer to view it in the way that it's all part of the same timeline. I think it feels better, and it makes all these references and connections, rather than just being little Easter eggs and references, a real concrete storytelling device, which I enjoy. I enjoy viewing it that way. So back to like fitting Tears of the Kingdom into the timeline. That game establishes Ganondorf was just a guy at first before getting turned into like malice and becoming the Calamity. The King in Breath of the Wild also did say this, and Zelda does allude to it, saying he gave up on reincarnation, but this game like confirms it set in stone. This is what happened. It's not just like the legend they were told. So let's talk more about King Rauru. Earlier in the video, I described Zelda as having some mix of time, light, and goddess powers, and I bet some of you, if you made it this far, already wrote a comment about how I was wrong about her having light powers when I said that, you know, hours ago now, like what, 8 hours ago now? And you probably wrote a comment about how I accidentally said Twilight Princess came out before Wind Waker. Well, guess what? I know that was a mistake, and I did find it, but I'm not going back to fix it because I finalized those edits 2 months ago and I'm not fixing them. So here's your chance to edit that comment because I told you I messed up. My release date mix-up was just a mistake because I was staring at my own timeline too long where the games are switched in order, but the light power one wasn't a mistake. I was, in that moment, kind of conflating the sealing power of Hylia with the light sage abilities, but also Zelda does summon light arrows from light spirits, which I consider her having command over light abilities. In whatever way you want to slice it, she has some of that in her in those scenarios. But Tears of the Kingdom confirms that Rauru and Sonia are both of Zelda's bloodline, meaning Zelda's bloodline does contain both light and time sage nature. And if we're to believe that being a sage will always favor your bloodline when it's possible to do so, wouldn't that mean that Zelda is always technically in the light sage bloodline? But she's not the light sage, right? In Ocarina of Time, Rauru, the sage, is the light sage. Unless my theory earlier was correct about how generations of the bloodline don't always have to be mother and daughter. So yes, I am suggesting not only that I was correct that King Hyrule of Wind Waker was a sage and therefore the Sage of Light in that crackpot theory. But also, I think that Rauru from Ocarina of Time also potentially could have been a royal descendant, a king of Hyrule in the ancient past, who, became a sage later on. And Tears of the Kingdom really does support this idea a lot. If the blood of the goddess, she has a son, maybe that son is going to be the Sage of Light, since hundreds of years have passed in Wind Waker since the king sent his daughter Zelda away, and he only tells Tetra she was passed down the Triforce from her mother and her grandmother. It could very well be that the king's wife was not the one of royal blood, but he was. That would allow him, being a sage, to not only explain all his abilities, like I said, but make even more sense considering he would be in the bloodline with, Tears of the Kingdom Rauru, King Rauru, who was the Light Sage. Plus, his design does resemble Sage Rauru, I'm gonna admit. I know that's like a stretch and I'm really kind of ignoring aesthetics generally, but come on. Come on. In Tears of the Kingdom, King Rauru is the Sage of Light, but he's also the sage who seals Ganon, meaning that Zelda's special sealing power she possesses is actually the Light Sage abilities, right? So perhaps when King Hyrule tells you his power alone wasn't enough to stop Ganon, the power he's speaking of is the sealing power of light. Like, he was talking about specifically his Light Sage abilities that weren't enough to stop him on his own. So the Twilight Princess light spirits were the ones tasked by the goddesses to seal away the great evil magic of the interlopers, which kind of supports this idea that light power is what sealing power is. It also would explain how light arrows are so powerful and why they are a gift from the light spirits to Zelda, or a request she makes of them, in order to help us defeat Ganon in that game. In Breath of the Wild, Zelda gives you the light arrows, which she presumably made by herself with her light sage abilities, which we know she has, and tells you that it's the only way to break through malice. This would also kind of change my idea that Ocarina of Time Zelda may have had some way to talk to the light spirits to get her arrows, and now it seems like Sage Rauru was maybe the one to create them, which in turn would mean the light arrows you find in Wind Waker would have been originally created by maybe the king, which would mean that Twilight Princess Zelda, since the Sage of Light is not in contact with her but does exist over in the Arbiter Grounds, was the only one that was required to call on the light spirits specifically to make them. But all of this to say that Zelda in Skyward Sword didn't use that sealing power of light on Demise. She entered a stasis and was reinforcing Hylia's original seal through prayer and having Hylia's soul in her body in the area where Demise was sealed. So the sealing power only comes to Zelda in the form we see it in all of these games after the events of Tears of the Kingdom's past. We can also conclude, based on the calamity definitively happening after Ganondorf was stopped the first time, that the 10,000 years ago from Breath of the Wild happened after, again, the 10,000 years ago from Tears of the Kingdom. But if King Rauru sealed him in the Tears of the Kingdom past, how did that happen so soon? I would assume that the malice that he was controlling, that he set off into the world, was still around brewing in some way, and perhaps the Sheikah squashing this original calamity, maybe this original calamity was kind of this conglomeration of what was left in the world after Ganon was sealed. He would have brought all of this gloom and evil onto the surface, and it would need a place to go. Maybe it congealed and started moving towards him, and when they couldn't get in him because he was sealed, maybe that's when the first calamity happened. I'm just kind of throwing shit at the wall here, but even though the map is changed and all of the Sheikah relics and shrines are gone in Tears of the Kingdom, there's still a guardian on top of Pyrrha's thing, and she talks about things that happened in the last game, and you have the Pyrrha pad and all that, so it has to have happened. Breath of the Wild has to have happened the way it happened and not been disrupted by Zelda going back in the past. Because if Zelda going back in the past changed the timeline, then we would be experiencing a changed timeline where that didn't happen already, and we're not. So it has to have happened. God knows how it happened, but it did. I'm gonna be honest here and say I have not played Age of Imprisonment. I don't know what happens in that game at all, pretty much, other than it tells you what happened during the War of Imprisonment. I know that game is fully canon. but that the Age of Calamity is not canon. So if there's something that happened in Age of Imprisonment that either supports what I'm saying or completely shatters the entire idea, let me know, because that would be interesting, because I don't know. I'm not aware of what happens in these games. I'm really jumping around, and I haven't been the whole time, but here especially because I'm just musing about potentially fitting Tears of the Kingdom into the main timeline. But let's talk about how the other games would slot into the 10,000 year gap. So there's no Triforce present in Tears of the Kingdom's past either. If Sonia had it, it would have popped out of her when she died, like we've confirmed. So this makes me feel like the Sacred Realm has already been established as the resting place of the Triforce, but has not yet needed to be sealed away in order to protect it. So the Triforce is there, but the Interloper War has not happened yet as of this point in time. That little detail of knowing that Tears of the Kingdom's past happened before the Interloper War is literally why I told you at the very beginning that it's important to know that Zelda has the Triforce at the end of the Skyward Sword. Like that setup forever ago was literally for this rambling section. I hope that was satisfying. You know, if Sonia had it, it would have popped out of her. So we know that it's in the Sacred Realm, and Ganondorf apparently doesn't know about it yet because that had to have been discovered by the interlopers. So this Ganondorf is the first one. He's a Gerudo king, and he wants to take over Hyrule. This Ganondorf is the one responsible for Calamity Ganon. We're going to call him Ganondorf 1, and he's the one who, according to Zelda, has given up on reincarnation. But he is still alive in Tears of the Kingdom. So what did she mean by giving up on reincarnation? Well, Rauru does seal Ganondorf 1's heart. That's what Ganondorf says. That's how he describes it. You're going to seal my magic in my heart, blah, blah, blah. And Rauru goes, yes, and in 10,000 years, a Link will come and stop you. That's what he says. If Ganondorf's heart is sealed, I think we could assume him effectively dead, perhaps. And, you know, his attempt at reincarnation is because of that. Like, that's why it's a reincarnation. He's trying to make a new body to put his soul into, break himself out of the seal, I guess. And I think he did eventually reincarnate. So every 100 years, there's a single male Gerudo born, and that Gerudo becomes the king. So I believe at some point, Ganondorf reincarnated as one of these Gerudo because that's who he was originally. It would really line up with the series, and obviously, in hindsight, this has to have been done on purpose because this game came out after Ocarina of Time, but the Ganon in Ocarina uses the same exact tactics as Ganondorf 1, you know, to gain access to the royal family. He pretends to submit to them after some big fight happens and is like, oh, you're so great and I'm bowing down to you, and then he strikes and kills them all. And Ocarina of Time Zelda has these premonitions that that is going to happen and is able to escape instead of being killed. Maybe now we could say because of her past self having those memories, she's experienced this before with Ganondorf 1. We don't know what Ganondorf Ocarina of Time's wish was going to be on the Triforce. It doesn't tell us. The only one that we get to hear is Wind Waker, but by then it has been so long and he acts very differently, and it kind of is already to the point where he doesn't want to kill the children anymore, when he was very willing to kill children in Ocarina of Time and Twilight Princess, for that matter. My guess would have to be that the wish he was originally going to make was going to be to revive his body below the castle or something like that, or, you know, to transfer his soul into his new body or regain his magic, like the malice that he wanted to use. I believe that is what was going to happen. Like, he knew there was a version of him under the castle that either needed to be freed or needed to be like transferred into his body magically or whatever. That would also kind of retroactively explain why Ganondorf always lifts the castle into the sky. Like, I don't know, maybe he's looking for himself. The motivations of Ganondorf in Wind Waker after he unlocked his malice abilities do mirror much more that of the original Ganondorf 1, because maybe after Twilight Princess, when he unlocks that malice ability again, he doesn't need to go and get his old body. Like, he's there. Like, his brain is in the body. He's kind of reincarnated fully. He's made it. So if he believes that this is his chance at getting his original goal, you know, Ganondorf 1's goal to get Hyrule, to take it over, then that's now where he shifts his purpose, and that would explain why that's the wish that we hear him make. Again, throwing shit at the wall. But then of course that Ganondorf dies, and at that point I believe is when he gives up on reincarnation. So then he makes this grand escape in the, you know, Age of Calamity. But why why would he spend so much time and energy, you know, potentially thousands of years to do this one reincarnation attempt? So like, why did he want to be a man so badly? Why couldn't he just come out as a calamity to begin with? And I think the answer is that, first of all, the first time he tried it, the Sheik stopped him, if we're going to believe the legends in Breath of the Wild and the fact that the Guardians exist. But I think another answer is that Ganondorf, upon getting Sonia's secret stone, I think he became possessed by the spirit of Demise. Demise's true form was that of a man, and it's what he wanted to be as well. He wasn't happy with being the imprisoned, despite the fact that Hylia told us the imprisoned was enough to destroy the world. He didn't just want to destroy the world, he wanted to, you know, regain the form he wanted to be in. Now, I don't think he literally is Demise, because remember, in Skyward Sword, we atomized him. Like I said, we kind of obliterated his ability to have his consciousness like form in a body. So maybe he's not himself, like with his memories, but Demise is made up of like the intention to do evil. That is what Demise is. So Ganondorf, who is a person whose intentions are that of pure evil and, you know, has malice as his main motivator, it would make sense for the spirit of Demise, like, you know, the essence that created him to begin with, to latch on now to this Ganondorf. He is not Demise, he's Demise 2.0. And on that note, we're never truly told the origin of Demise, just that he came from like pure malice. So, you know, and Ganondorf gets the ability to use malice when he becomes literally the essence of evil in the Twilight. So maybe this is the origin story of Demise. These secret stones are God knows how old. They're, you know, from the Zonai. They were gifted from the goddesses. We have no idea how long ago. So potentially the very first instance of Demise was the same series of events. Someone who is exceptionally pervasively evil gets a hold of one of these stones and becomes the essence of all evil and gets to control evil itself as magic. And if this is truly Demise 2.0, that means he would probably work the same way, and this would tell us the general distance between everything on the timeline, right? So if he knows Skyward Sword established Demise takes 7 years to reform after being defeated with the Master Sword, like the imprisoned reforms after 7,000 years, then we can assume that it would take roughly 7,000 years for Ganondorf's heart and mind to weaken the seal placed on him by Rauru enough to start doing things again, like being able to control the calamity or whatever himself. So that would mean that the 3 Zelda games where we're dealing with the reincarnation, Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker, must take place within the first 7,000, give or take, years before he gives up, because that would be when reincarnation would be his best option. I'm barely trying to back this up with concrete evidence anymore, but it does feel right. Like, this is my headcanon that feels like it's meant to be what is supposed to happen. Anyway, let's talk about the Zonai and time loops and all that. So when Zelda gets the sword in the past, Fi talks to her again to let her know why and how Fi got there. So you go up to the Temple of Time as Link, the new one in the sky, and the sword glows, and then you hold out the sword and you're like, oh, this is where the sword's telling me to put it. And then it goes back in time and Zelda gets it. And when we see the full scene from Zelda's perspective, Fi is talking to her, and Zelda says that the sword, you know, says, oh, this is why you're here. It tells her why she's there. So we know that Fi has information about the future in all of the games that she's present in. And this information comes directly from Hylia. Like, Hylia instructed Fi to awaken and relay this information to who is necessary when the time comes for all of these instances, we can assume. We know for Skyward Sword, we can assume for Breath of the Wild. And of course we can assume for now as well. So when you go into the Temple of Time originally, Rauru will tell you that this little Ultra Hand power you get from Zelda is like a manifestation of her pure will or whatever. But that can't be true because Fi is in on the plan when it happens and Zelda is not. Zelda doesn't have any idea what she's meant to do yet, so she can't be willing this into existence herself. I think, because Fi knows what's meant to happen immediately after this, that this is probably the work of Hylia, who again, I do think is still floating around here, bodiless, orchestrating everything in all of these games. Remember, again, way back in Skyward Sword, I said the statues at the springs seem to be sending messages to Fi directly. Not that Fi was bringing up a message she already had in her brain, but rather was being told a message real time. The statues are also what is bestowing the memories of Hylia onto Zelda when she prays with her heart. Well, the statues at that time that I mentioned talk to you are the ones in these games. They give you blessings to increase your powers based on the orbs left by Sheikah, or later light orbs left by Rauru and Sonia. And you have to wonder who told the Sheikah to make the Guardians in preparation for a calamity, and who told Rauru and Sonia before their deaths to place light seeds in temples around Hyrule in the depths. And also, what the fuck are the depths? And where do those come from, right? Well, I have some ideas. Because I'm full of ideas. Again, we get many different scenarios in these games where the gods directly tell people to do things and be somewhere for certain things to happen. So, you know, at this point, I don't even think we need the statues talking to you as proof that Hylia, despite her soul being bound to Zelda, is not herself consciously bound to Zelda. So if Zelda maintains Hylia's soul, but she doesn't have her memories or anything in her body, Hylia is acting outside of Zelda in some capacity to influence her powers and make things happen, and her main form of communication is through these statues, right? But I don't think Fi had the chance to go visit one of these statues and have a conversation with Hylia without anybody else noticing up until this point. So we have to ask, when did Fi get the information that she needed for Zelda to be standing in this spot at this exact time to grab the Master Sword and tell her what's going on, and to tell Link to be there as well? Potentially, she got this information 17,000 years ago, give or take. How crazy is that? But it must be true, right? The only other time I could imagine Fi getting this kind of information would be when she is at the statues dancing and doing her little ritual to get a message for Link. But if Hylia gave her that information at that time, wouldn't she potentially give it to Link on accident? And also, why would that be the time she gives it to her? That's a really weird time to give her this information. And if she's going to be giving it to her at such a random time, still so far in the past, she might as well have given it to her when she created her. I mean, Fi is still talking and giving people information nobody else knows, instructing Zelda on her destiny and what to do with the sword and where to be and when and why. I feel like I'm going crazy thinking about it, but Zelda clearly doesn't know what's happening and claims that Fi traveled back in time on her own. But Fi herself doesn't possess these abilities. Only Zelda and Hylia are known to be able to manipulate time. Zelda doing this without realizing she's doing it is kind of far-fetched as well, because by the time she gets to this point, she has mastered her time sage abilities. We see her use them flawlessly when Sonia dies, as well as when Ganondorf is sealed. So there's no way that this is happening without her realizing she's doing it. She would at least feel herself doing these actions, I would assume. Unless, of course, it's Hylia taking charge and setting up the Temple of Time for Link's return in the future without Zelda being aware that it's happening. Even more shenanigans in the games is the Zonai in general. So like, what's going on with the Zonai? What's going on with the depths? Well, Rauru and Minoru are the last of the Zonai, and Minoru talks of them and their history as if it's like an ancient forgotten text mostly. But we know that in the depths, there's this massive amount of history and abandoned buildings and all that. So how can that exist but Minoru not really know anything about the Zonai? Here's my, again, crazy theory. They're all crazy. This whole video is crazy. The Zonai descended forever ago with their secret stones, and they gave people miracles or whatever, and everyone loved them. They created a bunch of relics, prisons, mines, whatever. They have this whole kingdom, and then somebody who's particularly evil gets a secret stone and becomes the origin of the original Demise. The Zonai, as descendants of the gods, try and stop him and fail, and he creates havoc and essentially kills everybody and everything in his path. Very Demise coded. The goddesses would have realized over some period of time that anytime Demise is stricken down, he comes back in the form of the imprisoned, eventually gains enough power to gain his true form, and will wreak havoc once again. So what is their solution? Well, They do what they seem to do every time. They lift the people that they like the most into the sky, and then they create a land that is a perfect mirror of the Hyrule below, and they just drop it on top of him as a big cap to keep him down there, to give him a place to rampage and fester where he won't affect the land dwellers above. Or at least that's how they hope it will go, until one day, again, he gains enough power to break through the earth in this fissure, and from it leaks evil and monsters and death and destruction and despair, just how the legend goes. And the goddesses, at their very wits' end, what do? But entrust Hylia, the goddess capable of seeing all time at all times, to play this big cosmic game of chess and keep him just barely from destroying the world. To keep him, unfortunately, trapped just to try and destroy Hyrule over and over and over again. It would make the whole series a horrific tragedy in a way, one that spans millennia, but it's a pretty good explanation for what the depths are and how they got there, at least to me. There's definitely holes in this theory as well, but I mean, there's holes in everything in this timeline, let's be real. As for why the holes in the earth appear after the upheaval, I think that kind of fits nicely into the Sky Islands existing at all. So Minoru, I'm assuming, is the one who made the islands float, because Zelda didn't do it, she's a dragon. But she also had to have had a way to pull them back down to Earth when the time was right. So my idea is that these islands were lifted into the sky, and in order to pull them back down, anchors were created that would activate in the future, potentially in response to Raru's seal fading. So she lifts the islands, and below them in various spots, she sends deep into the Earth other very large, heavy objects, I guess, that then will bring each other together at the selected time, which would lower the islands and, unfortunately, rip those anchors up out through the earth at high speeds, creating deep gashes where gloom is escaping from. There's already established sky islands so far in the heavens that they can't be seen from Earth in the series, inhabited by beings of the gods, the Uka, and also the Highlands of the past in Skyloft. So sure, we just didn't see the islands for 10,000 years. I'm gonna go ahead and say fine by me, that's okay. Now let's talk about the dragons. So Zelda doesn't have a Triforce on her in my opinion, so in her path of 10,000 years being over the course of the other games, it wouldn't cause issues with the Triforce being in two places at once, and we already know that a Zelda can be in two places at once without causing issues because of Skyward Sword. We also know that because her current form is that of a dragon, the Triforce of Wisdom wouldn't have a reason to shatter like the Triforce of Courage does, since she wouldn't be worthy of it because she's immortal at the time, as a dragon. Of course, Fi in this case is in two places at once, but so is Raru's secret stone, and Fi is an inanimate object just like the stone, so maybe inanimate objects aren't really a problem, especially ones created and being controlled by goddesses. I can also accept that Zelda is flying so far up in the clouds that she also can't be seen until she's called back down. The other dragons are just somewhere else until after Wind Waker and the draining of Hyrule and all of that. But here's the thing about the dragons that I think we do have to talk about. In Skyward Sword, the dragons talk. In Tears of the Kingdom, we're told that the dragons lose themselves. So what's the truth? Well, Tears of the Kingdom also shows us a very clear conscious vision of Zelda holding a healing Master Sword sometime after she's turned into a dragon, and it is at the point where it is almost fully forged again in this vision. We also know that Zelda responds to the upheaval by heading back down to Earth, and we also know that she responds to the ping set out by the Deku tree trying to locate the Master Sword. She also, immediately upon turning into dragon, creates the tears that show us what happened to her and scatters them across Hyrule. She doesn't really seem entirely unconscious at this point, and maybe not entirely lost to herself here to me in these situations. She actually seems fairly aware of what's going on. And then at the end of the game, when you're fighting the dragonified Ganondorf, she's actually very helpful and purposeful in fighting him with you. None of this to me screams unconscious dragon without heart or mind. In fact, if this is part of Hylia's plan in this point in the future, and we know that Hylia potentially was planning this for forever, essentially, that's not a really weird idea that these servants of the goddesses turned into immortal dragons in order to aid the hero. I don't think this is a crazy concept. And also, I just don't believe the idea that they have no agency. At the very least, they have goals and thoughts, even if you want to argue they might lose their original personality or the ability to outwardly express their emotions. Zelda is doing things that only make sense if she knows what she's doing. So, final little tangent ramble here about Hyrule being unflooded. I keep saying after Hyrule is unflooded. I said in the end of Wind Waker that I do think it is implied it will be unflooded one day. There's a bunch of these big giant skeletons around the map that look like whales or something, which is a good theory to support there was an ocean, although the ocean we were told couldn't support fish. But what I think is the biggest support of the ocean theory, or more specifically the sunken Hyrule theory I had, is this giant ravine that dictates the end of the landmass. If Hyrule was detached from the land around it and submerged below the sea, you'd imagine once it rises back up to its former heights that the result would look something like this. Lanayru now being a series of wetlands also aligns with it being underwater and then coming back up. And so does the Deku tree now being on a plot of land that's surrounded by a moat. This is the most simple of the connections, since if we're going by the idea that it was roughly 5,000 years ago or something that the ocean began to drain, there's plenty of ways to explain how the land has changed so much. And that's also more than plenty of time for the royal family that inhabited New Hyrule to have discovered their old land of legend had re-emerged from the sea, and for them to travel back there to recreate old Hyrule Kingdom. And that's the last thing I have to say. That's the last little extra credit scene theory. I wonder if you stayed this extra hour it seems like it's gonna be of me rambling about all of this. The little epilogue, I guess you could say, about these extra games tacked on at the end, because truthfully, I got 6.3 hours into editing and I said, I don't think I can write another 89 pages of actual proper summary and theorization and connections and edit all that together. Like I said, this took a really long time to make, had a lot of people involved. I felt really like I needed to get it out. And by the time I finished Wind Waker, I felt like that really was it. I felt like that was the end of the journey, and I'm really excited for what's going to happen next. I think we're due for another Zelda game announcement, and I just can't wait to see what it is. And I really hope, for my sake, that it has nothing to do with the timeline and that it cements itself as something entirely different so my brain can finally take a little break. But if you made it this far, if you made it all the way to the end of the end, thank you so very much for watching and giving me your precious time. I hope whatever you were doing while this played in the background ended up really going well for you, because I know there's no way you sat at attention this whole time. My next video will be something more fun and silly and less serious and less difficult to make, I really hope. Please like and subscribe, and I'll see you around, guys. I will see you next time.